The company was initially very excited. They rarely find such a talented and attractive girl. Even if her foundation isn't perfect and she's young, there's still plenty of time to build her skills. After a few years as a trainee, her appearance would surpass even the current top celebrities, and this was without makeup, just her natural look. This discovery made the KM team extremely happy. Zhu Yu's audition video was sent to the president early. By the day of the second interview, the company had already planned her future marketing and debut strategy. However, they learned that she didn't want to become a celebrity. If it weren't for how talented she was, KM might have leaked information to block her. But they didn't do that, not because they were kind, but because even if they tried to block her, with her talent and good looks, she would be sought after by other companies if she left. Doing so would only benefit competitors and create unnecessary enemies. No top company in the industry is foolish. They weigh the costs carefully and wouldn't do anything harmful to themselves. How did the president respond? Asked the female senior manager, who is the deputy head of the talent department, to her colleagues. The president said, "We can sign her," the head of the performance department said excitedly, opening his eyes wide. It felt like a lucky break. Should we try to persuade her further? The female senior manager, responsible for the company's main idol department, was reluctant to see such a talented girl go to another department. "She's young. Maybe if we talk to her, she'll change her mind. I'll call the president now," she said, standing up and heading out. The president was currently abroad on a business trip and wasn't in the company. The head of the performance department looked angry. "That's not right. She already said she wants to be an actress." The female senior manager shot him a glance. Opportunities are for those willing to fight for them. As the leader of the company's largest department, she believed nothing was impossible to change. She also looked down on colleagues without ambition, saying, "No, I think my plan is better." After speaking, she pushed the door open and called the company president. "Hello, President. I have a new idea about that girl." Her words were interrupted before she finished. "Supervisor Gao, hold on," the president, who was in his 50s, said. It was expected that he would step down within 5 years. His preferred successor was Supervisor Gao Shanya.
"Stop talking about this."
The company's next strategic plan is to develop into the entertainment industry. "We must sign this talent. She is key to our next plan," the president said calmly. "This is your and Jim's responsibility. Don't let me down." Jim, a male executive who had just argued with Gao Shanya, was of mixed Korean and Chinese descent. He looked Asian, grew up in Seoul, and was capable but lazy. Compared to Gao Shanya, who was very ambitious, Jim often lost out and was gradually pushed out of the company's main power department. However, he accepted this calmly. When Gao Shanya heard the president mention the next strategic plan, she suddenly remembered it and realized she had completely forgotten. Most importantly, she would not watch Jim climb higher because of the company's plan and take her place. She finished a cigarette on the top floor, thought quietly for a moment, then called her assistant. "Check on the girl coming for the re-audition today. I want detailed information. Nothing missing." In Gangnam District, Seoul, at Imperial High School. Imperial High is a private aristocratic school supported by the Imperial conglomerate. It mainly enrolls children of wealthy families and industry elites. Located in the heart of Gangnam, it covers a large area with prime land. The architecture is French and German style, with red bricks and ivy, showing a sense of history. In the center, paved with blue bricks, is a European-style 5-tier fountain surrounded by light blue flowers. The water flows gently, forming a thin film, deep and peaceful. The 5-story teaching building houses Class 1 to 1. "Hi, I'm Han Rening." A delicate girl dressed in British-style school uniform sat next to her. "I just transferred from England today." Zhu Yu looked up at her. "Park Yu." Han Rening looked around and asked, "Why are you sitting here alone doing homework? I received a scholarship to attend this school, so I will work a bit harder than others. Also, I tend to avoid talking to others because we don't have much to say." "Why is that?" Han Rening looked quietly at Park Yu's flawless, white skin and beautiful features. Since transferring here, Park Yu was the first person who caught her eye. She stood out in the crowd. "Did you see those girls?"
Zhuyu said.
They like to talk about their new limited edition bags or recent vacations. Most students here come from wealthy families. I, on the other hand, got in with a scholarship, so I don't have many friends like that. You can go and talk to others. I don't mind. Talking to me is pretty boring. Han Renning looked surprised and a little uncomfortable. She quietly got up and left. Soon, she sat back down and held up a box of chocolates. Want to eat? Han Renning said with a playful smile. I made these myself. I'd rather be friends with you. Park you. Zhuyu looked up, showing surprise and gratitude. She took the chocolates and smiled.
Thank you.
Those girls seem to have bad personalities. They look like they bully others easily. By the way, do you want to know anything about me, the new student?
Yes. Zhuyu said.
Renning, can I call you that? Of course. Han Renning replied immediately. From today, we are friends. Okay. How much do you know about the school? Zhuyu asked. Not much. Han Renning said. I grew up abroad. Isn't this just an ordinary international school? After you hear more, decide if you want to be friends with me. Zhuyu said. The school has 4 social levels. It's like a pyramid. At the top are the heirs of big companies, the second generation of wealthy families. In this top layer are people like the second male lead Chuang Dao, the second female lead Lu Rachel, and the main character Jean Tan. The second level includes stock inheritors. For example, Li Baona, the third female lead, can't inherit the family business, but is already a major shareholder's child. The third level is the group of heirs, including department heads, members of parliament, Supreme Court justices, and children from well-known families like lawyers' children, as shown in the drama with characters like Hyoshin and Myung-soo. The lowest level is, Ji pointed to herself, people like me who are socially cared for, like the character Chanrong, Yoon Sun, and the main female character, Cha Eun-sang, the nanny's daughter. Zhuyu is also classified in this school as a special student who needs a scholarship to survive. After listening, she noticed Han In-young's thoughtful expression. Zhuyu pretended not to notice and continued, Have you ever been bullied? Han In-young shook her head.
Then,
Have you ever bullied others? Han In-young shook her head more vigorously. If you go abroad to study, it's probably not at the social care level like mine, Zhu said. So, if we become friends, they might think we're challenging the school's unspoken rules and exclude us. Is it that serious? Do they control who we can be friends with? Han In-young looked stiff and confused. Yes, Zhu lowered her head again, as if she already understood her choice. Bullying and harassment are very serious. You wouldn't want to see it. Harassment, Han In-young was surprised. In this day and age. In this school? She looked around the classroom, unable to believe such things could happen. Not only was Han In-young surprised, but Ji was even more shocked when she first entered the school 6 months ago. It was her first time seeing such a capitalist, magical school under the red flag. Yes, Zhuyu was willing to call this school, this world created by idol dramas, a magical place with unbelievable rules. She had previously dismissed it, but after coming here, her arrogance was shattered. She realized there really are countries and schools that prioritize wealthy families. Even at school, the raw truth is more exposed. Zhuyu used to think that the second male lead, Choi Young-do, who bullied others without reason in the idol drama, was already bad. Now she knows he was naive. What the plot didn't show was even worse. The second male lead's methods are childish compared to others, at least no one has been killed. Even the main character's family empire is not the top-tier group that controls everything in this world. Instead, it is one of the strongest companies just below those few dominant conglomerates. The main character and the second male lead come from equally powerful families. Strictly speaking, one is an illegitimate child with little hope of inheriting, while the other has a chance, but is too violent by nature, so his future is uncertain. Neither of them meets her expectations for her task. Or, based on her 6 months of observation at this school, the only one who somewhat fits the criteria is Jin Yuan. However, Jin Yuan is a kind and pure-hearted person who still holds a special affection, so she immediately dismissed him as a target. A white sheer curtain hangs over the carved window frame. Sunlight filters softly through the fabric, casting shifting shadows and creating a mottled pattern of light and dark inside the classroom. The school bell rang early, but the classroom remained noisy and lively. Students were doing various things, some reading like Zhuyu, some playing around, and others bullying or being bullied. Zhuyu signaled to Han Renning with her eyes to look back. She was incredulous. Such surreal scenes happen constantly in this school. At the back of the classroom, a stream of white milk was poured over a boy kneeling on the ground, splashing onto his face. The liquid, passing through his glasses, dripped onto his school uniform on his chest. "You're so good at pretending to be pitiful," she said casually, tossing the empty milk carton onto his face and watching his restrained expression. "Anyone watching would think I'm bullying you," Yunho, a young, handsome boy with a malicious smile said. "Explain to everyone what you did wrong." The boy kneeling on the ground, Gao Yunho, trembled and said, "I was wrong. I was too slow." Li Doyuan suddenly grabbed Gao Yunho's hair and pulled him up. "It's all your fault. You can't even handle small things like buying coffee. What can I expect you to do in the future?" Gao Yunho, with a wound on his face and a numb expression, kept apologizing as he bowed his head. Han Renning's relaxed expression disappeared, replaced by a heavy look. Zhu Yu's eyes flickered faintly. She softly said, "It's quite frightening, isn't it?" Han Renning's face changed several times. She suddenly stood up and walked toward the back of the classroom. As she moved, the noisy and lively classroom suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes turned to her, who had just entered the scene. Most of these gazes were unfriendly, some watching for entertainment, others curious, but all roughly the same. "Hey, why are you bullying people?" She pushed away Li Doyuan. Han Renning took a handkerchief from her pocket and handed it to Gao Yunhao, who was on the ground, worriedly asking, "Are you okay?" Zhuyu sat with her legs crossed, elegantly turning a pencil in her hand. As expected, from the moment this girl appeared, her eyes lit up. Her face looked very similar to Cha Eun-sang's, even resembling her in some ways. But she wasn't as pure and beautiful as Park Shin-hye. Han Renning thought she was just pretty and delicate. However, unlike what Han Renning expected, Gao Yunhao, who was being bullied on the ground, lowered his head even more, ignoring her handkerchief and not even glancing at her. "Crazy woman," Li Doyuan sneered. "Hey, transfer student, has no one taught you manners? Who do you think you are?" A hint of interest appeared in Zhuyu's eyes. She was also waiting for an answer. Surely, there couldn't be two female leads in one school. But this girl gave her a strange feeling. How to say it? Zhuyu felt she didn't seem as good as she appeared. She even vaguely saw the stubborn image of Cha Eun-sang from the drama in her expression. Could such coincidences really happen in the world? "Mind your own business about my identity. Bullying others is wrong," Han Renning said fearlessly. Li Doyuan was about to show this crazy woman some color, but the teacher arrived late and appeared at the classroom door. Ignoring the chaos at the back, he heavily tapped the desk with a box of chalk. "Class is starting," he said. "Everyone take out your books." Even if no one took the teachers seriously inside, they still wouldn't break school rules openly. Li Doyuan coldly looked Han Renning up and down. "Just wait and see." Han Renning sat back in her seat with her face held high, ignoring the gazes of others. Zhuyu opened her subject book to pretend she was studying. In her mind, she asked the system, "There's definitely something wrong with this woman. Is she from a different time, or has she been reborn?" Host, after testing, the other person is a reborn. No wonder, she carried the aura of Cha Eun-sang. Was she trying to imitate the main female character's route to win over Kim Tan? Host, do you think she can succeed? Zhuyu, if she doesn't change her goal and is set on Jean Tan, she can't.
Why?
It's simple. The two people's fates are like parallel lines. They won't cross. Being beautiful isn't the main reason for being loved. Many people are pretty or handsome, but whether they feel something for each other really depends on luck. Of course, shallow liking based only on looks is easy to find, but true mutual affection is never easy. She wrote the name Han Renning on paper, took 3 coins from her desk, casually tossed them onto the name, and did a divination. The reading showed that this girl was harmless to her. Since she first noticed Han Rennying's strange behavior, she quietly observed her. Now that she's confirmed the situation is manageable, Zhu Yu finally feels a little relieved. Indeed, no matter what Han Rennying wants to do or who she aims to inherit from, it mostly harms the main female lead, Cheon Sang, and doesn't affect Zhu Yu much. As long as Han Rennying doesn't openly target her, Zhu Yu doesn't care about the situation. She was disappointed with the school because she couldn't find a suitable target. She found out about this because at first, Zhu Yu wanted to casually pick a naive classmate. The classmate's family was well off, not as wealthy as the family in the drama, like the Zeus Hotel of the Chui Youngdao family, but close. However, before she could act, an instinct told her that this target wasn't right. Zhu Yu had to give up with tears, pretending not to notice the naive classmate's eager moves. That won't do. She then tentatively considered the male lead and the second male lead as targets, but her feelings of resistance remained. Reluctantly, Zhu Yu decided to focus on becoming an actress. It seems this wish isn't easy to fulfill. She doesn't know if it's because the original owner had a specific goal in mind or if the wealthy family she married into refers to the top few conglomerates. For a moment, Zhu Yu wasn't sure whether to hope for the first or the second, as both are hard to achieve. If it's the first, and she never meets her destined person, the task will never be completed. If it's the second, with her current status, it's also very difficult to approach the other party naturally. Looking at her poor and shabby appearance, it really makes people feel sick, her female friend echoed. Because of Gao Yunhao's mistake, so many people suffered and endured hardship. People like her should spend their lives in regret. How dare she be so shameless to talk back? The meddlesome woman. The girl continued loudly enough for Han Rennying to hear clearly, acting like she's morally superior and pointing fingers. It's so funny. It's really disgusting. Their teasing was full of clear malice. Hearing their careless insults, Han Rennying's anger burned inside her. She wanted to turn around and tear the girl's face apart, but her reason held her back. She didn't want to go through the same pain as last time. When her family went bankrupt, she dropped out of school, and her life fell into despair. From the moment she returned, Han Rennying was determined to change her fate. But now, she saw her family's company was already collapsing, beyond saving. Even knowing this a year early, she could only watch helplessly as things headed toward the same tragic ending as before. She absolutely refused to let that happen again. After thinking carefully, she realized the only solution was at Imperial High School. She remembered the rumors she heard when she was working part-time and paying high-interest debts, rumors about the young master of the Imperial Group having a girlfriend with a social care background. In her last years, she even saw news of their engagement. Han Rennying didn't think she was inferior to a poor student. Even after experiencing bankruptcy and hard times, she couldn't empathize with the lower classes. In her heart, only her wealthy classmates at school were her true peers. Coincidentally, Han Rennying found that with a little dressing up, she could look somewhat like the poor student Jean Tan liked. She saw this as a sign that heaven was helping her. But then she remembered that Jean Tan only returned after she dropped out last time. If she didn't take the initiative, just waiting at school wouldn't lead to a good result. Thinking about the coincidences she created abroad with Jean Tan, a satisfied smile appeared in Han Rennying's eyes. She knew exactly how Gong and Shang got together with Jean Tan. She had seen the whole process last time. There was nothing special about their accidental meeting. Han Rennying had already prepared in advance. The same routine, when she acted like she was from a humble background and played the victim, she noticed Jean Tan wavered. Han Rennying was convinced that Jean Tan would definitely come back to her for her. Today, after transferring schools, she acted carefully to create a good image. She believed she had figured out what kind of person Jean Tan liked. Although she upset Li Duyuan, Han Rennying was not afraid. At least at home, she was still the young lady. Unless it was a big company like the Imperial Group, her current social status was similar to that of Bao Na. She believed bullies only dared to target the poor and wouldn't bother her. However, hearing the subtle remarks from a girl behind her, Han Rennying still felt quite annoyed. She clenched her bag strap tightly, her fingers turning white from the grip. Just wait and see. Once she catches Jean Tan, she will make everyone who laughed at her today regret it. Clearly, she already hated everyone, including Park Yu. The school bell rang, signaling the end of classes. Han Renying quickly left the school. Lee Duyuan coldly glanced at Gao Yunhao and said, "Go, find out who the transfer student is." Zhu Yu's ears twitched. She packed her study materials, pretending she hadn't heard anything, and headed toward the school gate. She didn't notice that more than one boy was staring at her with lost focus. "Master." Zhu Yu opened the car door and got in. "Take me to KM Company," she said. "Okay," the driver replied. "Young lady, fasten your seatbelt." Fortunately, the school was not far from the company. Zhu Yu took out some change to pay for the ride.
Thank you, sir.
Zhu Yu thought that if pretending was a skill, she would now be at the highest level, fully upgraded. At least, even if she didn't like this country deep down, she could hide her feelings perfectly. No one would suspect she wasn't a real girl, with no sense of dissonance. "You're here." Jim sipped his coffee and greeted Zhu Yu warmly. "How's the script understanding?" The company's contract with actors was quite flexible. It lasted 7 years, with the company providing acting opportunities. The first 3 years, the company took an 80-20 split with Zhu Yu. After 3 years, the split could change to 70-30 or 50-50, depending on the situation. The entertainment company had great control over the artists. The minimum split was 50-50, but many stars earned only 10%, with the company taking 90%. "That's right," Jim said. "Originally, that script was going to be rejected, but the director specifically picked it out and asked you to reconsider. The role is for a very famous child star, and the audition is very competitive. Your age fits perfectly. If you get chosen, it will be more valuable than participating in several smaller roles in other projects." Zhu Yu took out 3 scripts from her bag. In terms of scenes, the one Jim mentioned about working with a child star was the thinnest, with only 2 short scenes. It's about childhood friends who grow up together. The boy has always secretly liked the girl. When he's about to confess, he hears that the girl is going abroad to study, and he gives up sadly. In the second scene, the girl's plane crashes, and she dies instantly. The boy recalls their last meeting, thinking about the unspoken confession, feeling heartbroken and crying. In the script, she only plays the girl's first love, who dies early. KM Company values this role not just because of the child star involved, but also because the script is for a movie and both leads are big stars in the industry. If Zhu Yu successfully auditions, she can start her career in movies, which is a higher level than TV dramas. This means she will have access to better resources in the future. The entertainment industry has an unspoken hierarchy. Movies are more prestigious than TV dramas, and idols or singers are at the bottom. No matter what outsiders think or whether they approve, within the industry, movie actors are generally considered more prominent than TV actors when they have similar popularity. "If I take this role," Zhu Yu said, "I won't be able to do the other 2 scripts. Even if I only do a cameo in the movie, I can still do the other 2. Jim said without hesitation, "You're silly. Those 2 can't compare to this script. If it weren't for the fact that the girl auditioning at the same time as you, Zyron, isn't suitable for this level of movie, do you think there's such a fair competition for auditions?" Jim said, "If this role isn't already decided, it's really of luck. You'll definitely get it." Jim's words were sincere. Over the past 6 months, Zhu Yu had often taken acting classes after school and during holidays, arranged by the company. Almost every acting teacher praised her as a genius. At first, the company was skeptical, but after watching her class videos, they believed in her. With more confidence, they assigned her scripts and audition opportunities. Normally, she would need at least a year of training, but her peers who signed with the same company were still learning, far from graduating as the teachers expected. "Why are you still hesitating?" Jim asked. "Just tell me." "I really don't understand your calm attitude. You know my school?" Zhu Yu replied. "If I take too many days off, I might lose my scholarship." The school had already decided she had no clear future goals. Zhu Yu no longer cared about following the usual path. The courses she was taking were easy for her, and missing classes for acting wouldn't affect her grades. I've also considered that company, Jim reassured her. You probably don't know yet, but the major shareholder of KM is also a board member of the Empire High. Just report your situation, and they can arrange everything. Don't worry about the scholarship. Zhu Yu pretended to breathe a sigh of relief and said gratefully, "Thank you, brother. I will keep up my grades. I won't waste my scholarship." Jim didn't care much about the money. He pointed at the script and said, "If you really want to repay someone, you must seize this rare opportunity." Zhu Yu nodded obediently. About 3 days later, Zhu Yu received an audition notice with the time and location. Of course, Jim, the executive, wouldn't accompany her. Her assistant was responsible for her during the audition. Her assistant explained the role requirements. Even Zhu Yu couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Although she knew the rules and procedures of the entertainment industry well, this wasn't the same environment. She knew deeply that if she failed this audition, her treatment and resources within KM would drop at least one level. This meant her goal would take twice as long to achieve. No wonder many people in the entertainment industry suffer from mental health issues. Repeated failures in auditions, despite hope, can really cause emotional imbalance. Every rejection meant being denied and hurt her self-esteem. The day before the audition, Zhu Yu specially entered the space, drank a bottle of spiritual spring water, and gave herself a full massage. She went to bed early that night and carefully timed her rest. The next morning, she arrived at the KM Entertainment entrance feeling very energetic. Her assistant took her to the film city, where she registered her ID and the other person's phone number. After verification, the receptionist gave her an entry pass. With this pass, Zhu Yu entered the audition department. The audition was held in a tall 7-story office building. It was very spacious. As she walked, she brushed past many beautiful girls and boys. No one paid special attention to Zhu Yu. Pretty girls are common here. Although she has a good foundation, Zhu Yu is still a young girl who hadn't fully grown up. Compared to the beautiful women in their prime, she was too inexperienced. When Zhu Yu entered audition room 5, she was a little surprised. There were at least 20 girls around her age, all with nice features. Fortunately, among her peers, Zhu Yu was the best. The audition room looked like a hospital. There was a large waiting area outside. Zhu Yu thought it resembled a cosmetic surgery clinic's waiting room. She was a bit nervous about the number of people auditioning. She was only a minor role with few lines, appearing in the movie for no more than 15 minutes. There were over 20 competitors. Most of them looked simple and not very beautiful, but the competition was much tougher than she expected. She went to the door of the audition room, registered her name at the secretary's desk, received her turn number, and then sat in a corner to read the script. She wasn't interested in talking to the other auditioners. All the girls here were her competitors. They all wanted fame quickly. None of them had already made it or found their place. Talking to them would be a waste of time and energy. Zhu Yu already knew she would play the childhood sweetheart of the male lead in the movie. The role was simple, innocent, and pretty. The key was to have good chemistry with the young actor playing the male lead's childhood. This role seems simple, but it is actually hard to find a suitable actor. If the character's first love isn't convincing enough, and the main character still longs for the past and doesn't immediately fall for the beautiful heroine, the character will seem flawed. People might question the main character's judgment and think the first love can't compare to the heroine. If the main character doesn't like the heroine, he might be seen as lacking intelligence. That's why the crew can't find a good match and doesn't want to settle. They insist on holding an open audition. It's hard to find a suitable guest actor for this demanding role, so they can't just choose from amateur actors. Only people from major entertainment companies know about this opportunity, and they come to audition. Zhu Yu looks through her script and sees a scene where 2 childhood friends go to a water park. During their visit, the power goes out. The male lead, who has claustrophobia, feels weak in the sudden darkness. The girl holds his hand to encourage him and sings to comfort him. Zhu Yu thinks this scene gives her a chance to show her skills. It's short, but the main focus is on the girl, and it requires good acting. She doesn't know who is sitting behind the audition table. She doesn't recognize anyone. The four people running the audition look very serious. The middle-aged man looks at her resume and then shows a clear expression of disapproval. Who put this inexperienced newcomer on the list? His voice is loud, but Ju-yu doesn't look embarrassed. She knows she isn't very experienced. The producer next to the director looks at Ju-yu with admiration. Isn't she pretty? Let's give her a try. Introduce yourself. Ju-yu briefly shares her basic information, her age and her agency, but doesn't say much else. Maybe the director heard her mention KM and thought of something, so he doesn't say more. Make some expressions for the camera, he says. From the audience's point of view, many people don't think acting is very difficult. Even the best actors and actresses have flaws in their performances. It's like watching sports. Many believe there's still room for improvement, and they wish they could do it themselves. But everything seems easy to do, but difficult to actually perform. Even just smiling at the camera or showing anger takes a lot of time to get used to. Facing unfamiliar equipment and revealing oneself behind a scrutinizing gaze is really not easy. If you don't believe it, try recording a video with a rear-view camera. People without training find it almost impossible to express delicate emotions naturally. Acting is a profession that requires courage and confidence. A shy person will always be tense when facing strangers. The camera magnifies any unnatural side of a person. In real life, we overlook imperfections and microexpressions, but on camera, these flaws become very obvious. If someone is naturally shy and not very good with words in real life, they will appear even more awkward and timid on camera. Fortunately, Ju-yu is not a naive girl in her teens with no experience. She has gone through many auditions and filming sessions. Although time has passed, whenever she stands in front of the camera again, the familiar feeling quickly returns. In her previous world, Ju had taken countless acting classes. She could cry loudly, laugh, roll around, and act wildly in front of many people. These are no longer obstacles for her. Most importantly, since she decided to become an actress, she changed her reckless eating habits. Over the past 6 months, she managed to get even slimmer than her perfect figure after using beauty-enhancing pills, achieving a flawless look on camera. Having acted in many big movies, Ju-yu would never be afraid of a small audition. She relaxed and naturally made a few expressions at the camera, staring intently as if she was looking directly at the audience behind the lens. She seemed to be ignoring the camera, smiling, feeling sad, angry, her expressions flowing smoothly and naturally, without any pretense. From the camera, you couldn't see the common mistakes of amateur actors, like the instinctive feeling of I am being filmed. Behind the camera at the audition table, there was rare silence. The director handed her the script, saying, "Try this part." Lines are one of the most important basic skills for actors. Clearly, Ju-yu excels in all fundamental acting skills. Ju-yu took the script handed to her by the director, stepped back in front of the camera, and took a deep breath. She gently closed her eyes. This is a normal pre-performance adjustment, lasting at most 3 seconds, and no one would criticize it. She recalled her character's personality, mentally infused herself with the appropriate emotions, and immersed herself in the role as if she had truly become the girl in the script. When she opened her eyes again, her expression changed. From the corners of her eyes to her eyebrows, something seemed different, but it was hard to say exactly what. Overall, she appeared incredibly pure and innocent on camera. Her every smile and frown reminded people of the most beautiful days of youth. Remember, we meet at the aquarium entrance on October 7th. Without another actor to perform with, she skipped the other person's lines and continued with the next. "Don't be afraid, hold on to me." These 2 lines belonged to different scenes. The director didn't call, cut. So, Ju-yu finished the short 2-scene script. "Stop," the director suddenly called out. He looked at Ju-yu with a strange expression. "That's enough." She blinked, coming out of her character's state. She looked up at the director and stood up, saying, "Thank you. You've worked hard. Don't leave yet." The kind-hearted puppet-like person smiled at her. "Wait for our leading man." No one objected to the puppet-like person's words. Ju-yu knew the most important step was about to happen. Soon, a very young boy entered from outside. He was no older than 20, with fresh black short hair, and every move carried a star-like charm. Zion is here. The producer and director smiled at the same time. Zhu Yu noticed that the 4 interviewers from the crew sitting there seemed to have a good relationship with Yu Ziran. Come, try acting with our lead. Even though Zhu Yu performed excellently and had already won over the director, screenwriter, and producer, the reason for not confirming her role still remained. The problem was clearly related to this key male lead. Although he only played the young version of the character, his scenes were much more important than Zhu Yu's. More than half of the film features Yu Ziran as a teenager, and his scenes, especially the brief childhood love, far outweigh Zhu Yu's 2 cameo scenes. Fortunately, Zhu Yu didn't mind. Although the boy was very handsome, she had seen many handsome men before, and he wasn't her target. So, there was no point wasting time. As she had thought before, this role was no challenge for her. With her current looks, she is among the top beauties in the entertainment industry. The Korean entertainment market has only about 50 million people, similar to a large province in China. No matter how prosperous the marketing is, it cannot compare to the Chinese entertainment industry. Her face and acting skills appearing here are also a powerful impact. Her scene appears in the later part of the movie, and her part only lasts a few minutes. It can be called a fleeting moment, but even with such a short appearance, she must perform very impressively to convince the audience why the leading man can't forget her. The actress playing the female lead is a highly talented and elegant actress. Zhu Yu must look stunning in the film, without any doubt, and not fall behind too much. Although the two are not in the same age group and are on different career paths, in this film, they are clearly contrasting characters. This is a very interesting role, with plenty of room for performance, but not very difficult. It mainly depends on the actor's own qualities. Both are beautiful young women, but their temperaments are different. Some are pure, some are stubborn. Zhu Yu's greatest strength is that she is used to constantly pretending. Acting feels natural to her, almost instinctive. She can easily show the qualities the director wants in front of the camera. When she fully immerses herself in the role and appears on screen alongside Yu Ziran, even before she speaks her lines, she notices the surprised expressions of the people behind the audition table. This tension is incredible. The screenwriter, who had been silent throughout, couldn't help but stare intently at the scene. It's her. Unlike in the Chinese entertainment industry, in this film, the influence of the screenwriter is equal to that of the director. At least, the actors vying for the lead roles are attracted to this experienced screenwriter, not just the director. After receiving the confirmation, Ji left the audition room without showing any excitement on her face. She's not foolish. With so many competitors outside, there's no need to create unnecessary hostility. She exited the office building, exchanged her pass, and headed toward the company's chauffeur-driven car. "How was the audition?" her young assistant asked nervously. She couldn't tell whether Zhu Yu was happy or disappointed from her face. She was curious why Zhu Yu seemed so calm, as if she was unaffected. "You don't look nervous at all," the assistant said. Zhu Yu opened the car door and sat down relaxed. "Everything went well. I can now inform the company to sign the contract," Zhu Yu said. "The nerves are gone now. Congratulations," the little assistant said as she unlocked her phone and quickly called her boss. Jim received the good news quickly. Yes, I'll take her there right away." After hanging up, the little assistant put down her phone and said to Zhu Yu, "The supervisor said he'll help you take leave from school, and I'll take you for some beauty treatment." Zhu Yu, who had been resting with her eyes closed, opened them. "I don't have money," she said. "Don't worry, it'll be charged to the company," the assistant reassured her. "Usually this kind of expense is deducted from your salary after you start working." Zhu Yu nodded and said nothing more. She was mentally prepared for these things. As long as she didn't have to get plastic surgery, everything else was manageable. They went to a styling studio that worked with KM. The assistant went in with her, looking confident and familiar with the place, clearly more comfortable than Zhu Yu. Many familiar faces came and went in the studio, members of the same company's boy and girl groups. They all had distinct features, wore masks, and frequently used sunglasses. After leaving the Korean-style makeup, they no longer looked dazzling on stage. Instead, They appeared tired, with pale, exhausted faces. Still, their good features were visible, though some showed signs of minor cosmetic procedures. Juyu kept her eyes down, following the assistant quietly and staying completely silent, not approaching anyone. Unfortunately, she couldn't avoid it forever. The most famous person there was a popular idol under YI, with 4 handsome men each with a different style, all in the same beauty studio as Juyu. Because this studio was jointly founded by YI and KM, she couldn't avoid the senior staff from her own company or the people across from her. By this time, Juyu had already removed her makeup and was in her natural, bare-faced state. She pretended to be unable to stand up easily and apologized to a few seniors before closing her eyes again, enjoying the expensive but worthwhile skincare treatment. After she closed her eyes, the 4 handsome young men exchanged glances. They communicated through their eyes, referencing her in a group chat. H. Is she a new employee from our company? Phi. No, I know all the new hires. None of them look this good. TT. That must be KM. Looks very young, definitely underage. H. The features are natural, not like they've been altered. Doesn't Phi have many friends who are KM? Maybe ask them. H. It's unlikely that a new person like this hasn't been heard of before. That doesn't make sense. Phi. I asked. Yes, she's a new KM. She just joined the company recently. She's not a trainee idol. They don't know much about her either. I heard she's an actress. H. No wonder there's no talk about her. It's a pity she's so young. Phi turns off her phone. Chui Xiao nudges her teammate and quietly curses, pervert. Jin Hao from H laughs playfully and comes over. What's up? I was just joking. I'm not doing anything serious. Zhu Yu unknowingly falls asleep under the gentle touch of the beautician. Luckily, she's a light sleeper. When the session ends, the beautician softly calls out, Mississippi Park, and she wakes up. How do you feel? Her assistant asks as they get back into the car. I'll take you to the company dorms, then I'll head back. I'll pick you up early tomorrow for the shoot. Not bad, Zhu Yu replies. She truly feels the value of skincare. Her skin now feels moist and smooth, which is very nice. Going there tomorrow will make your makeup look better. That's a place celebrities often visit. Her assistant casually adds, by the way, does anyone want her contact info? Zhu Yu honestly answers, yes. Quite a few do, colleagues and wise people, mostly seniors. Zhu Yu has no right to refuse unless she wants to leave the industry. Refusing would offend them directly. So today, her personal account received many friend requests. Her assistant doesn't seem surprised at all. She reminds her it's fine to add friends, just see it as making connections. But absolutely no dating, understand? No way. I understand, Zhu Yu says. People who start dating before they make it are just sick. If they get caught, the company will definitely hide them. If your talent is good enough, even if you date, the company might keep you. They probably won't give up on you. You learn over time in this industry that those male celebrities are not suitable to be boyfriends. The way they appear in front of fans is all part of the company's planned image. They are acting. Zhu Yu strongly agrees with her young assistant. She knows that today, her assistant is sharing so much to flatter her because they believe in her future. As long as she keeps moving steadily toward her goal, more people will support her. Zhu Yu signed a performance contract and officially got the role of Genie Ran. The payment for the role is 540,000 Korean won, about 30,000 renminbi. This is a good amount for a newcomer like her. Even if the company didn't pay her at all, they would probably still want her to act in the film. She hadn't really looked into salaries in other countries' entertainment industries before. Since this is mainly a male-led movie, her character's first love appears very little, and the female lead has only a few more scenes than her. In such movies, the main character is always a man. Zhu Yu didn't have much to say. After receiving the full script, she focused on practicing her part. During the audition, her performance outshined all the other contestants, which is why she got the role. It wasn't much related to her relationship with KM Company. In actual filming, the most important thing is that her scene partner's emotions must match on camera. Yesterday, Zhu Yu realized that if her acting style is experiential, then her male co-star's style is definitely more performative. Different acting styles can make the scene look awkward or out of place, sometimes even funny or unprofessional. If such a mismatch happens during filming, the director and producer wouldn't ask the other actor to compromise, even if her performance was better. In this country, every industry values respect for seniority and relationships. It's all about hierarchy and experience. Because of this, from the moment Zhu Yu received the script, she not only studied her own scenes but also watched all of Yu Xiren's scenes. Afterward, she formed a clear impression of the character the writer wanted to create. Yu Xiren is a rare child star who's been acting since childhood and has not changed much over the years. She is a good example of growing up in front of the entire nation's eyes. This led to the public having a very high opinion of him. No matter how his acting was, people always praised him more than criticized him. Zhu Yu looked at the script and the depth the writer wanted to show. She remembered Yu Xiren's acting in their last scene and didn't think he could pull it off. In their last performance, she had held back her own acting to match Yu Xiren's steady, traditional style. Her emotional expression was very restrained. But Zhu Yu didn't act like she was holding back just to match Yu Xiren in the movie. That would be a pointless performance, giving up the spotlight to him. Her goal was still far away, and she had no confidence to let others take the lead. However, if she wanted to fully show her talent, she had to consider the camera's focus. If her popularity overshadowed Yu Xiren's, it could offend him, the popular young star, and also upset the writers, director, and producer who agreed to her joining the team. So, she decided to find a way that benefited everyone. Yu Xiren is very handsome. Compared to current popular idols, his looks are just as good. This is the main reason for his high popularity. With such a face, many people overlook his acting skills and focus on his appearance. As a result, many attractive actors tend to be lazy in their acting. Zhu Yu looked at clips of Yu Xiren's early performances and found that he hadn't changed much. His acting style was the same. A good actor can make the audience feel involved. An average actor's performance constantly reminds viewers that they are watching a performance. His acting in this scene was quite decent, but the difference was that, no matter how skilled he looked, he couldn't truly move the audience or make them feel the emotions, laugh or cry with the story. Zhu Yu kept trying different acting methods. After practicing several styles, she returned to her original, natural approach. She decided to bring her partner along when filming, for her own sake. The movie had been shooting for a few months. Except for the special role of Jeannie Ran, all other parts were cast. Most of the scenes had already been filmed. When Zhu Yu arrived, she could start filming her scenes right away. In the movie, her scenes mostly appeared alongside Yu Xiren. When Zhu Yu arrived on set, she clearly felt that the atmosphere was not very good. This may be related to the producer's demand for the crew to work quickly and finish filming in a short time. The result of long hours and overtime work is probably why everyone feels so stressed. Zhu Yu was taken to the makeup room. She quickly changed into her costume and got her hair and makeup done, all within an hour. "You're really beautiful, little girl," the makeup artist said, admiring Zhu Yu's face. The crew didn't seem to discriminate against her as a newcomer. Although the makeup artist and stylist were a bit unfamiliar with her, they were friendly. Another face genius, a perfect match for the popular younger brother. "Thank you," Zhu Yu smiled, but she didn't take it seriously. Although her features were good, she was still just a young girl. Compared to Yu Xiren, who was already grown up and charming, she more closely resembled his younger sister. Fortunately, she was confident she could change things with her acting skills. "All right, the director is still waiting." The makeup artist looked at her watch. "I'll take you to see him." Although her role had few scenes, it was given special attention. The director and screenwriter both wanted to review her personally. Most of the movie's scenes were shot in the studio. The makeup artist led Zhu Yu into the filming area. Zhu Yu was only 163 centimeters tall now. In the film, her costume included canvas shoes, so her height difference with Yu Xiren, who was 188 centimeters, was obvious. The screenwriter was very pleased with this. Iran seems to have stepped right out of the script. Okay, the screenwriter had passed this test. "Not bad, let's go with this makeup and look," said the director, a man in his 40s. He liked pure, innocent girl types, especially the kind like Jeannie ran in the script, sweet and pure. The makeup softened Juyu's delicate features, making her look less sharp. She wore pink lipstick, her eyes were enlarged and made to look innocent, and blush was applied generously around her eyes, on her nose, and on her brow bones. This makeup was very successful. At least, Juyu looked in the mirror and thought she looked adorable. She could feel the various gazes from the crowd, some admiring, some praising, and some jealous. To be honest, Juyu was in a good mood now. She wasn't completely vain, but after dieting and exercising, she saw good results. It made her feel happy that her efforts had paid off. Before filming started, her eyes casually glanced at Yoo Ziren on the right, who gave her a polite smile. In this industry, beauty clearly grants special privileges. For example, when she first arrived on set, she noticed that Yoo Ziren's personality was very different from how she appeared to the outside world. This seemingly humble, polite, kind-hearted actor was actually a cold person who judged people carefully. This kind of person reminded her of colleagues she had worked with before. Or rather, most colleagues' true personalities didn't match their outward appearances, including herself. Fortunately, perhaps because of her looks and her performance during the audition, she sensed that Yoo Ziren liked her to some extent. Maybe she saw her as a promising newcomer and was trying to take care of her. Juyu also lifted her face and smiled at her. Of course, she also noticed the flash of the behind-the-scenes camera in the corner of her eye. The filming schedule couldn't revolve around Juyu. Since her scenes were few, to avoid any accidents, her scenes were scheduled to be completed within 2 days. Maybe you'll become famous overnight. The young assistant opened the car door, looking very excited. Please, when you get famous, give me a raise. If possible, transfer me to be your personal assistant. I'll work hard for you. Her voice was a bit loud. Jim, who was busy typing on his laptop, snorted, "Dream on." The young assistant didn't dare say more and stuck out her tongue. Juyu ignored this and only showed a faint smile, then closed her eyes, feeling exhausted. After 2 days of intense filming, she felt as if all her energy had been drained. What was originally a week's workload had been compressed into 2 days due to the rush. But the most exhausted weren't her, the minor supporting role, but probably the main actors who had more scenes. "How's it going?" Jim asked her during a break. He had been busy lately, signing many new talents into the acting department. However, their conditions couldn't compare to Park Yu's, which was why he chose to take on this project, to see if the filming was going smoothly. Juyu didn't open her eyes, but still had the energy to reply. Thinking of the hints from Yoo Ziren and the screenwriter before she left, she softly said, "Choi seems to have a new script. There's a role she hinted I could take." "Oh, right." It seems she senses the happy atmosphere in the car and says, "That script is for a TV drama. The male lead is Yoo Ziren. Looks like the screenwriter is really happy with you," Jim says. "I know that script. It's a fantasy romance film. Many actresses want to take the role, but the project can't start filming for at least 2 or 3 years. However, if the screenwriter is willing to hint at you, it means you still have a good chance. You don't need to worry about the filming. It should go smoothly." Juyu thinks about how her method of acting by involving others has made Yoo Ziren more considerate of her. She feels that it's not just the screenwriter being pleased with her, but Yoo Ziren, who is set to play the male lead, is very happy with her. The reason the TV drama will take 2 or 3 years to air is simple. They are waiting for Yoo Ziren to finish his military service. Juyu quietly encourages herself in her mind. At least she has a good start. Although she doesn't yet know how to quickly reach the top, her performance in this film is good. After it airs, she will have more job opportunities. The car drives back to the company. After getting out of the car, Juyu heads to the 3rd floor of the talent department. She plans to rest for 2 hours because she has acting classes in the afternoon and also needs to return to school tomorrow. After accepting the film script, she missed out on those 2 TV roles, and she currently has no scheduled activities. She pushes open her office door and sees a familiar face. Gao Shania says, "How come?" "Don't want to see me." Jim knows this is directed at him, but he doesn't care. "Special guest appearance, huh? What is Director Gao doing here?" Gao Shania turns to look at Ji sitting on the sofa and says, you need to sign a supplementary contract. She hands over a thin contract. You need to guarantee that during your career's rising period, you won't fall in love, and you must inform the company of any issues. Also, Gao Shania examines Yuyu's face. If the company later decides your appearance needs adjustment, you must obey unconditionally. Oh, her looks are perfect. She probably won't need plastic surgery. Jim protests strongly. Gao Shania sneers. I'm not talking about now. I mean in the future. No matter how confident you are, her gaze lightly scans Juyu. Haven't you seen enough examples of people whose looks have deteriorated? Juyu didn't respond immediately. She was surprised as she flipped through the contract, looking at these unheard-of harsh terms that ignored all human rights and controlled everything about her. If she signed this document, Zhu Yu believed she would never be able to escape the company's grasp again. Even if the company later wanted her to entertain powerful people, she wouldn't have the right to refuse. This unreasonable, oppressive contract was presented to her without any shame. The senior manager still acted as if offering her a favor, as if it was a gift. Zhu Yu couldn't help but wonder if the company thought she was naive. No, even if the company knew she was an orphan with no family to rely on, there was no need to create a contract just to target her. A more reasonable explanation was that such contracts were common. Just because they seemed abnormal didn't mean they were rare. Perhaps in this country, such clauses were normal. Sign the contract, and the company promises you'll be the lead actress in at least one big TV drama each year and the second female lead in smaller movies, Gao Shania said proudly. Without even reading the contract, the promises about the future sounded very tempting. Zhu Yu curled her lips. No, I refuse. Gao Shania's confidence froze for a moment. Refuse? Are you sure? Park Yu, stay calm. Although this contract is a bit aggressive in some parts, overall, it favors you, Jim advised. In the end, all crows are black. No matter how friendly Jim seemed normally, Zhu still saw him as someone similar to Gao Shania and the senior manager. After spending a long time in dark places, these people truly didn't see what they did as oppression. Now, their eyes on Zhu Yu were surprisingly consistent. They all thought she was naive and ungrateful at this moment. Why do you refuse? Gao Shania's expression turned cold and proud again, as if she didn't care about Zhu Yu's refusal. First, I won't get plastic surgery. Second, I won't attend drinking parties for roles. If you say I can't get the role without attending, then I don't want that role. Third, I will only agree not to date until I am an adult. Fourth, the company has no right to force me to meet anyone. Oh, right. Zhu looked at Gao Shania's sharp eyes and Jim's wide-open mouth. If you don't accept my conditions, the contract I signed earlier can be cancelled directly. But I am not the one breaking the rules. No one told me I had to sign such a disgusting agreement before signing. She threw the unfair clause back onto the table. No one told me before signing that I needed to agree to such a nasty contract. Bullying is common in places like the Empire High School, almost as natural as breathing. The children of wealthy families are not always friendly to each other. But conflicts among those of similar status are usually cold and distant, not escalating to physical bullying. The most bullying happens toward the top students group. If this were my world, Zhu might step in to help if she saw someone being wronged. But in this unfamiliar country and school, her compassion is limited. In this school, people tend to form groups based on social class. Many are talented, but they are also cold and indifferent, showing little sympathy. Han Renning acts strangely, but maybe because she doesn't belong to the top students group, her classmates mostly ignore her or keep their distance. Only a few children from the wealthy families, like Li Doyuan, bother her. However, Li Doyuan's teasing and the isolation from classmates are hard for Han Renning to bear. She tries to make friends but finds no one accepts her. She doesn't understand why, so she blames Li Doyuan. Actually, the other students just notice her sense of superiority. No one is naive. Her manipulative attitude is obvious. Once discovered, her reputation is ruined. But Han Renning isn't worried. She already has Jean Tan's private contact information. Even if her family faces trouble again, she has a way out. At that time, her situation might earn her some sympathy from him. In the back of the classroom, the person being bullied this time is another top student, Choi Dao, who has been absent for a long time. Lee Doyuan's group is at the top of the social hierarchy, and Choi Dao is the initiator of this game. His return is clearly bad news for the top students. Zhuyu is sitting in the front row on the left side. She wears headphones, looks down at her notes, and is dressed in the Empire High Summer uniform, a slightly see-through white short-sleeve shirt, a dark blue pencil skirt, and a matching tie around her collar. She has long, straight black hair and fair skin that looks as smooth as fine porcelain, very delicate and pure, making people think of a fragile white tea flower. Due to the aftermath of a film shoot, she has toned down her sharp, aggressive nature. Now, her calm appearance matches her gentle look, which makes her seem more peaceful. However, this change has also brought some negative effects. Who is she? Choi Dao asks, stepping on the other person's hand with one foot, but his eyes are focused on the girl's back. Lee Doyuan looks over at him, slightly frowning and hesitating. Are you going to do something to her? Choi Dao pulls back his foot and sneers. I'm not that low. Forget it, it's boring. Choi Dao waves his hand and stops paying attention to the boy's pale, soft face on the ground. He wonders if he looked the same when he was beaten by his father, and suddenly, he loses all his good mood. Don't make me ask again, Choi Dao says proudly, facing the girl.
Who is she?
Lee Doyuan quickly changes his mind and answers. She's a new top student this year. You weren't here when she enrolled. Her name is Park Yu, the newest first-class student. Oh, a new top student, Choi Dao says with interest, sketching her outline. She's really cute, he even wants to see her cry. Maybe she'd be even cuter then. Zhuyu frowns and writes down keywords on her white paper. The first word is KM. Having refused KM, she considers her next move. The second word is task. Will there be side missions after the story begins in this world? She's not in a hurry. She's still young, and the entertainment industry is a very exclusive place with serious racial and gender discrimination. Every year, if there are 100 scripts to film, about 80 are mainly for male actors, and only 20 are for female actors. Of those 20 roles for women, she can only fit into about 5 right now. The school bell rings. Zhuyu packs her bag and leaves the school. Her company dormitory isn't suitable for her to stay in at the moment. At least until her company rejects her. She doesn't want to move in. Considering the payment for acting and the insurance money of several $100,000, she plans to rent a house. After looking around and walking for a while, she first ruled out houses near the school, as even the cheapest ones are too expensive for her. The school is located in Jiangnan District, an area full of wealthy people, where every inch of land is costly. It's not suitable for someone like her to live there, even if she suddenly became rich. The Special Excellent Student system is meant to help students from poor families who perform well academically. From another perspective, it also means that in school, such students are often looked down upon. Most of the students at the Empire live nearby. If they saw a Special Excellent Student living next to them, what would they think? As the sky darkened, Zhuyu was still walking on the street. She was in a hurry and couldn't find a place to stay, so she decided to go to the study room for the night. From afar, she saw the self-service machine station and was about to walk over. Suddenly, a blinding white light flashed at her, and she raised her hand to block her eyes. A luxury car stopped beside her. The lights no longer shone in her eyes, so she lowered her hand and looked at the source of the trouble blocking her way. Perhaps knowing her curiosity, before she could react, the car window rolled down. Where are you going? Choi Dao said. I'll take you. Zhuyu frowned slightly. She couldn't get into a stranger's car. No need. Choi Dao seemed unaware of her resistance, or perhaps he noticed but didn't care. If you don't want to be the next, don't refuse me. He still looked rebellious, with a sharp, unconcerned face full of reckless defiance. Just like Zhuyu's impression of him, an irresponsible second-generation rich kid. All right, Zhuyu showed a faint, emotionless smile and obediently got into the car. I'm not your driver, Choi Dao said. Sit next to me. Zhuyu climbed from the back seat to the front and said calmly, KM Company thanks you. She was tired from walking and had planned to stay at a nearby hotel for the night. But since Cui Dao appeared so conveniently and looked emotionally unstable, Zhu didn't want her peaceful, routine life to be disturbed too much. For people who don't threaten her safety, her rebellious personality wouldn't usually show up. Staying in a hotel worried that someone might still follow her, so she decided to go back to the company instead. Her contract hadn't been cancelled yet, and those were rights she should still enjoy. Are you practicing to be a trainee? Cui Dao turned toward the KM building. Why do you want to do such a humble job? Hearing this from the other person, Zhu wasn't surprised at all. In Cui Dao's eyes, as a descendant of a wealthy family, artists are like easily obtained delicate pets. I like it, Zhu said. I need the money. That reason was enough. Zhu didn't care how people like Cui Dao viewed her choices. They were irrelevant to her mission. As long as they didn't block her path or become obstacles, it didn't matter what they discussed or thought behind her back. It seems you have many stories. Cui Dao raised an eyebrow. My business has nothing to do with you, Zhu said. Stop at the next intersection. Her words actually slowed his car down, even causing it to stall and stop. How can I not care about you? Cui Dao said with a smile. You're so beautiful. Zhu's fingers, which were unfastening her seatbelt, paused. Are you joking with me? Stop it, it's boring. She quickly unfastened her seatbelt, but when she opened the door, she found it was locked. I'm in a bad mood, Cui Dao said. Let's chat. Noticing her tense shoulders, his tone softened. I won't do anything to a lady. Have some confidence in me. We have nothing to talk about, Zhu said. Two people from different worlds. When it wasn't related to her mission, she was always honest. But unfortunately, her words had two meanings, and he probably couldn't understand her true intentions. You're so cold and beautiful. Only you could be like that, he said. She had heard many compliments before, so she wasn't surprised. But hearing it from him felt especially strange. And she was surprised to see Cui Dao's ears had turned red. Could it be that he was sincere? Zhu looked at her face in the darkened phone screen, reflecting on her appearance in this life. Surprisingly, her looks in this world were the most similar to her real self. They were both extremely pure and sweet-looking. Perhaps she had always thought that Cui Dao only stopped her today out of boredom, which was wrong. Maybe he liked girls like her? Do you know you're pretty strange? Zhu said. Talking to a stranger like me in this flirty way. If Cui Dao was her target, it would be easy to win him over. I'm thinking of you. Cui Dao turned his body toward her, keeping some distance, but his gaze was very focused and serious. Beautiful flowers attract many flies. Let me be your protector. Cui Dao was surprised by her reaction. At least, he didn't expect her response to be so calm when he spoke. Zhu just looked at him with a vague expression. His blood seemed to rush to his head, and he blushed, losing all control. She moved closer to him, passed by him, and unlocked the car door. She didn't say anything and simply walked away. Left alone, Cui Dao sat in the car, feeling the cold wind for a long time, trying to guess what she was thinking. His guesses were making him almost crazy. Zhu unlocked the door with her fingerprint, put down her bag, and relaxed on the sofa. Cui Dao's words left no mark on her. She didn't seem affected at all. Zhu is a straightforward person. People who are not related to her tasks and don't threaten her are like cats or dogs in her eyes. She can easily get annoyed or upset when they act up, but she rarely feels strong emotions. People who threaten her are liked by her, but she doesn't like them back. At this moment, she wouldn't be so calm. She was probably starting to feel anxious, trying to finish her task quickly so the other person wouldn't cause trouble. Cui Dao in front of her was like a rare, long-standing cat, a character from a TV drama. When she interacted with him, Zhu's mind was mostly drifting, resting. Although she felt a bit guilty inside, she couldn't take things seriously. She couldn't see the other as an equal friend or equal presence. Originally, she was slowly trying not to see the people in her task world as NPCs. But when she found out this world was a foreign TV drama, her mindset shifted back. The more tasks she completed, the less she understood why protagonists in similar stories of crossing worlds could develop feelings for people in different worlds. Could feelings be so intense? Zhu, you couldn't do that at all. The more she experienced, the more indifferent she became. Even removing influences from her memory didn't help. As long as the memories remained, Zhu believed she would never develop feelings for anyone in the future. She was reluctant to give even friendship, let alone deep family or romantic love. Traveling through different worlds was just a performance for her. She would fulfill her wishes for a while, then mostly just be herself, living freely and without restraint. Honestly, after living for so long, nearly 1,000 years, would she still fall in love with someone in their 20s? Zhu closed her eyes and thought about the men who had appeared in her life. She was almost forgetting their faces now. If only she could truly fall in love again. Zhu was not opposed to trying different ways to pass the time in each world. Just before falling asleep, her phone rang, breaking her sleep completely. The caller ID showed an unknown number. Zhu answered, holding the phone to her ear, eyes half closed and half open. Park Yueshi. She couldn't help but slightly open her eyes. The voice was unexpectedly familiar. Yu Zerengxi? It's me. Sorry to bother you so late. Yu Ziren's voice sounded apologetic. Can I meet you? Zhu tilted her head and looked at the phone, which was a private number provided by her company. He must have gotten it somehow, probably, because he had something important to tell her. Okay, tell me where and I'll come now. Her next project was still tied to this person. She was cast as the female lead in a drama where Yu Ziren played the male lead, which was one of her bargaining chips with the company.
She didn't want this chip to be lost.
With Yu Ziren's popularity, their meeting place would never be a public cafe or restaurant. Right now, they were both sitting on a bench in a quiet street near the Han River, separated by a person's distance. Yu Ziren's car was parked nearby. Can you come without an assistant? Zhu asked. Let's finish quickly and go back. Yu Ziren took out a still warm coffee from beside his foot and pushed it toward her. An American coffee without sugar, he said. If I remember correctly, during filming, Zhu had adopted a low-calorie diet to look good on camera, avoiding milk tea and only drinking coffee with the least amount of sugar. Thank you. Zhu took the item from his hand but did not drink. You're saying you want to see me about something. What is it? This was the second man today she wanted to talk to. Zhu tilted her head to look at his profile. In the camera, he looked like a handsome star, but in private, he seemed like a gentle, handsome young man. Not very star-like. I heard some things, Yu Ziren said. Are you okay? I'm fine, she said, holding her coffee up toward him. Honestly, under the streetlights, Yu Ziren's face looked very handsome, and Zhu's attitude toward him softened unconsciously. Thank you for your concern. Even someone as cold as Zhu would feel a bit surprised by the kindness of such a top star. Mainly because she thought Yu Ziren wasn't the kind of person with such a good temper. Let's talk about that show, Zhu said, glancing at the time. 8:30 p.m. Maybe you're wondering why I came to see you, Yu Ziren said. I hope you understand my worries. After the company and I had a falling out, I didn't know if I would still see you in good shape, acting as my lead role 2 years from now.
Ah, I see.
Even if I tell you not to worry now, you probably won't believe me, Zhu said. Do you have any thoughts? Anyone who becomes an artist and does their job well is, more or less, a perfectionist. I can help you solve this, Yu Ziren said. As long as you agree to one thing. What is it? Zhu asked curiously. She wasn't surprised that Yu Ziren had a way to solve her current problems. The difficulties she faced, the tricky situation, were nothing to someone as popular as Yu Ziren. Why did the company choose this moment, before the movie's release, to target her, forcing her to sign a harsh contract? It was just to control a newcomer who was on the verge of fame, with a prisoner-like mentality. In fact, his few words could change her current situation at KM Company. Let's sign a private contract. Yu Ziren looked at her. His eyes were calm, clear, with a hint of the perfectionist's picky nature. Promise to keep your current condition until after the movie is finished. If you gain weight, look worse, or take on other roles, does that mean the contract will be automatically void? Zhu also looked at him, her eyes now as calm as his, but with a touch of indifference. Yes, Yu Ziren admitted. In return, I will pay you a salary every month during this time. Do you have a way to prevent the company from giving me work for several years? Zhu raised an eyebrow. Achieving this wouldn't be easy. At least, no matter how popular he was, it wouldn't be possible. No one could stop the company from making money. I own some shares, Yuziran said. You don't need to worry about that. Think it over carefully. He glanced at the time, pulled up her sleeve, and stood beside her to block the cold wind. It's late. I'll take you back. Zhu didn't doubt his words. Instead, his words confirmed her suspicions. She remembered Jim's awkward expression when she mentioned Yuziran, and how he seemed to stir trouble while pretending to advise her during her argument with manager Gao. All of this now made sense. So, the big shareholder Jim mentioned, the one who is a director at the Empire, is that you? Following Yuziran to his car, another expensive-looking luxury car she didn't recognize, he opened the door for her, carefully supporting the top of the door. After she sat down properly, he walked around to the driver's side. As he approached, Zhu caught a faint, pleasant scent of perfume and noticed his sapphire cufflinks. She had met many male celebrities, but none of them gave her the strange feeling she got from Yuziran. Thinking back to her first impression of him on set, it seemed it wasn't really him. Was he pondering another role? Tonight, he completely overturned her first impression of him. But one thing was certain. In his eyes, she was a pitiful little sister in need of help. Throughout their conversation tonight, he subtly cared for her self-esteem and wanted to help her. There really are people with such personalities in this circle. The major shareholder, the Empire's director, is not me. It's managed by an agent, Yuziran replied. He suddenly remembered something. By the way, you're currently attending that school. I have a house there that's empty. You can stay there, Yuziran said. Once the contract is signed, you won't need to go to the company until you're an adult. There's no need to stay in the original dormitory. She didn't turn her head to look at him when he spoke, and her eyes remained as calm and clear as before. Her usual indifference in her eyes softened a little without her realizing. He hummed softly in confusion and turned his gaze toward the tall building of the Empire. Why are you so nice to me? She asked. That's not being nice, Yuziran said, tightening his grip on the steering wheel. Don't think too highly of men. I help you because it will benefit me more in the end. Zhu chuckled softly but quickly stopped. No, I won't stay in your house, she said. There are too many classmates there and I can't explain. Just let me take you back to the company dormitory, he suggested. Thinking about it now, the company dormitory was actually the safest and most reasonable place for her to stay. Yuziran tapped his fingers on the steering wheel but said nothing more. He remembered the usual style of the Empire, his eyes flickering dark for a moment before returning to normal. They arrived near his company, stopping at a quiet street without surveillance.
Zhu got out of the car.
If you need any help, just contact me, Yuziran said. I'll be responsible for you before the filming starts. I won't be too polite with you, boss, she joked, waving goodbye as she left the car. Compared to Yuziran, who was very popular among young stars, Zhu was far behind. But she wasn't in a hurry. The tasks in this world weren't difficult, and she wasn't at her best age to start fresh. When Yuziran suggested the contract earlier, Zhu didn't refuse immediately. She had already thought about her future career plans before discussing the rights and terms with the company. The contract Yuziran proposed matched her ideas perfectly, which was why she accepted his kindness willingly. Zhu realized that, given her personality, it was hard to succeed in this country. Being an actor wasn't just about having good acting skills. In this world where interests exist, there are groups of people with common goals. To rise, she had to compete with many others. When everyone was young and talented, it all came down to other qualities. Actors who are obedient and willing to give more are favored, even if they are less attractive, compared to those who are beautiful but stubborn and unwilling to give up certain things. It's really hard to say which choice the company would make. Zhu found that, despite having fewer people than the entertainment industry at home, the competition and darker sides here are much more serious. In the domestic entertainment industry, as long as you have enough popularity and supporters, investors know you can bring them profit. They don't need to ask for anything inappropriate, as there are plenty of beautiful young models and outsiders willing to be involved if there's money. But here it's different. Even if you have popularity, without connections and just being an ordinary person like Zhu, you won't have a chance to succeed. Even if you do get popular, if you don't behave, They will suppress you without hesitation. Zhu Yu thought of an idiom. A small temple with a big demon, which perfectly describes this place. She knew that if she wanted to climb higher, she had to consider the consequences. If powerful families or big investors wanted to control her, would the company protect her? Clearly, KM had already shown the answer. The company wouldn't protect her. Instead, they would act as middlemen, exploiting her for maximum profit. Zhu Yu wasn't angry about this. She also didn't have a good impression of the companies here. Not just KM, but all entertainment companies in the industry are pretty much the same, corrupt and rotten. Even high schools are full of gossip and darkness, so big companies are even worse. Everyone in this industry is used to this kind of corruption from top to bottom. Zhu Yu knows she can't change the world, and even if she could, she might only accelerate its destruction rather than save it. It just so happened that Yu Ziren came at the right time, with a proposal that was just right. Zhu Yu almost resorted to unnatural means, using evil to fight evil. If she disobeyed, she could find the biggest boss behind the scenes and use a puppet charm to control him. Of course, Zhu Yu had asked the system before. Using overly simple and brutal methods might disrupt the small world's process and are not allowed. She might get lucky and succeed, but with very low points. She had no other choice, and she didn't want to use harsh methods. Early morning, accompanied by the noon break bell. The class monitor tapped the blackboard and, after gaining everyone's attention, loudly announced, "Attention! The monthly camping trip is scheduled. Everyone must go, and a report is required upon return." As soon as the announcement was made, the classroom erupted in cheers and whispers. "Where are we going this time?" "I want to go abroad, especially to the Maldives." "It's not possible to go abroad now. I went last semester, and this time I heard we're going to Jeju Island." "Oh, not again. I went there many times when I was in elementary school. There's nothing we can do, it's just formalities. The activity requires us to pay ourselves. Since it's a luxurious trip, even if a group shares the cost, each person still pays a lot." Han Reniying's face first turned pale, then quickly became rosy. She saw Jean Tan's transfer after she quietly complained. The amount was large, enough for her to use for a long time. Han Reniying couldn't help but feel happy, proud, and a little nervous. "Tan, when will you come back?" Han Reniying said. "I miss you so much." Seeing Han Reniying always holding her phone, Bai Na rolled her eyes. Mingxiu beside her asked, "Why? Do you dislike her?" "Of course. Can't you see how fake she is? It's so annoying." Choi Youngdao propped up his head and said with interest, "I thought you would dislike Park Yul more. At least she's the top student." He kept a subtle eye on Park Yul, watching her study, exercise, and drink water. "You're such a pervert, you know." Before Bai Na could speak, Zhao Mingxiu shivered as if he couldn't stand it. "You realize you look like a pervert who's obsessed with the goddess, right?" Bai Na couldn't help but laugh. "Exactly. You look like a creepy guy secretly admiring the most beautiful girl." "Hey, Choi Youngdao, when did you change your character? And also, why do you think girls dislike Park Yul out of jealousy?" "No way."
Why?
Choi Youngdao looked confused. If they don't dislike Park Yul, then why dislike Han Reniying? Mingxiu, isn't Park Yul the most beautiful girl without dispute? Just like some shared understanding that doesn't need to be spoken aloud, who is taller at home, who is the leader in the small circle. Everyone at school knows. Everyone who has seen Park Yul knows she's the school beauty, the prettiest girl, and the one boys secretly admire. It has nothing to do with looks. Bai Na threw a pillow. At least she's very natural, unlike Han Reniying. Does she think we can't see that she looks down on everyone? I wonder what she is proud of, Luer Kai said as he passed by an empty classroom. Do you know what she is proud of? She was genuinely curious. The daughter of a wealthy family. What exactly was she proud of? Li Baona shook her head instinctively. I don't know. Li Baona, I just saw Chanrong go over to Park Yeo, Luer Kai said with a smile, casually dropping a comment and giving a slight, dismissive glance at a few people before walking away. Li Baona, who had been pretending not to care just moments before, suddenly sat up straight and rushed toward the door after Luer Kai left. The next class was outdoor sports. Everyone except a few of them was already outside, sitting further back. Choi Young-do was the slowest to move. He glanced at Lee Baona, who had already run far away, then looked at the seemingly indifferent but clearly tense Choi Young-do. "Stop pretending," he said. His thoughts were as obvious as lice on a bald head. Zhao Mingxiu wanted to ignore him and give Choi Young-do some face, but he couldn't. He was very curious about how Park Yeo, who had been under Choi Young-do's intense stare for nearly the whole morning, was feeling. Yeo changed into sportswear, tied her long hair into a ponytail, and prepared to run a couple of laps. When she wasn't on camera, she returned to her normal eating habits. The slender figure in the camera looked too thin in real life. Yeo wanted to grow a bit taller. Proper nutrition was necessary, and not eating enough could affect her strength.
She was too thin now.
Even if she gained some weight, she would still have a slim body among normal people. So, she didn't need to worry about her diet. Actually, the beauty-enhancing potion was slowly taking effect. No matter how she ate, she wouldn't exceed the standard weight. As she stepped onto the track, Yeo saw Yun Chanrong approaching her, holding some documents. She waited where she was and watched him come closer. "You've already paid for this activity," he said.
Yeo asked.
"Who paid?" "I never paid." Yun Chanrong opened the documents. The council transferred the money directly into the account. Yeo thought of something. "Have you not been attending these activities before?" This time, Yun Chanrong looked at her, about to say more, but was interrupted by a sweet, slightly deliberate voice. "Chanrong." Yeo recognized the voice as Lee Baona's. She was also walking over. "I don't want to interfere between this classic couple." Ji simply nodded quickly and said, "I'll go this time." That's all. After speaking, before Lee Baona could reach her, she had already lifted her leg and jogged away. "Is she deliberately avoiding me?" Lee Baona slightly opened her mouth in surprise, pointing at her back. "She gave me a scare." "Baona, you're here." Seeing In Sanrong light up because of her arrival, her attention was clearly focused only on him. Lee Baona unconsciously felt a faint blush on her cheeks. Lee Baona said, "It's nothing." After running 2 laps, she returned to the lounge and changing room. She opened her locker, not rushing to change into her school uniform, but first unlocked her phone. Sure enough, Jim had already sent a message. The message was very different from the one during their previous argument, more peaceful. It reminded her to attend at least 2 acting and dialogue classes at the company each week. That was all. It seemed Yu Ziran had already negotiated everything. Ji finished reading the message, then swiped to Yu Ziran's profile and sent him a thank you message. She wouldn't refuse these kinds of help because she needed them now. The days are long, and she would have a chance to repay him later. She looked out the window. At this time, the heroine and hero should be meeting. Seoul, Yangpyeong District. "Do you have money? How old are you?" Cheon Sangshong stopped her mother, who was carrying a cloth bag and about to leave. "Are you Korean or American?"
"Have you asked what she does? Answer me."
"When will you get married? Will you invite us? Will you buy us plane tickets?" Her repeated questions made her mother look helpless. She stopped and looked at Cheon Sangshong. Using sign language, she gestured. "Where can we just go casually?" "Go where?" Cheon Sangshong's first reaction was to look around, then quickly lowered her voice, saying, "I've already told you to send messages outside." Her mother's eyes darkened with sadness. She lowered her head and took out her phone from her cloth bag, typing on the message screen. "Your sister, who is studying in the US, must have already chosen. If we go, we're just a burden to your sister." Cheon Sangshong tried to control her frustration but still burst out. Her voice trembled as she said, "Why are we a burden? What did we do wrong?" Her eyes filled with tears, and she swallowed her sobs. The mother looked down and avoided her daughter's angry gaze. Sensing her daughter's hurt feelings, she patiently said, "She says she's kind and honest, so she doesn't want to give up. Isn't that enough? What more do you want? Why can't I have hope?" Chae Eun-sing shouted loudly, unable to control himself. "Since my sister ran away from home, I have felt so." A silent, uncomfortable pause filled the space between mother and daughter. Ultimately, her mother's concern made her feel guilty. Chae Eun-sang swallowed her exhaustion, and her eyes became firm. I won't send money, she said. I am going to my sister's wedding. Will the bank transfer reach her in America? I want to go there myself and give her the money, her mother said, but Chae Eun-sang quickly interrupted, ignoring her mother's hesitant expression. I have a part-time job to get to. I'm leaving now. Her mother reached out to stop her and say something, but Chae Eun-sang didn't want to hear anything. Before tears and more heated words could fall, she turned and ran away. A similar awkward silence followed. Although we each have our own marriages, they are all to strengthen and solidify our bonds today. Lu's mother and Chue's father exchanged smiles. I think sibling bonds are just as important as marriage, Chue's father said, glancing at Lu Rachel and Chue Young. Good thing we know each other, Lu's mother said, looking at the two. It seems Young's birthday is earlier than Rachel's. Let's officially greet each other. Chue's father put down his glass and gestured to his son. From now on, she is your sister. Chue Young took a deep breath and looked up at Lu Rachel, whose face was now colorful and lively. Hello, sister. Our Rachel is counting on you to take care of her, Lu's mother said, smiling at Chue Young. Be a good big brother. Chue Young tilted his head and said, Of course. My sister is just perfect for me. This made the already awkward atmosphere even more uncomfortable. Lu's mother looked at him with confusion, unsure if he was joking or meaning something else. Chue's father, who was about to take a sip from his glass, froze and slowly put it down. Lu Rachel, whose face had been tense, looked at Chue Young with surprise. Chue Young slowly stood up. Well then, suddenly, Chue's father's voice rang out. Sit down. Chue Young looked up, trying to hide his irritation. I have plans. Father Chue wiped his mouth and stood up. Compared to his son, who was 189 centimeters tall, he only reached his son's ear. He raised his hand and slapped his son. Rachel Lu was startled and trembled. She looked stiffly at him. Mother Lu, who was about to wipe her mouth, also froze and looked at the scene with a confused expression. Sit down, Father Chue said to Chue Yingdao again, repeating the same words.
Chue Yingdao smiled slightly.
I can't sit now, he said. He glanced at Mother Lu and Rachel Lu. Because I feel ashamed in front of my sister. Rachel Lu watched this scene silently. She didn't expect that the usually arrogant Chue Yingdao at school would be like this in front of his father. Her eyes moved, and she seemed to think of something. Mother Lu avoided their gazes. She felt that such a scene shouldn't happen now. Clearly, Father Chue was more to blame than Chue Yingdao. He was the main cause of everyone's embarrassment. Please enjoy yourselves, Chue Yingdao said through gritted teeth. He looked at the mother and daughter opposite him. With your family, he left directly. This time, Father Chue did not stop him. He was silent for 2 seconds, then turned to Rachel Lu. Sorry for the rudeness. I apologize to you on his behalf. During their first meal together with his stepmother and stepsister, Chue Yingdao flirted with his stepsister. To Father Chue, this was a sign that his son didn't respect him and was embarrassing him. This was something he absolutely could not tolerate. There's no need to apologize, Rachel Lu said. I will hear his apology from him personally. After saying this, she stood up with a cold face and left, carrying her bag. Is Rachel like you? Father Chue looked at Mother Lu, seeming very confused. Is Yingdao's personality like your ex-wife's? Mother Lu asked with interest. Don't mention her in front of me, Father Chue said angrily. Is she very beautiful? Mother Lu thought of Chue Yingdao's handsome face. It didn't look much like Chue's, so it seemed to be inherited from his ex-wife. Father Chue chuckled silently, showing his indifference. That's why I like you, isn't it? I know. Mother Lu took a sip of red wine and looked at him. They exchanged a smile, and the awkwardness and embarrassment caused by their children disappeared. Outside the private restaurant, Chue Yingdao took off his helmet and was about to get on his motorcycle when a familiar female voice came from behind. Hey, brother, he rolled his eyes in annoyance and turned to look at Lu Rachel. Just now, you looked like you really wanted to get hit, Lu Rachel said. Really? Did you see a rare surprise scene? Chue Yingdao said. Why did you come out instead of eating? Are you here to take me back? She put on a half-smile mask, hiding her true feelings from everyone. I'm here to make myself happy, Lou Rachel said without hesitation. That way, I don't have to attend those beggar-like banquets. Choi Dao nodded indifferently. Then just enjoy yourself. He turned and got on his orange, heavy motorcycle. Do you know that I am engaged to Jean Tan? Lou Rachel asked. If we become siblings-in-law, does that mean Tan and you are brother-in-law and sister-in-law? She said this not out of kindness, but because she was upset and wanted to make Choi Dao feel worse. Choi Dao looked at her impatiently. So, this marriage isn't just something you dislike, Lou Rachel said. It seems you hate it even more than I do. I just wanted to tell you because I thought you might forget. Her meaning was simple. We both dislike this wedding, but clearly you dislike it more. So do something about it, destroy it if you can. Lou Rachel smiled softly, but her smile didn't reach her eyes. Well, I'll go now. I never said I didn't like this wedding, Choi Dao said, watching her frozen figure. His lips twitched. Lou Rachel's self-assured attitude surprisingly matched Jean Tan. What do you mean? Lou Rachel stopped and turned to look at him. Don't you know what marriage means in this circle? Choi Dao said, holding his helmet with one hand, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. You're engaged to Jean Tan. So, what do you mean? Lou Rachel asked. Be clear, using marriage for M&A. In other words, corporate mergers, Choi Dao said without emotion. Who will finally hold the shares of the Empire Group in your mother's hands? Clearly, Lou's most valuable asset was her shares in the Empire Group. However, her holdings were still too small to compete with a giant like Zeus. After the alliance with Zeus Group, the shares would inevitably end up in the greedy hands of Chui's father. Choi Dao's words awakened Lou Rachel. From the perspective of Zeus Group's sole heir, there was no reason for him to stop her from doing what was beneficial to him. If you can, Choi Dao said, try to ruin this wedding. Just don't turn Lou Rachel into Choi Rachel. Ignoring Lou Rachel's upset and angry reaction, Choi Dao didn't care and sped off in his car. After school, Zhu didn't go straight home. She changed out of her school uniform and put on her own clothes. She wore a simple white t-shirt and a baseball cap, which looked like high-end custom clothing on her. Her slender legs, exposed below her shorts, were so white they seemed to glow, like fine porcelain. At this moment, she stood outside an affordable restaurant, looking inside through the back window. Karin Shang was in the kitchen, washing dishes. She wore rubber gloves, mechanically repeating the washing motions, seemingly unaffected by fatigue. Zhu kept watching her, noticing how she sometimes broke down emotionally because the mountain of dirty dishes seemed endless and took so long to clean. She understood that what was truly breaking Karin Shang was not the dishes, but the fact that her sister was about to marry abroad and would never come back. Karin Shang couldn't accept the idea of her sister not returning. If her sister didn't come back, she would face immense pressure, caring for her mute mother, managing her studies, and handling everything else, all feeling overwhelming. On top of that, there was even more pressure, with no hope in sight. She took a deep breath. As time passed and mealtime ended, the number of dirty dishes visibly decreased. She sped up her cleaning. Thank you for your hard work, the boss said, handing her an envelope with her salary. Karin Shang bowed her head slightly and took it with both hands. You're working so hard even during the holidays. Aren't you going on a trip? The boss asked kindly. That I'm about to go, Karin Shang replied. Where to? The boss asked. You should tell me before you go. My sister in the US is getting married, Karin Shang said with a smile. So, I'm going to the US. Really? That's something worth celebrating. Congratulations, the boss asked. How long will you stay there? I'm not planning to come back, Cha Eun-sang said softly, her eyes flickering as she looked around. Not planning to come back. The boss looked at her in surprise. My sister got married in America, and she doesn't want to return, Cha Eun-sang explained. If she doesn't come back, I'll have to spend my whole life washing dishes with my mom. Her voice trembled as if she saw a hopeless future. Has my life been decided like this from the start? Cha Eun-sang's eyes reddened, tears welling up. She tried hard to hold back her tears, wanting to keep some dignity in front of the boss. I don't want this. It was just too unfair. You're only 18. How could you have such thoughts? The boss asked. I started thinking about going to America when I was 8, Cha Eun-sang replied. She had already used all her savings to exchange for money. This time, she was determined to go to America and see her sister. System. Host, what are you looking at? Zhu Yu's eyes under her hat brim were focused on Cha Eun-sang. Watching a real-life idol drama, Zhu said. System. The girl is going to America. Will you go with her? I'm not sure yet, Zhu replied. System. If I go, can it trigger side missions? She asked. System. The trigger points are unknown. The system doesn't know the host either. Then I might as well go and see, Zhu decided, immediately following after Cha Eun-sang as she left the restaurant. My intuition tells me that if there are side missions, they will definitely activate with the heroine. Zhu only remembered the general plot of the heir story, the relationships, who liked whom, who disliked whom, and the happy ending. She didn't remember the details of how everything unfolded. But she remembered that in the drama, Cha Eun-sang's mother lost her ability to speak and worked as a maid for the Kim family, serving Kim Tan's mother. In the beginning, Cha Eun-sang felt very insecure because her mother couldn't speak, because of her mother's job, and because of their poverty. Just love the heroine in your little world, Zhu thought to herself. As long as you give me points, I will help her immediately. Unfortunately, it seemed her little world consciousness couldn't hear Zhu thoughts, and no side missions appeared. Zhu sighed, watching the lights turn on in Cha Eun-sang's house, then turned to leave. He turned and saw Chuang Dao's face. The handsome young man was riding a heavy motorcycle, one foot on the ground, looking at her carefully. Are you following me? Zhu was startled. Not practicing made her vulnerable in this way. Even though the great strength pill had increased her power, her senses were still normal. If someone was following her, she wouldn't notice quickly.
Interesting, Chuang Dao replied nonchalantly.
Why are you in such a rundown place? He looked around. Don't tell me you live here. You're disappointed, Zhu said. This used to be my home. The original owner had indeed lived here for a long time. Get in a car, Chuang Dao said, looking at her.
Zhu Yu shook her head.
I'll just take a taxi home. She tried to walk past him, but she saw the young man turn off his motorcycle and start walking behind her. Zhu Yu didn't know why he was following her. Recently, behavior like this had been happening at school. Rumors in the empire said Chuang Dao liked her. Thanks to his strict watch, no one dared to confess to her. The spoiled boys who wanted to bother her avoided him, fearing to anger Chuang Dao, which saved Zhu Yu a lot of trouble. Chuang Dao kept a close but not too close distance from Zhu Yu. She didn't dislike him. If he could stay within bounds, it would be fine until graduation. It was like a quiet shield of protection. But today, that shield seemed a little different. You like me? Zhu stopped and didn't turn around. Give up.
I don't like you, Chuang Dao said.
Just as she knew he understood she didn't like him, Chuang Dao had long seen this and wasn't angry. This is my business, Chuang Dao said. You have no right to interfere with my feelings. Unless, he stared at Zhu Yu's back. You become my girlfriend. He was a step away from her, his voice low and cold. Zhu Yu turned to look at his face. His thick, long eyelashes blinked, and her eyes showed some confusion. What's wrong with your face? Chuang Dao's stiff side profile turned away. He seemed to realize something, not like the red mark on his face from being hit. Don't look at me. He no longer followed her and quickly rode away on his motorcycle. That's right. Zhu Yu intentionally pointed out this detail. Actually, she already knew that only her father would hit Chuang Dao. Rachel Liu looked at the pink and elegant green high heels in her hand, unable to decide. Are you going to immigrate? Her mother asked helplessly. The one on the left. Rachel Liu rolled her eyes behind her mother's back and threw both pairs of shoes into her suitcase. She had already bought a plane ticket to go abroad to find Jean Tan. If possible, I am ready to stay there. Do you really have to go? Can't he come here? Her mother said. It's not impossible, Rachel Liu replied. I'll print an invitation for him tomorrow, saying it's a wedding ceremony for the future mother-in-law. Who would miss such an exciting event? I know you don't like our remarriage, her mother said. I didn't mean to persuade you. Maybe you lack confidence in convincing me, Rachel Liu said. Or maybe you just don't have a good reason. If you can't stand it, just become independent from the household registration, her mother smiled. Rachel Lu looked at her coldly. Are you threatening me with the inheritance? That's the most effective way, her mother said. And it works. Rachel Lu was speechless. What exactly do you like about Chuang Dao's father? Don't you already know what kind of person he is? Rachel shouted. He always hits out when he's upset. She thought for a moment and said in disbelief, could it be that he's really fallen in love? Her mother interrupted coldly, Rachel Lu. Don't you feel guilty when you call me that every time? Rachel asked. Do you want me to become Chui Rachel, having a fiancé who runs away? Her mother said, my daughter really has a good life. Say hello to the fiancé I prepared for you. Rachel, avoiding her mother's words, lowered her head weakly, took a deep breath, and suppressed her irritation. So annoying. Right now, she just wanted to leave here as soon as possible. Rachel Lu took out her phone and dialed Jean Tan's number. Someone's calling. Her roommate came upstairs holding her phone and handed it to Jean Tan. Jean Tan looked at the incoming call display, Rachel. He immediately pressed the hang-up button. The next second, the phone kept ringing. Not answering? Asked his roommate. It's been ringing since just now. Yeah, Jean Tan said as he turned over and got out of bed. I know who it is even if I don't answer. It's my fiancé. She's about to board a plane here, or she might already be on the plane or already arrived. It's definitely one of those three. Our engagement anniversary is coming soon. Your expression shows you're not happy with any of those options, said his roommate. No, Jean Tan said, casually grabbing a blue baseball cap from the sofa and putting it on backwards. He looked at himself in the mirror and sighed. I've always been this handsome. His roommate looked amused and said, what are you doing? Hurry up and pack your luggage. You said it's your engagement anniversary, right? I'm too lazy. I don't really care about celebrating it. Despite saying that, Jean Tan still went downstairs to the large parking lot, casually chose a luxury car, and drove away from the villa with a roar. Chai Un-seng got off the plane, trying hard to stay calm and tell herself not to panic. She was ranked 14th in the whole school. Listening to the various conversations around her, which she couldn't understand at all, she instinctively picked up her prepared English questions and looked at them carefully. She followed the crowd cautiously as she left the airport. But at the exit, she heard a familiar Korean voice. Hey, I just arrived, Rachel Lu said. Of course Jean Tan came. Do you think I'd stay here alone? Chai Un-seng noticed the girl speaking looked about her age, dressed in a very expensive-looking white short skirt with diamond-studded high heels. She carried a pink bag that looked just like one she had seen in a magazine. That bag was so expensive it left a deep impression on her. I'm putting my luggage in the car, the girl continued on the phone. I look better now, taller, and my face is a little tanned. Chai Un-seng felt like she was lying. Apart from a driver helping with the girl's luggage, there was no one else who looked better in appearance. Seeming to notice her gaze, Rachel Lu turned her head slightly and looked at her. When their eyes met, Chai Un-seng quickly looked away. Jean Tan also said I've become more beautiful. Rachel Lu continued speaking. Cha In-sheng couldn't help but smile at her lie. Rachel Lu looked at Cha In-sheng unhappily. I'll contact you at the hotel. Hang up now. She quickly ended the call and stopped Cha In-sheng from turning to leave. Hey, wait. Rachel Lu walked slowly toward Cha In-sheng in her high heels. You were smiling at me just now, weren't you?
Why?
Cha In-sheng hesitated for a moment. No matter how she explained, this situation was awkward. What are you saying? I am Japanese, she said in awkward Japanese, trying to pretend she was a foreigner and not hearing the embarrassing conversation just now. But she was soon caught. If you want to pretend to be Japanese, I shouldn't have responded when I called you in Korean, right? Rachel Lu also spoke in Japanese, and she was much more fluent than Cha In-sheng, who was still unfamiliar with the language. Cha In-sheng felt even more embarrassed.
Sorry.
She turned to leave. Hey, Rachel Lu called her again. Why are you mocking me? Not mocking, Cha In-sheng said as she turned around. It's just that your call was different from what I saw, so I looked. Do you think I want to discuss this with you now? Rachel Lu's eyes showed growing anger. I'm telling you again, I'm not mocking, Cha In-sheng said seriously. I just feel the same. Not only I am unwelcome here, but others might feel the same way, she added.
What?
Rachel Liu instinctively reacted. I'm sorry for pretending to be Japanese.
Goodbye.
Cha In-sheng nodded politely to her, then turned and pulled her suitcase to leave. Rachel Liu stood there, feeling overwhelmed by a burning anger that almost consumed her. Her mother's remarriage, Jean Tan's indifference, everything about it was so annoying. Is there a problem? The driver, who had put away the luggage, turned around and asked her in English since she hadn't gotten into the car. No, Rachel Liu said. Open the car door. She looked again in the direction where the strange girl had just left. As she expected, Jean Tan was indeed surfing at the beach. He looked a bit darker than back home, but it didn't affect his handsome appearance. Many Asian women's eyes were drawn to him. I really went abroad, Cheon Sang sighed as she looked at the beach, finally feeling it truly. She glanced at the beautiful women on the beach, then instinctively looked down at her chest and said, It must be because of the different food. Wow, your surfing was amazing, really cool, said the blonde, hot bikini girl, smiling warmly and enthusiastically as she walked beside the tired-looking Jean Tan after his workout. Jean Tan politely nodded and thanked her. His friend put an arm around his neck and said, Hey, you're too cold to such a pretty girl. Jean Tan shrugged and said, She's not my type. Go ahead, he pushed him gently, noticing his friend's eager look. After being abroad for so long, he realized he still appreciated the modest beauty of Asians more. At the same time, Cheon Sang was watching from the fence above. She saw the handsome guy and the fiery beauty walk past her nearby, clearly aware that even though they were close, they belonged to different worlds. There are really many lucky people, she thought. Just surviving already took all her effort. When was the last time she had a carefree moment? Cheon Sang couldn't remember. She looked at the address her sister had left and asked for directions in her poor English. After nearly an hour of wandering, she finally found the place. She checked the street sign and compared it with the address in her hand. Everything matched. Feeling excited but also more upset, she knocked on the door. It opened quickly, but it wasn't her sister, Cheon Suk, who appeared. Instead, a stranger, a blonde woman, stood there. The woman was wearing a short, belly-bearing pink tank top and looked at Cheon Sang with confusion. Who are you? Isn't this Cheon Suk's house? Cheon Sang said, then realized the woman didn't understand her. How do you say that in English? What are you talking about? The woman asked, her eyes dark and confused. They looked at each other in silence. The woman turned and called out an English name, then a middle-aged white man appeared, shirtless, disheveled, and looking a bit. Cheon Sang instinctively avoided eye contact and checked the address again. Could she have gone to the wrong place? The blonde woman who appeared earlier clearly has a close relationship with this man. Chun Shang could see that their physical contact was very intimate. So, she probably isn't the person the sister is supposed to marry. Could she have really come to the wrong place? The man frowned and looked at her for a moment before tentatively speaking, and Shang, with a mixture of doubt, Chun Shang followed the man into the innermost room, which belonged to Chun Shi. The strange smell was obvious. Trash had not been taken out for days. Even without getting close, the stench of rotten food filled the air. This room was not much better than a typical home back home. Chun Shang silently observed her surroundings. She already knew that Chun Shi had been lying all along. About going to college, having a boyfriend, or planning to get married. All were lies. Strangely, even after learning that her sister had left them behind to enjoy life abroad, Chun Shang's bad mood didn't improve. Looking at this room, she could imagine another girl, a few years older than herself, living a life similar to hers back home, waking up every day to work, living in chaos and confusion. Chun Shang really wanted to see her sister. She wanted to ask why she was living like this and why she hadn't come back. What did family mean to her? Was it not important at all? How many women do you have? The blonde woman argued with the man nearby. They've all come to the house. Who is she? Is she dating a young girl too? The man kept explaining that he had nothing to do with Chun Shang. She was just the sister of his cohabitant, the woman with yellow skin. The woman stormed out, and the man quickly followed. Chun Shang, forgotten, quietly stayed in the room for a while, staring absent-mindedly out the dull window. Before leaving, the man gave her an address and told her that Shi was working there. Chun Shang recognized the address. It was near the beach she had just passed. She took a deep breath. Even though she was exhausted from a whole day of flying, she steadied herself and dragged her suitcase back home. Jean Tan put down his coffee and looked through the glass at the girl standing outside the restaurant. She had short black hair, a gray short-sleeved shirt, jeans, and a red plaid shirt tied around her waist. Her face looked tired and pale, but her beautiful features were still visible. The girl's complex emotions in her eyes affected him. He couldn't help but follow her gaze, only to realize she was looking at the waitress. The waitress looked familiar to him, as if she was also Korean. At this moment, Jo Eun-seo was casually taking money from a customer she had deliberately pressed against her chest, then turning smoothly to greet another teasing customer who was inviting her out. "You're very when you work," the customer said. "How about working for me tonight?" Even if she didn't understand a word of English, Jo Eun-seo could tell from the men's eyes and body language that their conversation had crossed a line. Tears welled up in her eyes as she watched this scene, biting her lip, feeling a sharp pain in her heart. Kim Tan looked at the girl and the waitress, noticing their similar features, and guessed something. Jo Eun-seo, who was pouring water, noticed his gaze fixed outside the window. She looked over, and their eyes met, just as she was staring at her.
She was very surprised.
The hand pouring water suddenly dropped, and the teapot clattered loudly on the table, drawing many glances. Jo Eun-seo's eyes flashed with irritation. She quickly left the restaurant. "Jo Eun-seo," she said. "What's going on? Why are you here? Where's Mom? How is she? Mom? Do you still have a nerve to mention Mom?" Jo Eun-seo looked at her in disbelief. "When did you come?" Jo Eun-seo asked, pretending to put her hand on her forehead. "Why didn't you say hello? If I had said hello, would I have seen something else? Is this a university? Who told you I work here?" Jo Eun-seo snapped, annoyed. Who had ruined her privacy? If Jo Eun-seo hadn't been seen working here, she could have kept it a secret.
But now,
thinking about everything that just happened, her sister might have seen it all. Even if she didn't feel ashamed, just doing her normal job, in this environment, she probably wouldn't be understood. Who else could it be? Jo Eun-seo shouted. "It's your amazing boyfriend who lives with you. Did you really go to my house?" "Yes, I did," Jo Eun-seo said. "You've been in America so long, are you still earning money from those thugs?" Which words are true, and which are false? Kar Eun-sik said nothing and quickly grabbed her suitcase, starting to search through it. "Where's the money? Did you bring it?" "You're really crazy, Kar Eun-sik." Kar Eun-sang looked at her sister. "You only care about your own life and ignore Mom. Now you've been punished. Where is it?" Kar Eun-sik angrily looked up and asked. "Enough," Kar Eun-sang said. But Kar Eun-sik didn't listen. She kept searching through her bag. She pulled her sister up. "I've had enough. This is so funny. My sister used to be my dream. She was my last hope in life. Whether I succeed or not was already decided. I gave up my dreams, went to a technical school, and took a job that pays 2 million won, about $10,000. I compromised with this world." Kar Eun-sik looked away, uninterested in her words, showing no emotion. But Kar Eun-sang still wanted to tell her feelings to her sister, who no longer saw her and their mother as family.
"Why?"
"Because before you came back, I had to eat and live with Mom. I'm sorry." Kar Eun-sang kept crying. But Kar Eun-sik remained cold and indifferent. Even her apology seemed fake. "Just once," Kar Eun-sik said. "Please forgive me just once." She knelt down again and searched her suitcase, hoping to find the money she had tricked out of her husband in the name of marriage. She knew Kar Eun-sik had definitely brought it. This time, she found it quickly. "Hurry back to Korea. I will call Mom," she said, putting the money into her bag and preparing to leave. "No, you can't." Kar Eun-sang held her hand. "This is Mom's money. You know that." But Kar Eun-sik impatiently pushed her away. "Go back quickly." No matter how much she called her sister, Kar Eun-sik didn't look back. Watching all this was the male lead, Kim Tan, feeling a mix of emotions. Juyil sat on a sun lounger nearby, holding a cold malted drink. The broken heroine, hurt by her sister, must have moved the male lead, who was also hurt by his brother. If Juyul said, Han In-young was still not smart enough. She still couldn't understand why Kim Tan liked Kar Un-shik. Sometimes, when people are at their lowest, they just need a moment of warm empathy. Clearly, Han In-young's previous plans had failed. She eagerly tapped the system. Has the side quest been triggered? System. Host has not triggered it. It didn't make sense. Ji looked at the scene of the male and female leads meeting for the first time in the soap opera and felt confused. In previous worlds, whenever the main characters appeared, a side quest would always be triggered. Ji thought about the original owner's wish in this world. To become the most famous actress and marry into a wealthy family. Maybe these aren't just one task but two separate tasks. Now, asking the system for confirmation wouldn't give an answer. It seems she can only find out after completing the tasks and returning. Since she couldn't trigger the quest, Ji decided to go back home tomorrow. No matter how romantic the story of the main characters becomes, she still found her own tasks frustrating. Neither of them was easy to finish quickly. She finished her malt, carefully applied sunscreen, put on a sun hat, and left the beach for the nearest bar. Going back was something for tomorrow. Since she was here, she had to enjoy herself. After landing, Jiu turned on her phone and saw many missed calls and messages. There were calls from her company, Yu Ziran, Choi Dao, and even Gao Shania had called her once. She didn't call back immediately. Instead, she chose to check the messages first. Yu Ziran texted her, asking her to call back after seeing the message because the TV show was about to start filming. Later, when she didn't reply, the message changed to worry about her being okay. Ji read the messages and first responded to Yu Ziran, telling him she was fine. It seemed the company's calls were about the new drama. Ji didn't feel any particular malice from Jim. This wasn't because she was insensitive. Even after Yu Ziran organized pressure from the company during that time, Gao Shania and Jim almost changed their attitude toward her without any obstacles. The movie I filmed earlier happened to be released during the same time that Ji went to Jeju Island. The release brought her a lot of attention and exposure. With so much praise and interest, the company couldn't ignore her. Plus, Yu Ziran's support helped smooth over past disagreements, making everything seem like it never happened. Jim and Gao Shania still treat Ji the same as before. When will I go for the audition? Ji asked as she arrived at the company, looking at Jim across from her. Jim replied, "You've already signed a contract for Cui Bian's new drama, so there's no need for an audition. Just wait until the filming starts in a week," he added. This time, the production was much grander than before. The company arranged a chauffeur-driven car, a driver, and a dedicated assistant, unlike before, when she only had a temporary assistant. After asking the assistant for her opinion, she became Zhu Yu's personal assistant. "What happened to you before?" Yu Ziran arrived and stood beside her after greeting others. "I went abroad," Zhu Yu said. "I forgot to turn off my phone on the plane. Sorry about that. When filming first started, there were many small issues to fix. Cui Bian and the director had the most say on set. After giving the main script to her and Yu Ziran, they went to handle other things. The filming schedule was so long that Jiu had already memorized the entire script without needing to read it again. Yu Ziran was no different. He received his script a little earlier than her. "Did you enjoy your trip abroad?" he asked with a raised eyebrow, noticing her good complexion. Zhu stood up and poured 2 cups of hot water, placing one in front of Yu Ziran. She added a little spiritual spring water to the cup. She had noticed the faint dark circles under his eyes when she arrived, probably from lack of sleep. "Not bad," Zhu replied. "Haven't been sleeping well lately." She looked at him and pointed to his eyes. "Your dark circles are quite heavy." Yu Ziran held his hot water cup in his hands, taking occasional sips. "Yeah, a bit nervous. I'll need you to help me out this time." Zhu knew he was joking. Times have changed. Since their last movie collaboration, Yu Ziran's acting has improved a lot. However, he said he was nervous and under pressure, which Zhu could understand. The script this time, written by Cui, still focused on male characters, mainly the male lead. Although Zhu had made progress and played the female lead, Her role still lacked the depth compared to Yuziran's dual-personality male lead. But opportunities always favor those who are prepared. After a brief chat with Yuziran, Ji lowered her head and immersed herself in her role. Yuziran had improved, and she was not standing still either. The lead actor is coming for makeup. A while later, after adjusting the camera angles, a few makeup artists arrived with their makeup cases. Zhuyu followed into the dressing room, closed her eyes, and let the makeup artist do her work. "Your skin is very good, young lady," the makeup artist, who had worked with Zhuyu before, said. She had done Zhuyu's makeup in their last film. Her skills were excellent, and after the film aired, she quickly became a top makeup artist. She had a good relationship with Cui, which is why she got this big opportunity in the industry. Zhuyu opened her eyes slightly and smiled faintly. "Thank you." The assistant was fixing her hairstyle nearby. "I've watched your movie cut many times. Your acting is amazing. Keep it up this time, too. I'm looking forward to your new work." Even in the private space of the dressing room, as long as people were around, it was not truly quiet. Zhuyu had to give up her plan to rest with her eyes closed. She opened her eyes and joined their conversation, responding with equal praise. She was still far from the point where she didn't care about these gestures of friendliness. "Why are you here?" At this moment, Chui's assistant pushed the door open. The screenwriter said to change it, switch to a short hairstyle. The entertainment industry isn't very big. Although movies, TV dramas, online series, musicals, and stage plays seem independent, crossovers are quite common. As long as the industry exists, there are rules and channels for information. With a gentle melody playing, Yuziran, playing the company's CEO, got out of the car and quickly entered the shooting club. On the way, everyone he met in the industry made way for him respectfully. Usually, the first scene filmed by a crew is a simple one to ensure a smooth start. This rule applies here as well. After filming, Yuziran watched the scene from behind the camera. The opening shot was very well coordinated and eye-catching. "Good job, very well handled." That's the advantage of having film experience. Using camera language in TV dramas clearly gives us an edge. This was producer Huang speaking. He was busy and only stayed on set all day during the first day of filming to oversee progress. He was also a film enthusiast. With a few short shots and some dialogue, they quickly explained the main character's background. Whether it was Yuziran's acting, the extras in the club, the background gunfire, or the camera switches, everything was tight and smooth, showing skill and ease. The chief supervisor, standing nearby, nodded quietly. Also a film lover. Even though he knew the production inside out, he still enjoyed good performances. Director Hua is a very talented director. This TV drama will give him a good start in the industry. For a director, artistic talent can hide personality flaws. Yuziran has also improved a lot compared to before. I look forward to his future film work. It looks like this will be a high-quality show. Let's see how the female lead makes her entrance. The female lead, played by Park Yul, appeared on camera. Nice. The chief supervisor's eyes lit up. Her face instantly brightened the entire scene. Very good. The producer nodded in satisfaction. Just from her entrance, I believe this show will have a great initial rating. Yuziran's acting was flawless, showing he could stand on a mainstream award stage. But compared to the female lead, there was still a slight gap. However, viewers wouldn't notice this difference. They would just love watching the handsome and beautiful actor shine on screen. Her beauty is flawless. Gao Shania looked at the promotional video on the company's official website and almost couldn't help but let out a long sigh. She understood the situation better than Jim. Since Yuziran's debut and after that movie came out, she knew that girls' rising momentum was unstoppable. Of course, she couldn't do the same. Even if she didn't want to accept it, she had to accept that this talented newcomer was under Jim's management. Some petty tricks that were unacceptable before could now be stopped. This filming was easy because it took place during Zhuyu's holiday. Most of it was shot in the studio over about a month, so she didn't need to be involved much afterward. The rest of the work was mainly post-production. I finally saw Yuziran again. He hadn't changed much since before, at least not as much as Zhuyu. Now, Zhuyu is fully grown up. The beauty enhancement improved her natural, simple look. The changes weren't just on her face, but also her skin, features, height, and overall appearance, which all seemed better. When she's still, she looks so perfect that it's hard to tell if she's real or a painting, because there are no flaws. These changes also cause some problems. Zhuyu can't walk freely on the street like before. If she doesn't disguise herself, she attracts a lot of attention and paparazzi, which has become a trouble. Do you get bothered at school? After filming, the two of them sat in a private restaurant that was very hidden. Have you decided which university to go to? Zhuyu lowered her eyes and played with her glass of wine. It's okay at school. People keep their distance. They don't rush to take pictures like outside. I haven't decided on a university yet. If you're interested in Seoul University, I can help you, Yuziren said, ordering an orange juice and taking her wine glass. As a student, you shouldn't drink alcohol. Zhuyu didn't resist and let him take it. You shouldn't drink either. Isn't your stomach not good? She noticed during filming that he didn't eat much at mealtimes and looked pale. But that's normal. Many actors who need to look good on camera often diet, and stomach problems are common. Yuziren thought for a moment and put down his glass, switching to a non-alcoholic drink. Sometimes, drinking can help you sleep better. If I decide to go to Seoul University, I'll definitely contact you, Zhiyu said. Seoul University is one of the best in Seoul, and her current grades make it easy for her to get in. He didn't ask why she wanted to go abroad and come back quickly. Zhuyu didn't explain either. She didn't think it was necessary to explain, and she didn't believe Yuziren would care about it. Apart from being friends, they also have a relationship as employer and employee. However, Zhiyu often forgets this role because he doesn't seem like someone from a wealthy family. He is very gentlemanly and has no bad habits. People like him are rare in this circle, let alone among the wealthy elite. Zhuyu trusts her judgment. Yuziren is a very simple person. He helps her only because he sees that she needs help. There are no hidden motives behind his actions. It's hard for her to stay cautious around someone like him without realizing it. They chat for a while about gossip from the crew and recent events in each other's lives. Yuziren talks about his recent work, and Zhuyu mentions school matters, especially her dislike for some things in the empire. Because she isn't on guard, she doesn't notice that she mentions Cui Ingdao several times. So, you think your quiet life at school is because of his actions? Yuziren asks, turning to look at her. Zhuyu hesitates for a moment. Yes, I can't be cold to him, because he has helped me a lot. Without him, I would have had to deal with some unavoidable problems at school, just like how you helped me at the company. Of course, he's not as good as you. He just genuinely wants to help me.
Maybe Cui Ingdao likes me?
That's why he does these things. Would you be moved enough to be with him because of that? Zhuyu quickly shakes her head. No. Why? Cui Ingdao, I remember you said he's quite good-looking, right? Yuziren's tone sounds a bit sarcastic, but Zhuyu doesn't notice. She still instinctively shakes her head. If being handsome was enough to be together, I would have been with you long ago. Yuziren's face, hidden in the shadows, twitches slightly, and a faint smile appears at the corner of his lips. He presses his lips and says casually, once the show airs, you won't be short of money anymore. Without money worries, there's no need to continue studying at the Empire High, enduring things she doesn't like. It's clear from his words that this is his meaning. Zhuyu thinks for a moment and nods in agreement outwardly. She initially came to this school for a mission, but later realized it didn't help much with her task. This world is full of strange and weird things. This task of marrying into a wealthy family, which still hasn't surfaced clearly, leaves me completely clueless. I really have no clues at all. Zhuyu is starting to feel like giving up. I've always wondered about one thing I haven't asked you. Zhuyu looks at him. Now that they are more familiar with each other, and she truly considers him a friend, she feels it's a good time to ask. It seems you don't really love acting. I'm surprised you've kept at it. Zhuyu thinks for a moment before continuing. And your family, do they have any opinions about you choosing this career? What makes you think I don't love acting? I'm curious about that too. Yuziren turns his cup. If I didn't like it, I wouldn't endure the high-pressure work or control my diet and schedule. I don't lack money. Do you also act in your daily life? Zhuyu ponders, recalling their first meeting. Ziren's initial impression of her was very different from his current, more familiar personality. Yes, I mean, when I was filming Chui Bian's movie, you looked different from now. Were you acting like me back then? Her words make him smile, a rare, genuine expression that belongs to him. I thought you wouldn't say that, he says. It seems I should trust our friendship more. He makes a small joke before explaining. Everyone wears a social mask. People look at me differently because of that. I didn't know we would become friends later. Sometimes, creating a tough, unapproachable image of a big star in the eyes of others can reduce a lot of trouble compared to showing your true self. But after I met you, I stopped pretending. I realized I didn't want to leave a bad impression on you. I want to be your friend. Zhu can't help but laugh. Luckily, you haven't been pretending in front of me all the time. Otherwise, I might have noticed but not said anything, thinking you. She points to her temple. Ziren understands and says, you might think I have mental issues or other problems, right? Yes, Zhu nods in agreement. Whether they admit it or not, living in this world, everyone is a social animal. If you give a bad first impression, others will subconsciously treat you more cautiously. Like teenagers playing pranks on their peers. Do they dare to tease serious adults? In fact, the tendency to bully the weak and fear the strong is everywhere. However, it often doesn't show as strongly or obviously. Even among family members, sensible people tend to be overlooked more than stubborn ones. This is because of deep-rooted human nature. After drinking, Zhu returned to her home. She checked her phone messages. The pay for this drama has improved a lot compared to movies. After the company's cut and taxes, she still earned over 1 million yuan. This money can't buy a house in a good area of Seoul, so she can only choose some remote places and pay a down payment. Zhu thought about it, but decided not to spend the money. She still felt a bit disappointed. Does this mean she can only be an actress in this world? But she isn't a very persistent person. When facing choices, she usually goes with the flow. This time was no different. The side missions that never appeared and the target characters with no clues made her realize that being too stubborn only adds stress to her mood and doesn't help her. So, after so long, Zhu convinced herself to let go. Lying on the big bed in the KM company dormitory, Zhu gave up her desire for points. Now, she had another problem to solve. She didn't want her real life to be swallowed up by endless missions. System, can I stop the monthly missions? Maybe I can wait until I live my own life, and after I die, I can start again as a spirit. Sometimes, Zhu felt torn and a bit arrogant. She struggled to keep her true self through each mission, thinking that as long as she didn't make friends or develop feelings, she wouldn't be affected by the world. She believed she could always stay true to herself and know where her real home was. But this resistance, this unspoken rejection, made her seem not only proud, but also seriously affected her mental health. She hadn't felt pure happiness or joy for a long time. At first, she thought time travel and nearly unlimited lifespan were incredible opportunities, miraculous treasures. But it seemed that every gift came with a price. Zhu didn't want to lose herself. She brainwashed herself in a sick way, pretending the mission world wasn't real, treating real people as NPCs, and closing herself off. However, resisting the feelings of the whole world is not good at all, especially when these years have already far exceeded her own lifespan in her world. Which side is real, and which is fake? Can she still tell them apart clearly? She originally just wanted to live peacefully until the end, but now she is working to earn points to exchange for a cultivation method, turning passive into active by taking on tasks. In a way, this is her way of saving herself. She believes that with the cultivation method, her current situation can change. She deliberately avoids thinking about her true feelings, but now it seems she cannot escape them. Her strong desire for the soul cultivation method comes from her wish to control her own fate freely. According to the system rules, a task must be completed once a month. If she gives up, she will lose the system. She is a greedy girl. She wants to have the ability to freely move between worlds, but she doesn't want to go once a month. She hopes to do it according to her own wishes, maybe once a year, once every 10 years, or even once a day when she needs to. The main point is that she wants to have control over her own life. And just thinking about how difficult that is makes her realize how big the challenge really is. She knows it will be hard, but her personality doesn't allow her to give up when faced with difficulties. When she truly wants something, she is determined and will never give up once she sets her mind to it. The system can sense her mood. It seems to feel her sadness. Host, you can do it. But if you choose this path, there will be no second chances if you fail the task. Does failing the task mean failing the original wish? No. The system's only task is to live until the end. The main goal is to locate the small world. Whether the wish is fulfilled or not only affects the points, not the performance review. Zhuyu, you mentioned a promotion before. Is it different from now? After the promotion, the host can enter the Space-Time Bureau at any time and choose to accept tasks freely. Zhuyu thought for a moment. How far am I from getting promoted? Is the promotion also based on points? If we use A, B, C, D as examples, the small worlds the host has been assigned to are all below D level in difficulty. The only world above D level is the disaster world, rated C-. The latest rating you received after leaving the organization shows that every former employee who gets promoted to a new time-space position has experienced at least 10 A-level worlds. Zhuyu couldn't help but jump out of bed, staring in disbelief at her attribute panel that the system popped up for her.
No way.
I've completed over 10 missions, and now you're telling me all the worlds I've been through are low difficulty? My promotion progress is 0? Why didn't you tell me this from the start? Knowing earlier wouldn't change anything. The level of the missions depends on the host's own qualities. Since you've been here less than a year, those worlds are still very far away. The system's words gave Zhuyu some comfort. At least she knew that even if the promotion conditions were met, her current abilities wouldn't allow her to challenge high-difficulty worlds. How dangerous are those A-level worlds? That they make just surviving such a task so hard? It's not just the difficulty of the worlds. Worlds rated B or above have a notable trait. Their world consciousness has existed for a long time. You're not the first host to take on missions there. It won't give you any help. Most likely, your entry is as an outsider, which is very risky from the start. This is one of the main reasons why survival rates for taskers are low. No wonder I haven't randomly encountered worlds like interstellar or cultivation worlds. Those worlds are definitely rated higher than D. So, how can I improve my abilities to have a chance to reach more difficult worlds in the future? Your previous idea of practicing soul cultivation to strengthen your soul is a good approach. Your current soul strength is indeed very weak. The once-a-month mission schedule is based on an assessment of your soul's strength, which is the most reasonable frequency. The system hadn't finished speaking and delivered another to Zhuyu. It's not recommended to do missions in your soul form after death. If you randomly enter a high-difficulty world, your margin for error will be very low. One accidental mistake could truly lead to your death. But a task that happens once a month is almost taking over my real life. Compared to the decades I spend in each task, a month in the main world feels so short. I don't want to lose myself or forget my feelings for my family and true friends. Yet, even if I resist the emotions from the task world, it seems I can't stop this trend. I think if I keep doing these monthly tasks, I will eventually break down. I can't stand the loneliness. People in the task world will influence me sooner or later. For example, I now have a friend, Yuziren, which proves that I can't treat the world like a game and see real people as NPCs. If this continues, one day my real world will feel just as unimportant as the task world. I don't want that. When the real world no longer matters to me, will I still have myself? Will I lose myself in endless tasks? Talking about this is also a way to understand my own mind. The more I speak, the clearer my thoughts become. I gradually realize what I truly cannot give up. If continuing the tasks after death isn't possible, then maybe I can pause real-world time. After I meet the promotion requirements, I can go back. Is that okay? Maybe this way, I can keep the real world meaningful. No matter how many task worlds I experience later, whether I feel emotional or not, I will always remember where my true home is. Feeling her determination, the system seemed to respond after a brief pause, as if frozen for half a second. Reported to the Space-Time Bureau and approved. Does the employee confirm to freeze the original time dimension and not return until the promotion conditions are met? Zhu Yu's eyes became firm. I am sure. A new rule has been created and is now in effect. Host, after completing the next task, you will no longer have the chance to stay in your world for a month. Instead, you will return to the system space, waiting for your soul to recover enough for the next jump. Zhu Yu sighed in relief. Once she made her decision, she was not the type to regret. She knew what choice was best for her.
Thank you, system, she said.
From now on, I won't convince myself that the small world I live in is fake, or that the living people are just NPCs. Suddenly, images of faces from her past life flashed before her eyes, by Lu, her friendly roommates. She felt a wave of relief and a bit of guilt. If she had made up her mind earlier, she wouldn't have been so distant from kind people like that again. Thinking about the unexpected gains from this world made her realize she would have to face everything sooner or later. She was already quite lonely. Even though she was strong enough to solve problems without help, it didn't mean she was immune to kindness from others. Yu Xiren from this world, her roommates from her previous life, Bai Lu from even earlier, and her past friends. All of them were reasons why she decided to change. They were also the critical straws that kept her fragile heart from breaking. People must face their true selves. Zhao Yu also had to admit she was never fully honest with herself. She didn't see herself as a good person. But with her parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents' love since childhood, she couldn't become a completely unfeeling villain. When she encountered kindness, she wanted to respond with kindness. When genuine people approached her, her first instinct shouldn't be to reject them. She shouldn't keep telling herself they're fake, that this isn't her world, that these people are like NPCs, and that she shouldn't invest her feelings in these worlds. Resisting her instincts was very exhausting. Zhao Yu thought that if it weren't for her grandparents' unconditional love and Prince Ming, a close friend she could share her feelings with, she might have broken down much earlier and more quickly. Trying to complete tasks for points was partly self-deception. Even if she had no points, Zhao Yu thought that sometimes, after seeing the tragic memories of her original self, who was also human and female, she wanted to change something. In the future, she would be more honest and kind to herself. Before falling asleep, Zhao Yu couldn't help but think of her grandparents' and great-grandparents' faces. She placed her hand over her heart, feeling warmth flow from her chest into her limbs. She had the most wonderful dream. Yesterday, he met a girl in a quiet Hollywood cinema late at night. Only a few people were there. In the middle, a young couple sat. Her name is Karen Shang. How do you know my name? The young girl turned to look at the young boy, with light brown hair beside her. But he has something he wants to ask Chai Unseng. Jean Tan seemed not to hear the girl's question and said to himself, Am I? The young man turned to look at the girl, staring at her steadily. After a moment, he seemed to come back to himself. I like you. Chai Unseng moved her eyes and quickly blinked. That probably isn't true. Why? Jean Tan asked. He's already engaged. Chai Unseng avoided his gaze. Jean Tan looked straight at her. Even so, I still like you. That sounds too much like a movie, Chai Unseng said absent-mindedly.
This is Hollywood, Jean Tan said.
Sometimes, things like this can become real. Really? Chai Unseng asked uncertainly, looking at him. Is this really Hollywood? It's amazing, Chai Unseng said after leaving the cinema and seeing the surroundings. She finally felt she was really in Hollywood. What I just said in the cinema is probably less shocking than this, Jean Tan said with a sigh. Chai Unseng avoided his gaze. I've always thought that when I came to America, I had to see this place. Am I talking to myself now? Jean Tan moved a little closer to Chai Unseng. Even though it looks close, it's actually still far away. Chai Unseng looked at the beautiful scenery in the distance, implying more than she said. Jean Tan also looked over. It does look far. Are you going back to Korea? What do you really want to say? Leave me your phone number. Jean Tan stopped her, holding up his phone. Chai Unseng glanced at Rachel Liu, who was not far behind him, but made no move. What are you doing? Jean Tan urged. Chai Unseng looked again at Jean Tan's fiancé. What does he think of her? And what does he think of his own fiancée? Thank you. I've already thanked you, Chai Eun-sang said.
Goodbye.
I've also said my farewells. I've said everything I need to. So please don't leave your fiancé alone just to ask these questions. Jean Tan watched her walk away for the first time, feeling a mix of complicated and sad emotions. It was different from the disappointment and defensiveness he felt with his brother. He thought he would remember this moment forever. Rachel Liu also watched this scene. She didn't hear the conversation between Jean Tan and Cha Eun-sang, but she guessed what they were talking about just by their actions. Cha Eun-sang's refusal didn't make her happy. Instead, she felt a surge of anger, mostly toward Jean Tan. He is just a commoner, yet he dares to treat her this way. On the plane, in first class. Please fill out the entry form, Rachel Liu said, taking the form and pen from the flight attendant. The scene before boarding replayed in her mind. While Cha Eun-sang was filling out the form, her vision blurred, and she looked up to see Rachel Liu standing right in front of her. What are you doing? Waiting for you to finish, Rachel Liu replied. Keep filling it out. Cha Eun-sang shrugged irritably. What's going on? I've thought about it. I have a sad feeling that we might meet again, Rachel Liu said. It won't happen. Cha Eun-sang chuckled and looked down to continue filling out the form. You say that because you don't understand Jean Tan, Rachel Liu said. If he ever feels sad, the first person he wants to see might be you. But I don't know anything about you.
So
what? Cha Eun-sang didn't take her words seriously. To her, Jean Tan was just a rich, bored young man, and Rachel Liu was the same kind of person. After leaving here, she and they would never have any contact again. So, let's just exchange names, Rachel Liu said, quickly grabbing Cha Eun-sang's entry form. When Cha Eun-sang tried to take it back, she realized Rachel Liu had already entered the first-class cabin. When she tried to find her, she was stopped. The flight attendant said only first-class passengers could enter. Even though she explained that the girl who went in earlier took her customs form, the flight attendant still wouldn't let her in. After a while, the flight attendant returned and said the other person said there was no such thing. For some reason, she had a bad feeling now, feeling sure she would meet this young lady again and that it wouldn't be a good encounter. Early in the morning, the sunlight shone through the window onto the pure white table, reflecting a faint golden glow. Zhu took out milk and rice balls from the fridge, quickly heating them for breakfast. She looked at the time, almost time for class. Before her last show aired, she couldn't get any serious work. The small popularity she gained from her movies gradually faded away as there was little news about her. Now, she isn't very popular online. People might recognize her face, but she doesn't have many passionate fans. Zhu likes her current simple life, especially when she has no acting jobs. She packs her bag, puts on a baseball cap, pulls down the brim, and wears a white mask. She covers her school uniform with a big coat with horn buttons. This outfit helps her blend into the crowd without attracting attention. She enjoys the feeling of hiding in the crowd. On her way out of the KM dormitory building, she meets a few young performers who are also staying there and training at the company. Over the past few years, Zhu hasn't been very active in the company. Most of these trainees don't know her well. Even those who recognize her would find it hard to identify her now, dressed so fully. She just passes by, attracting some strange looks, but nothing more. After leaving the building and walking 2 blocks, Zhu sees a bus heading directly toward the Empire High School area. She swipes her card and boards the bus. Luckily, it's early, so there aren't many people, and most seats are empty. She looks to the back and walks straight there. Finding a seat, Zhu takes her headphones from her bag, puts them on, and closes her eyes to enjoy the quiet moment. The song isn't from this world. It's one of her downloaded entertainment resources stored in her space. She has many copies. If she only had one, she wouldn't be willing to listen to it. The bus's announcement sounds, indicating it's her stop. Zhu looks at the crowd. Only she is getting off here. After walking about 10 minutes, she finally reaches the gates of Empire High School. It's not her first time here, but every time she enters, she feels a bit unreal. It's not her fault. She went to an international school since she was young. She believes her home country is more developed than Korea in many ways, and the wealthy are even richer. But the schools in her country aren't as exaggerated as this. This campus is just too big. In the world of idol dramas, everything seems to ignore reason. She checks her watch and feels relieved that she left early. Otherwise, she would have arrived at the classroom after class had already started. Rachel Liu got off the plane and immediately saw the cold-faced man, Cui Yingdao, holding a sign that said, "Welcome, younger sister." She rolled her eyes and turned in a different direction. "You're bored, so go check your social media. Didn't you say you wouldn't come? Why are you bothering me now? Do I have to let you come out?" Cui Yingdao replied impatiently. "And stop bothering my mom about who changed the flight. If you make a fuss, you might not come back. Don't lose to your dad," Rachel said. "If you don't want to go home, stay quiet. Don't talk to me," he snapped back with sarcasm. Neither of them was willing to give in. "I'll tell my mom I spoke to you, and that you came to pick me up, so stop pushing me," she said, releasing her luggage and trying to walk away. But she saw Cui Yingdao still had a cold, angry face, and she turned to leave. "Hey, guess who I found in the US?" Rachel remembered a friend's social media post and recognized a figure in the photo. Park Yu. Just hearing that name seemed to freeze the impatient, cold-faced man in place, making him stay perfectly still. Rachel confidently let go of her luggage and walked toward the airport exit. Cui Yingdao paused for a moment, then went to grab her luggage. Behind them, Goon Sang watched the whole scene, looking at her and her family, then at the empty waiting area just for her. His desire to confront Rachel faded. That night, in the car, loud rock music made Rachel's already bad mood worse. She turned off all the music with the remote. Cui Yingdao rarely said anything about her actions, even though it was his car. The silence inside the car lasted for a while. "Say what you mean," Cui Yingdao said in a deep voice. "I thought you really didn't want to know," Rachel said with a slight smile, checking the time. "You didn't even last 5 minutes." Seeing the dark shadows deepen in his eyes, she didn't want to fully anger him, so she spoke again. "Look at your phone. I just sent you a message." Cui Yingdao opened his messages, and Rachel had sent a photo. "Since you're so curious, I thought I'd be kind and share it with you," Rachel Liu said, "but you, such a bad man who is almost dead, probably isn't the type girls like. Though, I can't say for sure." Rachel Liu smiled more mischievously. "Maybe if she's short of money, she'll come to see you. By the way, Jean Tan is back. When the tiger isn't home, you act like the king."
"How does it feel now?"
"Are you scared?" The girl in the photo clearly was caught by accident while entering the country. She wore a colorful shirt and black shorts. Maybe because she was abroad, she no longer wore a hat all the time, revealing her smooth face. The photo captured her side profile as she looked into the distance, but it was just a simple side view. Not only him, but even Rachel Liu, who isn't familiar with Park Yul, recognized her from the photo because of her striking presence. Having the photo confirmed that Rachel Liu only knew this much about the situation. "Stop the car," Cui Yingdao said to the driver in the front seat. "Have you ever wondered why the tiger isn't home? Did he pretend to be a tiger just to hide, and then run away to avoid being caught?" That's... Rachel Liu's words were cut off. "Your welcome here is over." After the holiday, the school atmosphere seemed unchanged at first glance, except for the addition of a transfer student who is said to be from a wealthy family. Oh, and Jean Tan, who isn't exactly a transfer student but has returned. The teacher took a report card. Park Yul, first class. The called student, Zhu Yu, stood up from her seat and walked to the front. The teacher happily handed her the report card. First again, Park student. Zhu Yu took the report card with both hands and nodded in thanks. Her seat was in the middle, slightly to the right, passing by many classmates. They looked her over as she walked past, and she could clearly sense their different intentions behind their gazes. The process of announcing grades was dull and boring. When it reached the last report card, the teacher sped up.
Cui Yingdao.
This was the last report card, and everyone knew without needing to be told that it was for the lowest rank. Zhu Yu felt the oppressive presence of the school bully as he passed by, making the atmosphere noticeably more silent. This time, I hope everyone takes the level test seriously. The results of each test in your final year will be honestly reflected in your internal review scores later. Also, Remember to record your volunteer hours each week. If you haven't completed them, make sure to catch up. After finishing, the teacher didn't stay long. She hurried away with her lesson plan. It's not just in international schools or elite private schools. Now, even regular schools have similar trends. Besides the regular classes, after-school tutoring is the main focus. Juyu packed her bag, sorted her papers, and put everything into her bag. She feels that the wisdom elixir is somewhat wasted on her. She always thinks that not applying to the best schools or majors is a waste of its effect. But can the best schools and majors allow her to frequently take leave to go filming? Obviously, that's unlikely. She feels she has to choose between the two. However, Jiu thought that if she didn't go filming during her school years and started after graduation, it might be okay. After all, this country doesn't have as many scripts as the entertainment industry in the capital. They can't film 3 shows a year, and usually, a show takes about 3 years from production to completion. Because the projects are smaller, they cherish each opportunity and work carefully. If she can't even film a good script in a year, then attending a good university to build her identity in this world might also be a good choice. Park, classmate. Han Rening's voice interrupted Ji's thoughts. She looked at her. Today, her cleaning group included her, Han Rening, and a few male classmates. Zhu Yu and Han Rening haven't become close. After the incident with Li Duyuan, although Zhu Yu shared chocolates with Park Yu when she first arrived and seemed gentle, she is from a wealthy family, and Zhu Yu isn't the type to flatter others with warm gestures. So, even though they sit near each other and are in the same cleaning group, they haven't become familiar. Don't you find that new transfer student, that rich kid, a bit strange? Han Rening whispered to her, only loud enough for the two to hear. Zhu Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. Why do you think that? She knew the new transfer student wasn't really wealthy. Jian Sang was actually the daughter of a housekeeper from Kim Tan's family, and she belonged to the same top student class at the school. She simply didn't understand that Han Rening had already known this fact long ago. Why did he choose to expose her? Han Rening's gaze couldn't help but drift to the back right of the classroom. There, Cui Yingdao was lying down. It looked like he was asleep, with only his head and neat black short hair visible, along with his long, attractive arm hanging beside the desk. It seemed he was awakened by the noise of students leaving school. He lazily raised his head, looked around, then lowered it again to stare at his phone, as if he was absorbed in a game. But Han Rening knew this was just an act. Every week, during Park Yu's duty, this scene would happen again and again. Cui Yingdao would stay in the classroom for various reasons, and only after everyone left would he leave with Park Yu. Therefore, even if Zhu Yu seemed fine, Han Rening wouldn't believe that these two had no connection or secrets. She wears cheap clothes from street stalls, Han Rening continued in a very low voice. And she came on foot this morning. It's really strange. Why would she lie? Why would Jean Tan help her lie? Zhu Yu paused for a few seconds while wiping the blackboard, then continued cleaning it thoroughly. She subtly glanced at Han Rening. Was he trying to make her be the one to bring up this matter? She understood that Han Rening was still trying to deal with Che and Sheng. To maintain his image with Jean Tan, he wouldn't take the initiative to leave evidence. But why did he want to involve her in this? No matter how she thought about it, it would be better to tell Lu Rachel. Basically, this had nothing to do with her. It's understandable. Maybe he has his reasons, Zhu Yu said calmly. She wanted to see what Han Rening would do next. Sure enough, Han Rening didn't give up immediately. I thought you knew Cui Yingdao and Jean Tan didn't get along, Han Rening said with surprise in his tone, as if Zhu Yu didn't know this was very strange. They used to be very close, but then they suddenly had a falling out. Now that Jean Tan is back, their relationship is especially tense. If this issue blows up, who do you think would be more embarrassed? Listening to these words, Zhu Yu fully understood Han Rening's intentions and plans. However, even though she didn't know why Han Rening thought she would side with Cui Yingdao and enjoy seeing Jean Tan embarrassed, she had no intention of getting involved in this matter. Compared to Han Rening, who is always busy with small actions and thoughts, Zhu Yu feels a bit more fond of Cha Eun-sang, the main female character in the story. Rening, Zhu Yu interrupted before Han Rening could say more inappropriate things. I don't know why you're telling me this. Maybe you misunderstood something. I am not the way you think I am with Choi Young-do. I will pretend I didn't hear what you said today. I've already taken care of my responsibilities, so I'm leaving now. Before fully understanding this reborn woman's background, Juyu didn't want to offend her. Luckily, what she said wasn't very secret, and Han Renning had many ways to step back. Han Renning looked a little embarrassed. I see. See you tomorrow. After politely saying goodbye, Juyu went to her seat, grabbed her bag, and left the classroom through the back door. Not long after she left, Choi Young-do, who had been looking at his phone, also picked up his bag and left. Han Renning squinted slightly, watching the empty classroom. She felt a bit regretful that Juyu didn't take the bait. If Juyu had been the one to expose the truth, Choi Young-do would have directly confronted Cha Eun-sang and Kim Tan. Now, she could only try to tell Rachel about it as soon as possible. Most of her memories from the past life were just rumors. She only knew that Cha Eun-sang and Kim Tan ended up together. She didn't know exactly what happened, but she could guess that Rachel, Kim Tan's fiancé, couldn't stop them from being together. In this life, her influence would be limited, and she couldn't change the final outcome just by being an unhelpful fiancé. Han Renning only realized the true situation after experiencing it herself. She saw that Rachel's attitude was similar to her own, which made her realize things weren't as simple as she thought. Kim Tan's feelings for Cha Eun-sang were much deeper than her superficial understanding. At least, they were more genuine than his indifference toward Rachel or his limited sympathy for her. Even though they hadn't known each other for long, her efforts couldn't compare to Kim Tan's feelings. Han Renning was reluctant to accept the possibility that her plans might fail after her rebirth. But she wasn't stupid or naive anymore. She knew that if things really couldn't be stopped, she should seize every opportunity to change her target before it's too late. If Kim Tan couldn't be saved, she needed a backup who could step in immediately. Choi Young-do looked at her back, and the slight curve of his lips gradually appeared. He knew she would wait for the bus at the intersection 2 streets away. She also knew he would follow her until he saw her get on the bus. Juyu checked the time on her watch. There was still a while before the bus arrived, so she turned to Choi Young-do and asked, "Would you like to have coffee with me?" Choi Young-do was surprised for a moment, then quickly said, "Yes, I would. You know, if you keep doing this, you'll look pretty silly," Juyu said as she took 2 cans of coffee from the vending machine and handed him one. "I'll open it for you," he said, seeming to understand her hidden meaning. He took the coffee, opened it, and handed it back to her. "Thanks," Juyu replied with a tight-lipped smile. The two sat on a bench a short distance apart, and it was getting dark. "Actually, I really appreciate you. I know you've helped me a lot and saved me from trouble, but I hope you won't waste more time on me." "There won't be any future for us," Juyu said without turning to look at him. She wasn't cruel enough to reject someone easily, and she didn't feel happy about turning people down. She thought about how Choi Young-do seemed to like the female lead, Cha Eun-sang, in the drama. Now it seemed that because of her appearance, that storyline disappeared. It was as if he had stepped out of the plot, no longer the second male lead, and he had fewer conflicts with Kim Tan. She wondered if that was a good thing or not. But Juyu felt she and Cha Eun-sang probably didn't belong to the same type of girl. She really didn't understand what about her had attracted him or kept his interest for so long. Besides her mission, Juyu didn't want to string anyone along or flirt with anyone. She enjoyed her rare, peaceful life. Choi Young-do wasn't a good person, but he hadn't done anything wrong to Juyu, so she could see him objectively. Maybe her casual rejections before gave him hope. After this serious talk, Juyu hoped he would give up and stop wasting his time on her. "Is Kim Tan or Cha Eun-sang special to you?" Choi Young-do asked, still looking ahead, not focusing on her. His voice was calm, but his words hit like thunder, surprising Juyu. "Why do you think that?" Juyu recalled that she hadn't shown any signs of revealing her true feelings. Juyu looked down at herself in the photo. Her eyes widened slightly, and a big weight in her heart seemed to lift. But this photo alone didn't mean much. "I was just guessing. You had no reason to go abroad, and you only stayed a short time before coming back. My curiosity made me look into it, and I surprisingly found out you seem to care a lot about that transfer student, Chuang said after she looked at the photo. Won't you explain? Ji placed her half-drunk coffee on the bench. Yes, I care about Cheon sang. We grew up in the same neighborhood. Can you accept that explanation? That's acceptable. Fair enough. Now it's your turn to answer me. Can you tell me why it's me? Ji looked at him thoughtfully, pointing at herself. Is it because of this face? Or maybe you're just curious because you've never met a girl like me? At first, it was because of your face. I knew right away you were my type, Chuang said, also appearing to think. Then I realized your personality also attracts me. I like how you don't care about my appearance, how you're unaffected, how you seem indifferent to the world. All of that is very charming to me, Chuang said, rarely avoiding her gaze this time. This made Ji feel that what he said seemed more genuine. Do I understand you correctly? Are you saying you like me just the way I am now, even if I don't like you back? Ji repeated his words. If this was truly how he felt, Ji wouldn't care about this anymore. She would just ignore Chuang. The help he offered and the trouble he caused would become meaningless, and she would put him aside completely. No, joking aside. Why do you believe me so easily? I know you don't like me, but that's okay. Even if you don't like me, I like you. You can think of me that way, Chuang said. But do I really have no chance at all? Ji nodded without hesitation. You're not my type. What kind of type do you like? Chuang finally couldn't help but shift his gaze, staring intently into her eyes. Zhu said seriously, a calm, handsome guy. Krui Yingdao's eyes darkened slightly. He knew that his emotional stability was not related to his behavior. His temper had been obvious from the very first day in front of her. Is it still possible to regret now? Unknowingly, he spoke these words aloud, but Park-yu did not mean to mock him. It doesn't matter whether I like you or not. If you can learn to control your emotions, it will definitely be good for you. Keep trying, Krui Yingdao. Krui Yingdao noticed a hint of a smile in Park-yu's eyes. As long as you want to, you can try to do it. Make yourself better. The coffee was not finished, but the bus was about to arrive. Park-yu also thought that today's conversation had a pretty good ending. After clarifying everything, she hoped Krui Yingdao could sort out his feelings. She didn't think he was the type to cling endlessly. From the long time he kept a proper distance, it was clear he saw his feelings as his own matter, not really wanting to bother her. Watching Park-yu get on the bus and leave, Krui Yingdao stayed on the bench, where they had talked for a while. He understood her meaning. He also knew that his current behavior, in anyone's eyes, was childish and immature. With this kind of affection, why should he expect her to accept it? But he wouldn't always be so bad, Krui Yingdao thought. His past antics with Jean Tan seemed like childish mischief. When he was sober, he could see his own flaws and mean-spiritedness from a higher perspective. He wouldn't do such things again. Park-yu didn't go straight home. She searched for reviews of good restaurants in Seoul on her phone and noted down the most praised ones in her notes. She planned to try them today. Not just today, she intended to keep a record of fun places, beautiful movies, and other interesting things, and try each one. Like a real young person at her age, she wanted to feel and truly enjoy life. While eating spicy rice cakes, Park-yu saw a familiar shadow pass by in front of her. If every heroine's dilemma in a romantic drama was just to set up the hero's heroic rescue, that might be a bit too biased. In this story, Ji feels that much of the humiliation faced by the female lead comes from the male lead. At least, from her perspective, Che and Shang's suffering at the hands of the Empire's high officials, although it ultimately made them stronger together, caused the female lead to lose her footing at school. In fact, by the end, although she gained love, she also lost a lot. At the beginning of the story, some details show that Che and Shang is a very good student, ranking in the top 10. This achievement was made while she worked several jobs, yet she still maintained excellent grades despite her busy schedule. When she went abroad to find her sister, she initially only envied her sister for studying overseas. Her own life in the country was limited to vocational school, and her bleak future was a source of her sadness. However, after transferring to the Empire's high school and being liked by the popular male lead, her plans for the future were suddenly disrupted by his overwhelming affection. Her life then depended on Jean Tan's choices. Everything became about Jean Tan's feelings, his pursuit by others, his family's interference, everyone's doubts. He was persistent and forced her to accept his love, without understanding her situation. To Ji-yu, this love was like a cake covered in thick frosting. Trusting a man with her future was too frightening. No matter how you look at it, even the feelings of a boy who hasn't even graduated from college can't be that deep. Ji-yu prefers Qing Shinji, who clearly refused Jin Yuan's affection. Perhaps she, the girl, realized that staying close to such a wealthy young man might only lead to a future like Jean Tan's mother, becoming a girlfriend who bears a child out of wedlock. Even the strongest feelings can fade. Young men may not care about the gap or inequality between them and the girl, but sooner or later, they might dismiss her with a harsh comment like cheap stuff. This kind of remark comes from Jean Tan and Jin Yuan's father, who also criticized Jean Tan's mother. It's undeniable that, when young, this man probably loved Jean Tan's mother. But what does love matter when they grow old and lose their youth? When his obsession fades, how will he treat her then?
What?
Che In-sheng stared at her mother in shock. You're supporting me?
Why?
Her mother looked equally excited and emotional. She kept signing with her hands, and Cheon-sang unconsciously started to read aloud. Is it really unconditional, Mom? The other side isn't like the Empire Group, requiring me to go to some noble school or something? Cheon's mother replied, No, they said they will support you until you graduate from college. The only condition is that your grades stay in the top 10. Wow. Mom, we're rich. I won't have to do endless part-time jobs anymore. Is the other side an angel? Bless her, may she live a long life. Cheon's mother clasped her hands together and also prayed. They also said we can keep the house until I graduate. They are abroad, and the house is empty anyway. Don't break the old furniture, and changing the layout is okay. Cheon-sang daydreamed, wondering why it was her. Has heaven finally looked kindly on her and her mother? Thinking about the overwhelming feelings from the day before at the Empire, her confused and hopeless mood settled down. She was determined to grasp this hope. Host, this seems to be the first time you helped the heroine of the small world, not because of a task. Zhuyu placed a hand on her chest, feeling a faint sense of relief.
Yes.
I want to try. If there are other choices, maybe that girl could have a better ending. Does she have something special? Not really. Maybe it's because I really dislike Prince and Cinderella stories. Helping Cheon-sang move out of the Kim Tan family and helping her escape financial trouble, can the male lead become her salvation during her lowest and darkest times? Is his love still that important to her? When I watch idol dramas as an adult, I often change my previous views. Zhu Yu is the same now. Before coming to this world, she didn't realize she had a high resistance to handsome, wealthy men. Even the sweet plots she once thought were lovely become bitter after seeing the heroine struggle. No matter what the screenwriter's purpose is, she sees that from the start, the heroine keeps losing material things, grades, dreams, and later, herself. The more she watches, the more she sees it as a horror story. Who did she meet? She didn't even have dinner. What time is it now? Kim's mother brought out chicken soup. It's so delicious. Did Mom make it? Jean Tan took a sip of soup. Of course, he knew that the meal on the table wasn't made by his mother, who never touched water during spring. He said this just to stop her from nagging him. Jin's mother looked a bit nervous. I made all of it. Jean smiled sincerely. Why do you always choose the best dishes for me? His mother couldn't help but laugh happily. From now on, I'll have them make it for you every day. Before she finished speaking, the maid in an apron brought out a plate of vegetarian dishes. Jean looked up and watched her walk away with the dishes. He recognized her as Cha Eun-seng's mother. Is the girl living here her daughter? Who? Eun-seng, Jin's mother asked. Yes, she's very pitiful, so I treat her well. When did she start living here? Jean put down his chopsticks, feeling no appetite. She's been working here for 3 years, and her daughter moved in not long ago. Jin's mother thought for a moment. Luckily, her daughter is very good at talking. She looked toward the door and said, I wonder if she's back. Eun sang. Jin's mother called her name, wanting to call her out so her son could see her. She didn't notice her son's eyes widening in surprise. Eun sang. I need some red wine. Where are you? Come here. Jin listened to the footsteps getting closer and couldn't help but want to hide. He didn't know why. He just didn't want to meet her like this. Yes, you called me? Cha Eun-sang came to the dining table. Yes, go to the storage room, Jin's mother said, then turned her head to ask her son what he wanted to drink, but she saw he had already disappeared. Where did he go? Cha Eun-sang was confused. Who? It's nothing. Jin's mother looked around puzzled, then said to her, just go to the storage room and pick any bottle of red wine. Cha Eun-sang nodded and headed toward the storage room. The distance from the main building to the storage was quite long. She realized for the first time how big a wealthy person's house could be. The yard was large enough for playing ball, and even a car could easily make a few laps. The streetlights along this path had recently been repaired and were turned off, so the darkness was overwhelming. It affected her night walk. She used her phone's flashlight as the only light for now. After walking for a while, she suddenly noticed that the once dim path became bright. A fountain appeared in front of her. Kar and Shang looked around in confusion, thinking the lights had suddenly turned on. She didn't think much and continued to the warehouse to get the wine. Not far away, Jean Tan secretly watched her from behind a tree. Still, he didn't know why he lacked the courage to appear in front of her at this moment. Are you transferring schools? Someone asked. Without connections, it's very hard to transfer into the Imperial High School. Look at this kid. Didn't you say it would be difficult to go to school after moving? Anyway, this is too sudden. How did the transfer happen? The teacher said. Your mother came earlier and took away your transfer documents. My mom? Kar and Shang was shocked. Weren't they decided to refuse the other party's support and withdraw from Imperial High School to return to their original school? Why did her mother take the transfer documents back? Today, Kar and Shang was supposed to settle the transfer matter and focus on her studies. She couldn't understand why her mother changed her attitude. It turned out that the school teacher was still watching her. Isn't it usually hard to transfer into Imperial High School? How did you get in? And why are you coming back after getting in? Kar and Shang didn't know what to say. She was also very confused. She hurriedly responded to the teacher and quickly went to find her mother. As expected, her mother was still tidying up Lady Jin's room as usual. Kar and Shang ran up to her. Mom, why did you give up on the transfer? Didn't we agree on this? Her mother kept tidying her clothes. The president transferred you as a kindness. Maybe it's not good for us to leave so soon. Kar and Shang hesitated. But that kind of school isn't suitable for people like us. I still prefer a regular school. After a moment of silence, Kar and Shang looked at her mother and signed, let's wait until the end of this semester before leaving. Kar mother's eyes are slightly bright. Mom will find a way. Besides, we have the monthly support money. Use that to stay at Empire High and seize this chance. However, Chain Shang is not as optimistic as her mother. She remembers feeling out of place among her classmates the day before, and because of Jean Tan's words, she was forced to be called a new rich, even though she is not. She is just poor and will be exposed sooner or later. It's better to admit from the start that she is a top student from the lower class. Don't say such unrealistic things, Mom. I've finally seen some hope, and I don't want us to lose it again, Che and Shang says. I will agree to stay for another half year. Not because I believe Empire High can change my life, but because leaving now would offend Chairman Jean. Mom, we need to be realistic. Give me the documents. Che and Shang looks at her mother. Her mother reluctantly hands her the hidden transfer papers. You said you'd stay at least a week there. The nanny's daughter always ranks in the top 5. She'll transfer to your school soon, Jin's mother says, looking at her son. Do you want to be worse than her? You're the son of the owner. Jean Tan looks confused and raises his head. What did you say? In Shang, your father is doing charity work, so he's meddling again. When you see him at school, pretend you don't know him. You need to have the right status to say hello. Jean Tan doesn't listen to what his mother is saying next. Is Che In Shang transferring to Empire High? His expression isn't very good. Who is she? She's wearing casual clothes. Is she a transfer student? Rachel Liu instinctively looks over curiously, but she sees a familiar face. Her eyes widen. Before she can say anything, she sees Bona Li walking toward the girl. Hey, why are you here? Visiting Che and Shang isn't surprised. She knows Yin Sanrong and Bona Li are at the school. No, I transferred here, she replies. Bona Li is incredulous.
What?
Transfer? Are you joking? How could you come to our school? Transfer? Rachel Liu also walks over. Aren't you here to return my designer bag? What does your family do? Che and Shang doesn't answer. Instead, she asks back, and what does your family do? Li Baona was still not out and her friends approached her, arm in arm, asking, who is that? A transfer student, Li Baona replied, looking at Qion Sang. Unbelievable. Oh, who's this new face? Zhao Mingxiu also came over. A transfer student. Still hard to believe, Li Baona answered with surprise in her voice. Just as Qion Sang knew about Li Baona also knew about Yun Chanryang's friend. She knew that Qion Sang, who had worked in many places over the years, definitely didn't come from a wealthy family like Imperial High. But since he was Yun Chanryang's friend, she chose not to be the one to point that out. No matter how he came or why he came, she believed she would find out the truth eventually. A transfer student, Zhao Mingxiu nodded. Hello, I am Zhao Mingxiu, from Imperial High's Pure and Natural Deepwater. Nice to meet you. Her words were interrupted by a loud noise and everyone looked over. What? Has he returned to Korea? Really back? From America? Could it be? Li Baona was the first to realize something. Wow. It seems so, Rachel said. Oh, he's at school now, Zhao Mingxiu suddenly understood. Looks like I need to find Young Du. Now, among the group, only Qion Sang was confused. But the good thing was, the people who had been curious about her and gathered around her had dispersed. This made Qion Sang, who didn't know how to handle the situation, feel a bit more relieved. Zhu Yu glanced at the empty lounge, now deserted. She had kept the cabinet door closed from the outside, so no one noticed she had been there earlier. Her half-salary, about 600,000 yuan or over 1 billion Korean won, made her the angel investor mentioned by Qion Ma and Qion Sang. It was just a spontaneous act of kindness. Zhu Yu didn't plan to appear in front of Qion Sang or make her feel grateful. But she was still curious whether her action might change something. After placing her things in the cabinet, Zhu Yu closed the door and didn't follow the crowd outside. She slowly followed Qion Sang. By the empty fountain, before Jean Tan entered the school building, a group of familiar and unfamiliar students gathered around him. He glanced ahead and first saw Han Renying and Li Baona. Long time no see. Li Baona's right side was occupied by Rachel, who still looked proud and gave him a look filled with some anger.
You just don't look at me like that.
Everyone here knows we are engaged. This made Rachel's gaze shift away for a moment. On the left side, there was also a fiery look. The person looked at Li Baona, and then at him. My ex-girlfriend's current boyfriend. Why are you here? Is this special treatment for employees? Yin Sanrong was in slightly better shape than Cha Eun-sang. His father was a director in the Imperial High Secretary's office, but he was still at the bottom of the social hierarchy at the school. Li Baona's tense shoulders relaxed a little. Not surprising. Just this kind of person. Knowing that Kim Tan was still so annoying made her feel relieved. She didn't have to worry about her changing her mind and betraying Sanrong. The crowd unconsciously made way, and Choi Young-do walked up to Kim Tan. Two tall, handsome men faced each other about a meter apart, as if they were competing, neither speaking. I miss you, Kim Tan spoke first. Friend. Welcome. Choi Young-do replied. Relax. Kim Tan looked at his cold, stern face and noticed he had become better at hiding his emotions than before. I won't do anything to you right away. Just saying hello, Choi Young-do said with a slight smile. It might scare others. The atmosphere was indeed tense and frightening. The lively chatter had completely disappeared. Feeling the unspoken tension between them, everyone became quiet. Zhu Yu followed Cha Eun-sang, watching her take out her phone and look at something. She walked unknowingly into the circle of everyone, like a husky walking into a wolf pack. Sonrom, where are you? I came to the school. Cha Eun-sang stopped typing, sensing the tense atmosphere. She slowly raised her head. To her surprise, Eun Sonrom was standing right in front of her. All around her were people, and they all looked at her with strange eyes. The two boys closest to her on either side stood silently. One of the boys she still knew was the wealthy young man she met earlier in the United States, the one who spoke strange words. So he was also attending the school? Thinking about it carefully, it's not surprising. It's quite normal for wealthy Koreans to come to this school. You ran out without even wearing your school uniform, Jean said, looking at her. She stiffened for a few seconds, unsure how to handle the awkward atmosphere. Fortunately, her friend Chan-young heroically saved her. Cha Eun-sang was pulled away along with Eun Chan-young, and she felt relieved. So annoying, Lee Bae-na gritted her teeth while watching Eun Chan-young's back. Really annoying, Rachel Liu said at the same time. Ju-hwa stood outside the crowd. She noticed that Choi Young-doo's gaze had been on her almost as soon as she appeared. However, after Cha Eun-sang left, she also noticed Bae-na's speechless look, Rachel Liu's irritation, Myung Soo-jo's curiosity, and In Young-han's disgust. All these different looks felt like a real-life stage play. Different perspectives means seeing different things. Without a director to zoom in, Ju-hwa couldn't see many details. But even without clear visuals, she knew that Cha Eun-sang would soon get involved in trouble. She decided to keep watching. She glanced at the top of the opposite classroom building. She knew she wasn't the only one watching. There was also a senior who liked Hyunju, who was observing from nearby. If you had just called, we could have gone to school together, Eun Chan-young said, looking at Cha Eun-sang from the stairs on the playground. You should have called me, Cha Eun-sang replied. Why didn't you tell me that Jean Tam is the son of the Imperial Group? You found out anyway, Eun Chan-young sighed, avoiding her gaze. Why not tell me sooner, if I was going to find out eventually? If I told you earlier, would you have moved out of their house? Eun Chan-young asked. Cha Eun-sang was lost in thought for 2 seconds. Before she received financial support, Eun Chan-young's words made sense. Even if she knew Jean Tam was the youngest son of the Imperial Group where her mother worked, she probably wouldn't have had a choice but to stay there. But now, she had decided to find a place to live after settling into school. Compared to the problems you might face, knowing who Jean Tam is doesn't seem that important, Eun Chan-young said, and his words weren't without reason. But I want to tell you, you are now facing some very important matters. What's so serious? Che and Sheng looked at him. It's kind of scary. Listen carefully, Eun Sonrom said seriously. There are strict class divisions here. Che and Sheng's face wrinkled. Class divisions? The first class is the inheritor group, basically the second generation of wealthy families. The second class is the stockholder group. They may not inherit the family business, but they are children of major shareholders. The third class is the honorary inheritor group. Officials, members of parliament, judges, lawyers from well-known families. And the fourth group includes people like you and me, those who are supported by society. Eun Sonrom pointed to himself and Che and Sheng as a summary. Supported by society. Che and Sheng could understand the previous terms, but this one left her completely confused. What does it really mean? It refers to students who are admitted through social support programs, Eun Sonrom explained. I'm probably one of them. But why you? Che and Sheng still couldn't understand. In her view, Eun Sonrom's conditions were much better than hers. Eun Sonrom slightly smiled. Do you know about the caste system? The son of the secretary is a Shudra here, which means he is considered an untouchable, a lower caste. Che and Sheng felt both absurd and scared. If you're considered untouchable, what about me? Her voice became quieter. Can I still stay here? Eun Sonrom instead showed a bright smile. At least one person is on your side, he said. Most of these top students are alone, just like me. Che and Sheng felt a little warmth inside, but her mood didn't improve after his words. Instead, she felt a deep chill. In Sheng, Eun Sonrom glanced at a new message. I sent you to the academic office. By the way, I am the student representative. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Thank you. Che and Sheng also smiled and thanked her friend. So, where is the academic office? This is the exam paper for the next class. You can send it down later. The teacher handed over a stack of papers. Zhuyi was about to pick one up when she saw Che and Sheng knocking on the door. Mandatory courses for the school year are just to follow the schedule. The teacher handed her a sheet of paper and said, "This is for your character education class. You can schedule your own time. Just treat it like a college system. Now fill this out." In the section about family background, Cha Eun-sang hesitated and temporarily skipped it, leaving it blank. As for her parents' occupation, she checked housewife in the mother's column. She knew her avoidance might seem rude, but what Yun Chan Ryong had said earlier felt like a knife stabbing her heart, making her feel scared. "I heard your mother is a housekeeper, so they waived your tuition," the teacher said, clearly knowing something even though she hadn't written it. As soon as she said that, the male students in the academic office looked at her in shock and kept glancing at Cha Eun-sang. Zhuyi lowered her eyes and didn't look at Cha Eun-sang's face at this moment. "She is also a housewife," Cha Eun-sang said. "All right," the teacher replied. "The first class is mine, a required major course. I hope we get along well. Starting today, the transfer student will join us in school life. Please say hello to everyone," the teacher said. Cha Eun-sang nodded politely and bowed. "Hello everyone, I am." A low laugh echoed in the classroom, and Cha Eun-sang couldn't tell if it was directed at her. She clenched her teeth and ignored it, continuing, "My name is Cha Eun-sang. I am quite ordinary in every way. No matter where I am, I can handle my own affairs, so I prefer not to be cared for. It would be a burden. I am happy to meet you all." The laughter faded, but it was clear that her introduction wasn't taken seriously by everyone. Cha Eun-sang guessed that perhaps the school's usual introduction process was different, and her words weren't what they wanted to hear. Sure enough, the next moment, she saw a boy raise his hand and loudly ask, "I have a question for our transfer student. What qualifications did you have to transfer here?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone fell silent, waiting for her answer. Cha Eun-sang stood on the podium, looking at her classmates who were expectant and eager to see her make a mistake. She felt the same coldness as before. If she told them she was the daughter of a housekeeper, she wondered how they would treat her. She remained silent for a long time, and whispers started to spread among the students below. Just as Cha Eun-sang was about to speak without hesitation, Kim Tan raised his hand and said, "There is also a transfer student here. Are there any students at our school who don't know Tan?" The teacher asked kindly. Kim Tan replied, "I have to do what I need to do." He stood up, walked to the podium, and said to Cha Eun-sang, "Please move aside, it's my turn." Cha Eun-sang understood what he meant. He was about to say something but held back and obediently stepped down from the podium. "My name is Kim Tan. You probably don't know the school I used to attend. I just came back from America. I also want a simple school life, more ordinary than anyone else's. Please help me," Kim Tan said, looking at Choi Young. Choi Young raised an eyebrow and looked at Kim Tan, who seemed a bit unusual. He wondered what made Cha Eun-sang so special. He examined him from top to bottom, but didn't find anything unusual. Park Yul, who also left for America without reason, was the same. Was she more interested in Cha Eun-sang or Kim Tan? He cared more about her thoughts. Besides required courses, the school's elective system was similar to college. After finishing her elective classes, Ji looked around the lounge for a long time before finally seeing Cha Eun-sang again. Honestly, Ji could understand why she could be the heroine of a romantic drama. It's because of her face. Being pretty in a normal way and being photogenic enough to be an idol are two very different standards. In reality, Cha Eun-sang's features, hair, and skin were only slightly less perfect than Zhu Yu's, who used a beauty app. She was both pretty and pure. Zhu Yu was a true beauty enthusiast. She didn't want to get close and be friends with her. But as a viewer, Zhu liked watching such pretty girls because they were eye-catching. Although she was also very beautiful, she couldn't imagine herself being eye-catching. Since the story started, the school had become very different. This was very obvious. Zhu watched the crowd gather again and wondered. In the past, these people didn't seem so interested in watching the excitement. Now, everything had changed. Every move of the main characters attracted countless eyes. This was simply unbelievable, the biggest bug in the story. Eun-sang, which side are you on? Zhao Mingxiu suddenly appeared and blocked Cha Eun-sang's way. What do you mean? Cha Eun-sang looked at him. He still remembered this boy a little. During middle school, I never saw you, but if you suddenly appear, there are only two possibilities. Either you are part of a caring community, or you have become rich overnight. Zhao Mingxiu smiled and asked, which one are you? Cha Eun-sang couldn't help but glance at Li Baona, who was watching the scene. Li Baona instinctively said, why are you looking at me? You answer yourself. Although she couldn't say much because she was friends with Chan Young, she was very curious about Cha Eun-sang's current situation. No matter how she thought about it, her appearance here was very strange. Rachel Liu turned her head in surprise and asked Li Baona, do you know her? Knowing her, so what? Of course, Li Baona liked Liu Rachel less than Cha Eun-sang. Do you think I would tell you? Did you tell me about Kim Tan returning to Korea? It doesn't matter. Liu Rachel closed the cabinet door loudly with a bang and turned to leave. But you're really interesting. Li Baona's friend looked at Cha Eun-sang from head to toe. The new transfer student knows Kim Tan. Choi Young-do seems to know you. Baona also knows you. Chan Young held your hand and walked away, and Rachel hates you so much just by seeing you. Who are you really? Rich newcomer. Kim Tan's voice came from afar. Zhao Mingxiu suddenly realized, I guessed right. This outfit is typical of a rich newcomer, because she hasn't spent money and hasn't transitioned from a rural background, Zhao Mingxiu said. But she kind of looks like Han and Young. Hearing this, Han and Young, who followed Kim Tan, looked annoyed for a moment. Li Bao, on the other hand, burst out laughing. I see why I felt a strange sense of familiarity. Turns out, it's like that. The two really do look alike. But a rich newcomer, Li Baona looked at Kim Tan. I disagree with that conclusion. After saying that, she also left. Kim Tan approached and looked down at Cha Eun-sang. What are you looking at? Cha Eun-sang was staring at the girl holding a test paper and distributing it. She couldn't help but ask, who is she? Kim Tan and Zhao Mingxiu looked over at the same time, both momentarily stunned. The few seconds of blankness that occur when seeing something too beautiful are a hazy sense of awe. I can answer that. Zhao Mingxiu glanced at Kim Tan, who was also focused on the girl. The name she was about to say slipped out, but seeing Choi Young-do's unusual behavior, she quickly reorganized her answer. What are you hesitating about? Jean Tan noticed something and looked at him. She is part of a social care group. She started school 2 years ago. If I'm not mistaken, Choi Dao likes this classmate, Zhao Mingxiu said. You can't betray me. Although everyone has seen this, I advise you not to mention it in front of Choi Dao, or you might get into trouble. Jean Tan looked interested. 2 years? It seems the other person really doesn't like him. Poor friend of mine. For some reason, Karen Shang felt that the girl's face looked familiar. Rich kid, come with me, Jean Tan said, then walked ahead on his own. But he quickly realized that no one was following him. Instead, they left in the opposite direction. Zhu Yu watched the lively scene, satisfied her curiosity, and then stopped paying attention to the story of the main characters. She took out her notebook, planning to visit the second food shop. At that moment, her phone rang. Come to the company. It was Jim calling. Zhu Yu checked the time. It seemed she couldn't go to that shop today. By the time she returned from the company, it would be crowded. She waved for a taxi and quickly left the school. Come see these scripts, Jim said as he pushed over a thick stack of scripts in his office. Your previous movie was dug up and went viral. Many directors and writers asked the company for your current photos and videos. They sent over a bunch of scripts. You said before that you want to discuss scripts before accepting any roles, right? He looked excited. There are still more coming in. Keep looking and tell me within 3 days which scripts you like. Can I take them home to read? Sure, just don't let anyone else see them. Holding a large box of scripts, Ji Yu planned to leave, but Jim stopped her. Don't go out so openly. Your popularity makes it easy for people to recognize you. Wear your hat and mask. Ji Yu put down the box, took out her hat and mask from her bag, and dressed up fully before leaving with the scripts. Before going upstairs, she bought some milk and small bread from the convenience store. She planned to stay up tonight and finish reading all the scripts. When she got home, she drank the milk first, then opened the box and took out all the scripts. Jim's words were honest. All these scripts are brand new, and none of them have been read before, so there are no creases from previous reading. She filtered out the roles that wouldn't help her much, and the number of scripts she could see clearly had decreased by more than half, leaving only 4 or 5. Juyu looked at these remaining scripts. Out of these, only 2 invited her to be the main actress. One was a medical drama, and the other was a youth idol drama. She focused on these 2 scripts. The previous ones didn't count. She preferred to start as the main character rather than a supporting role, even if the supporting role seemed to have more room to show her talent. There are unspoken rules in the industry. If you only play main roles, others will naturally see you as a lead. Juyu rarely saw supporting actors suddenly become very popular. Compared to mainstream actors, the chance of such a path succeeding is almost 0. She read each of the 2 scripts twice, but still put the medical drama aside. That script was very similar to her previous project with Yuziren, with a clear focus. Most of the highlights were on the male lead. Although she was the female lead, she was more like a background character. There was less room for her to develop her role than in a supporting part. In contrast, the campus drama, although less costly than the medical drama, surprisingly gave her almost equal screen time as the male lead, which was a big plus for her. After reviewing the scripts, 4 hours had passed without her noticing. Outside, it was already completely dark. Juyu carefully packed the scripts into a box, as she needed to take them back to the company tomorrow. She thought it was quite interesting. Acting in a Korean drama about Korean dramas made her realize this, and she couldn't help but smile. The milk she drank earlier had long been digested. She looked at the small bread on the table, but decided not to settle for it. Although there was plenty of food in the space, for some reason, she didn't feel like eating right now. She went to the bathroom to wash her face, briefly tidied her short hair, which had grown from ear length to chin length in nearly 6 months since her last haircut. This hairstyle made her look a bit more obedient. It also added a touch of innocence and sweetness. Looking at her face in the mirror, she still put on a mask. Although it's late, and it's unlikely anyone will recognize her, she has already gotten used to wearing a mask and prefers blending into the crowd without drawing attention. Today, she didn't wear a hat or coat. Just holding her keys, change, and phone, she quickly ran downstairs. She walked comfortably and relaxed along the street, glancing around. Surprisingly, many shops were still open at this hour. People were out for dinner, drinks, and gatherings. She walked for nearly half an hour, almost reaching the Han River Bridge, before finding a quiet night stall. "Auntie." Juyu found a seat and sat down. "1 bottle of soju, and the best food you have, please." "Got it." The aunt nodded with an okay gesture. Sitting on the chair, Juyu closed her eyes gently, feeling the cool night breeze on her face. She was about to take off her mask when she noticed someone approaching and helping her remove it in advance. Juyu opened her eyes and saw a strange but handsome face. With his appearance, a system alert suddenly popped up, breaking the silence. Juyu didn't look at the system panel. She was surprised to find that, just as she was about to give up on her mission, the target appeared unexpectedly. The man in front of her looked about 27 or 28, handsome, with an elegant and noble aura in his every move. "Do we know each other?" Juyu asked with a look of doubt. "You're a bit rude." He was definitely the target. To complete her mission, Juyu needed to marry him. Of course, marriage didn't mean love. She could marry quickly and divorce right after. But she didn't ignore his strange behavior just because he was special. "We've met." Li Xiu looked at her intently. "I don't remember." The aunt brought food and soju, and seeing the man sitting opposite Juyu, she prepared 2 glasses. Juyu poured wine into both glasses. "Forget it. Do you want a drink?" Although Juyu longed for mission points and wanted to gain spiritual skills faster, only by becoming stronger could she reach higher worlds and gain independence and promotions. She wouldn't lose her mind over the mission. Li Xiu said, "Yuziren is my brother. I hope you stay away from him." She didn't rush to explain, but instead raised her glass and said to Li Xiu, "Cheers." Li Xiu paused, then raised his glass and clinked it with hers. She didn't care whether he drank or not, and finished her drink in one gulp. She poured herself another glass. No matter what you think, I am just a normal friend of your brother. If your family is so concerned about who he associates with, I have no problem. I never reach out to anyone first. Jiu picked up her chopsticks, took some food, and responded casually. Li Xiu didn't drink the liquor. He looked at her, unsure whether to believe her or not, and sat silently without saying a word. Sir, Jiu looked at him. She didn't know his name. If there's nothing else, you can leave. I hope you keep your word, he said in a deep, elegant voice like a cello. He took out a stack of money and placed it on the table.
Thank you for the drink.
Goodbye. What do you mean? Jiu stretched her leg to block him. You didn't drink, and your family must have already investigated me thoroughly. You should know I'm not short of money. Take it and go. Li Xiu looked down and saw her delicate, fair leg extending in front of him. You really dislike me, don't you? She looked at him and took another sip of her drink. You probably want to leave this place quickly. A place that's not very classy for you. She pointed at the money on the table with her chopsticks. Then hurry up and take your money and leave. Jiu admitted she was a little tipsy, but she wasn't truly drunk. This amount of alcohol wasn't enough for that. Her actions also carried a bit of testing. If the other person had no feelings for her and rejected her, Jiu might not insist and just finish her goal of becoming a top artist, then end her life in this world. Enough for her. Li Xiu didn't take the money from the table. Instead, he took 2 steps back and walked around her. Watching him get into that out-of-place luxury car and leave, Jiu quickly ordered another bottle of liquor and pushed the man out of her mind. She enjoyed the slight intoxication from drinking in the night breeze, refusing to let anyone ruin her mood. However, not long after, Jiu saw her assistant's face. I only drank 2 bottles of wine. I shouldn't be drunk enough to see hallucinations. How do you know I'm here? Did you install a tracking device on me? Stop talking nonsense, the little assistant said as she took the wine off the table. The boss sent me the address. He said the big boss saw you here. Honestly, how does the big boss know you? It's strange. Don't drink anymore. The little assistant stopped the aunt who was holding a glass of wine. No more, auntie. Let's settle the bill. I'll take you home, the little assistant said. If you keep drinking, you'll have a headache tomorrow. Let's go quickly. Jiu looked at the black nanny car parked nearby, which had already attracted some attention and gossip. She knew it wasn't good to keep drinking, so she reluctantly put down her glass. No one should disturb employees during their private time. That's inhumane. The car didn't head toward the company. It wasn't until Jiu got out at the destination that she realized something was wrong. Isn't this the dormitory? She asked the little assistant, confused. No matter how rich the company was, it was impossible to arrange employee dorms in Seoul's wealthy Gangnam district. This is it, the little assistant said, carrying her bag and signaling Jiu to follow her inside. You're not suitable to stay in the company dorm anymore. There are already many paparazzi lurking there. From now on, you'll live here. This is also the company's property. You're part of the company, so it's safer to keep everything together. Jiu sighed. Hearing about the paparazzi, she no longer resisted. Compared to the trouble caused by paparazzi, the minor problems with classmates were insignificant. Rest well. I'm going back. Wait, Jiu called the little assistant. You don't need to go to the company tomorrow. Just say you're coming to help me with the script. You don't even have to find me. It's your day off. Rest well. The little assistant's eyes immediately sparkled. Really? Why would I lie? Jiu thought for a moment and said, but when you go back later, you need to pick up the script from my dorm and return it to the company. I'll give you the key. Have you already chosen the script? So fast, the little assistant asked. Jiu nodded. After arranging the script and her assistant's day off, Jiu carried her bag and entered this overly luxurious mansion, something she couldn't afford even with 10 years of her salary. She couldn't believe the company would be so kind. Just because her artist was harassed by paparazzi, they arranged for her to live in such a high-level house. This house is clearly a private residence, and the neighborhood is not easily accessible to just anyone with money. Jiu entered the password given by her assistant, opened the door, and walked through the corridor and elevator directly into the innermost guest room. She pushed the door open and flopped onto the soft bed. Maybe I should take a day off tomorrow too, A lazy thought flashed through Zhiyu's mind, but she decided to give up. On days when she didn't have to film, she preferred to watch the main character's stories. Not only was she curious, but Zhiyu also genuinely felt reluctant. What if, just what if, during her watching, a side mission was triggered? That's not impossible. Moreover, watching the scenes from the TV show unfold right in front of her was quite exciting. Indeed, people are often interested in lives very different from their own. The next morning, Zhiyu sent the selected script to Jim via email. Then she packed her bag and headed to school. Coincidentally, as she opened the door, she saw the back of Cha Eun-sang. Seoul is really small. Zhiyu couldn't help but marvel. She quickly inserted a straw into her milk bottle and took a sip. Just like she ran into Cha Eun-sang around the corner, others were also surprised to meet her unexpectedly. Yes, it's you. Zhiyu stopped and looked as Zhao Mingxiu ran toward her. He was also in school uniform, ready to go to class. He glanced at the house behind Park Yu and asked, "Why did you come out from here?" "If I remember correctly, this is the Lee family's house." "What's your relationship with the Lee family?" Because of Cui Yingdao, Zhu Yu and Zhao Mingxiu were not strangers. They had met many times. She said as she walked, "I don't know who you mean by the Lee family. This is a company-arranged house." Zhao Mingxiu was momentarily stunned. "A company? Really? I almost forgot you're an entertainer. You're so low-key. By the way, I saw your video yesterday. Wow, your popularity is incredible," but Zhao Mingxiu still had many questions. Since the Lee family's property was under the subsidiary of Lee Group, which was not very prominent, and their main business didn't include entertainment, he remembered that this house belonged to someone's private property. Why would an employee from a subsidiary that's not very important be living in a private residence? It's all very strange. However, Zhao Mingxiu is not really a fool. The cheerful, carefree attitude she usually shows is just a mask. Coming from a family of lawyers, she is actually very smart. Seeing that Park Yul knows less than he does, he didn't reveal who owns this house. Few people know about this. Zhao Mingxiu happened to find out by chance a few years ago when she saw that person leave from here. "You should sign more autographs for me. When you become famous, I can show them off." Zhao Mingxiu watched as Park Yul walked faster and tugged at her backpack strap. "Then help me get a few leave notes, and I'll agree to it. She will need to go out for filming again soon. You really needs leave notes now. In the past, Yu Ziren helped her with this. Now, after thinking about yesterday's target, who, as Yu Ziren's brother, said things in that way, Yu plans to follow through. Yu Ziren is already a major shareholder, and his brother is probably a big boss too. There's no need to stand out and attract attention, which would make the task harder." Leave notes, huh?" Zhao Mingxiu smiled, not thinking it was difficult. "No problem. I'll find you at noon." Although Park Yul is part of a caring social group, with Cui Yingdao standing there, no one dares to bully her. Even without Cui Yingdao, because of her beautiful appearance, classmates respect her. They might not be friends, but they wouldn't target her either. They also secretly watch her. A poor school beauty is still a beauty. Once she becomes an actress and stars in movies, she will attract even more attention. Her first movie was just a cameo, not a main role. The first TV drama she starred in with Yu Ziren was a historical mystery. This time, Ji wants to take a school-themed mystery drama. These days, traditional themes aren't popular. Without interesting ideas, it's hard to attract viewers. A simple love story can seem dull. Adding some supernatural elements can boost the story's excitement, which is why Jiu chose this drama after careful thought. Besides the interesting script, she isn't planning to take other roles for now. At least until that historical drama airs. The scripts sent now are almost impossible to be truly satisfying for Jiu. There are very few scripts where she is the main character. Either there are problems here or flaws there. Once the historical drama airs, everything will improve. Even if the show doesn't get high ratings or fails, her popularity and public image will greatly increase, at least rising from a child star to a third-tier celebrity. Zhu Yu is still confident about that drama. It's unlikely to fail. The difference might be just a small hit or a big hit, since the team behind it is already among the top in the industry. Zhu Yu is very hopeful. She also knows Yuziren is even more excited because, essentially, he is the main star of that drama. His kindness to Zhuyu isn't completely selfless. Part of it is because she fits the role well, and that drama is very important to Yuziren as a career-changing project. After moving to a house in Jiangnan district, the distance to school became much closer. Zhuyu and Zhao Mingxiu unexpectedly got along well. Mostly Zhao Mingxiu talked, and Zhuyu responded a few times, but surprisingly, Zhao Mingxiu felt that no matter what topic he brought up, she could easily follow along. He couldn't help but wonder, is this what a top student is like? Please, can you pretend not to know me? Karen Shang turned to look at Jean Tan. I just want to stay quietly at this school, but from day one, there have been problems. Why did you turn me into a nouveau riche? Why don't you like being a nouveau riche? Jean Tan asked. Should I turn you into a tycoon instead? I'm serious with you now, Karen Shang said. Am I joking? Jean Tan looked at her too. I hope you can have a normal school life. Pretending to be a nouveau riche will make things easier? If I get found out. Karen Shang's eyes started to turn red as she spoke. Stay close to me, Jean Tan said, looking at her. If you're on good terms with me, you don't have to worry about anything happening. And try not to have contact with Cui Yingdao.
No, Caron Sang replied.
Cui Yingdao will come looking for me, and female classmates give me sidelong glances because of you. Even now, people are talking about me because of you. I should avoid the people I need to, but it's not Cui Yingdao, it's you. After saying that, she stopped looking at Jean Tan and turned to leave. Jean Tan stood there for a moment, then took out his phone. Hey, let's meet after school. This is a place for what? Jean Tan said. He approached a small room covered with photos and filled with clutter. Disguised as a high school exam prep studio, this is Mingxiu's secret base, Yin Sanrong replied, briefly shifting his gaze from the computer. Zhao Mingxiu wouldn't do her work in a place without nightclub lights, Jean Tan said. What are you doing? Fixing the computer that Mingxiu messed up. Looks like you're pretty good with computers. I won't deny it, Yin Sanrong said. But what do you want from me? You know that Cha Yanseng lives at my house, right? So, regarding her involvement with social care groups and my relationship with her, don't tell others any information about her identity. Yin Sanrong chuckled. Are you trying to silence me? After 10 years of friendship with Cha Yanseng, friendship can also be a potential enemy, Jean Tan said, but before he finished, a loud door opening interrupted him. What's the relationship between Cha Yanseng and your family? Zhao Mingxiu appeared. And isn't she from a social care group rather than a wealthy family? Not only Zhao Mingxiu, Zhuyu was standing at the door, sensing the subtle atmosphere inside, and hearing Jean Tan casually and loudly talking about confidentiality. She started to regret following Zhao Mingxiu here. After Zhao Mingxiu entered and noticed she hadn't followed, she turned back and said, Puyu, come in. What are you doing at the door? Jean Tan and Yin Sanrong looked uncomfortable and tense at the same time. Zhu Yu stepped into the room. Bring me the leave slip you mentioned. She took the leave slip and left the awkward room. Okay, wait a moment. I have many of these, Zhao Mingxiu said, then looked at Yin Sanrong, who was standing still. Sanrong, do you understand what Jean Tan meant? Tell me. It's nothing, Yin Sanrong said. Sanrong, Li Baona's voice sounded before she even entered. She came in, surprised, looking at the 4 people in the room, her mouth slightly open. Wow, what a lineup. How did you all end up together? Seeing Yin Sanrong and Jean Tan standing face to face, with her current boyfriend and ex-boyfriend confronting each other, she couldn't help but curl her toes and want to run. But this room was not only occupied by the 2 of them, which made her realize that things might not be as dramatic as she had imagined. Zhao Mingxiu, won't you explain? Ignoring her boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, and the unfamiliar Park Yule, Li Baona asked Zhao Mingxiu directly. Zhao Mingxiu was confused. Just then, she found a leave note from the cabinet. What? I don't know what happened between them, Zhao Mingxiu said, pulling out a few blank leave notes and walking over to Park Yule. Here, this is what you wanted. Yule took the notes and was about to leave. Thanks. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Wait, Jean Tan called out. I want to talk to you outside. Yule looked back and nodded, then left the room first. Zhao Mingxiu looked at Jean Tan with a curious expression. Hey, don't do something childish just because you're upset with Choi Young-do. Everything has nothing to do with classmate Park Yul. Jean Tan nodded briefly and followed her out. What's going on? Li Baona looked at Zhao Mingxiu and then at Yun Chan Ryong, feeling completely confused. Yun Chan Ryong, seeming to be charmed by her cuteness, smiled at her. Baona, let's go eat. Okay, Li Baona replied. In an instant, only Zhao Mingxiu was left in the room. He casually put the leave note back and lay back on the sofa. You heard everything earlier, right? Jean Tan walked beside Yule, lowering his voice so they were just a fist apart. But this didn't stop passing students from looking at them with curious eyes.
Yeah.
I heard a little, not everything, she replied, mostly guessing what they were talking about. I hope you can keep it a secret, Jean Tan said. I'll do anything you ask. Hearing this, Yule couldn't help but stop walking and turn to look at Jean Tan. Anything you ask? She repeated, her tone a bit sarcastic.
Yes.
What do you want me to do? Jean Tan also stopped and noticed that more people were watching him and this girl than when he was talking to Kara and Chang. He hadn't expected that. It seemed that the main curiosity wasn't just about him, but about her. Yule didn't know what he was thinking. When he said he would do anything, it sounded like a wolfish promise. She couldn't help but wonder, if Han Renying had heard all this outside the door today, would he agree if Kim Ten asked him to be with her? This thought carried a strange, unclear feeling. She knew the main character probably didn't mean to do it. It was unintentional. But there were clearly better ways to handle the situation, threats, offering some benefits, or other solutions. Yet, he chose the easiest way that could cause trouble. If a girl really was with him and faced a boyfriend like that, she would be very sad. Just joking, Jiu said. You don't need to do anything. I won't tell anyone. This has nothing to do with me. I'm leaving now. Kim Tan was surprised to see her. Before he could say anything, she had already turned and walked away. Like Zhao Mingxiu said, she seemed to truly not care about anything that didn't involve her. Kim Tan's housekeeper's room. Cha Eun-sang sat at the table, opened her notebook, and started studying. Her mother slowly sat beside her and patted her shoulder. She sighed. How's school? Are your classmates getting along? Tell me, I want to know. Cha Eun-sang put down her pen. Mom, let's move out of here. We now have a monthly allowance, and if we apply for a small loan or borrow some money, we can move out. Where to? Her mother asked. Don't talk nonsense. Focus on your studies. Forget about school and all that. I don't want to stay in this small room like a criminal. Let's go out. I can work extra shifts to pay the rent. Don't think about that. Her mother signed. Dreams are not allowed. I've done cleaning jobs, worked in restaurants, and I was fired after 3 months. There's nowhere else that would accept me even if I can't speak here. But because she couldn't speak, the owner of this house trusted her more and felt safer with her. Is it my fault that Mom can't speak? Cha Eun-sang thought about the piercing gaze of her teacher and the surprised looks of her classmates when they heard her mother was a housekeeper. Each memory felt like a sharp thorn, and every time she thought of it, she felt pain. Is it my fault? Her mother sighed again. It's so suffocating. Cha Eun-sang's tears streamed down uncontrollably. Why do we have to live like this forever? I'm really going crazy. She also wanted to enjoy normal school life like other students, instead of lying, avoiding, and repeatedly falling into feelings of inferiority because of her mother's situation. She was afraid of being different, afraid of being discovered and laughed at. Even though she received some financial help and was no longer living so tightly, she didn't know why her and her mother's situation still hadn't changed much. Jun Sang thought maybe his mother didn't believe she was capable of taking care of both of them. She couldn't leave her job here, not just for the money, but because she was uneasy. Maybe when she had the ability to earn money herself, no longer needing help from others and could make a lot of money, her mother would be willing to move out and leave this place. She really didn't want to see her mother suffer like this anymore. The brightly lit warehouse. Jun Sang walked back and forth twice. He had noticed that every night, Jun Sang would come here to stay for a while. Today, she seemed to arrive especially late. While wondering why she hadn't come yet, he heard the sound of footsteps. He quickly crouched down and hid behind the wall. June Sang arrived. She had just cried, her breathing still heavy. She went to a small table in the corner of the warehouse, turned on a small music player, and pressed play, trying to drown out the painful thoughts in her mind with the outside sounds. Behind the wall, June Sang listened to the sad music and her sighs, feeling her sadness deeply. He couldn't help but take out his phone and send her a message. When June Sang felt her phone vibrate, she opened the message. June Sang, can we meet? In a moment of impulse, she replied directly. June Sang, where are you? The next second, June Sang suddenly appeared like a ghost. I'm here, June Sang said, walking from behind the wall to her in front of her. Oh my gosh, why are you hiding? You scared me to death. June Sang was so startled, she went blank for a second, then quickly stood up and shouted at him. You're the stupid one, June Sang said. Didn't you see that the light over there was very bright? June Sang looked away and saw the bright wall and the light on the other side. Now it was very obvious, but just a moment ago, when she was overwhelmed with emotion, she hadn't noticed and was completely unaware of her surroundings. She felt a little embarrassed. When did you start staying there? She also remembered that she wasn't there on her first day. Have you ever pretended not to be there before? Of course I have. Jean Tan smiled. When? Karin Sheng quickly asked. What did you do here that you shouldn't have? He gently sniffed her hand close to his nose. What are you doing? Karin Sheng asked in surprise. I didn't smoke. Jean Tan carefully smelled and concluded. Did you scold me? Karin Sheng pulled her hand back with force. Eat lunch with me tomorrow at noon, Jean Tan said. Where did you hear what I said before? Karin Sheng felt more powerless. As long as you're willing to cooperate, I believe I can do well at school. You should go back to your original school. Jean Tan knew he had discovered Cui Yingdao's special feelings for Karin Sheng. If he knew Karin Sheng's identity, he wouldn't miss the chance to hurt him. But thinking about Zhao Mingxiu mentioning Cui Yingdao's desire for Park Yu and whether Cui Yingdao really targeted Karin Sheng, he also had weaknesses. Park Yu was also his weakness. If Cui Yingdao could target Karin Sheng, he could also target Park Yu. I think I was really wrong. Being a nouveau riche is a bit unnecessary, Jean Tan said. If you don't want to eat with me, go be friends with Park Yu. What are you talking about? Who is Park Yu, and why should I be friends with her? Otherwise, stay by my side as a nouveau riche until graduation, Jean Tan said. Even if you don't like it, choose one tomorrow. The melodious bell rang 5 times, marking the start of the lunch break. Karin Sheng carried her tray, observing other students' actions while choosing her meal. After choosing, she stood at the entrance, looking around to find a quiet spot to sit alone. As for what Jean Tan said yesterday, she didn't pay any attention. After observing for a while, she picked a clean, open spot and was about to pull out her chair to sit when she was stopped. Move aside, this is my seat, Cui Yunhao said. Karin Sheng took off her headphones. In the cafeteria, your spot and my spot are separate. She recognized this classmate as the one from the academic office yesterday who heard about her family background. Perhaps it was mean, but at that moment, she couldn't help but wonder if he had deliberately taken her seat after discovering her identity. After saying that, she thought about putting on her headphones. Cui Yunho, I know you didn't play music. How can you say that? Lower your voice. Cui Yunho's tone tightened as he looked around. It seems others don't know your identity. I overheard everything in the office. Your mother's job too. I'm telling you this for your own good. Don't reveal your situation yourself. Don't invite trouble. No one cares about your conscience or feelings. Ju Un-sang stood up. Before she could leave, a group of boys had already gathered around her at her usual table. Leading the group, Choi Young-do sat down and looked at her standing there blankly. Rich kid, Choi Yunho was already eating, and another boy looked her over at the same time. So, do you want to eat with us? I agree, Choi Young-do said with interest. Feeling the heavy, intimidating atmosphere from these people, her heart pounded faster. She turned away as if she didn't care and started to walk off. But as she left, she heard them teasing Choi Yunho. Is this bullying? Her steps slowed down. gradually coming to a stop. "Hey, what are you doing?" But in the next second, Kim Tan appeared and pulled her away from there. "I told you, we're eating together," Kim Tan said firmly, pushing her to sit down. "Aren't they bullying someone?" Ju Eun-sang asked nervously, biting her lip. "Do you want to sit in his place?" Kim Tan sat across from her, looking at her. "If you want to study quietly, just eat." After hearing about Choi Yun-ho's situation, Kim Tan knew what had happened. The person targeting him was Lee Do-yuan. Choi Yun-ho had made a mistake. He used to be Lee Do-yuan's follower, but after overhearing something at his house, he revealed it, which angered Lee Do-yuan's father. The consequences fell entirely on Lee Do-yuan, and Choi Yun-ho's family was not involved. Although Lee Do-yuan's family was just a branch of the Lee family, it was easy to deal with Choi Yun-ho's family. In Kim Tan's view, Lee Do-yuan didn't make Choi Yun-ho's family pay the price. He only targeted him personally, showing mercy. These isolated actions that Choi Yun-ho cannot handle can be easily solved. As long as his family is still there, they won't ignore him. It's just that he feels guilty and wants Lee Do-yuan to leave, so he endures and doesn't go away. Such matters are usually not easy for others to interfere with. Just like Han Renning, who didn't understand what was happening and rashly intervened, and was disliked and isolated. If Cha Eun-sang also gets involved today, with her current social care worker identity, she would be discovered easily and would end up in a worse situation than Han Renning. "Is the reason you want to eat together because of what just happened?" Cha Eun-sang looked at him in shock, thinking of something. "So you have to listen to me," Kim Tan said. "How did you know about this in advance?" Cha Eun-sang asked. "Are you also a transfer student?" he sighed. "Because I created this rule, I was involved back then." Choi Young-do casually placed his plate on the table and sat next to Cha Eun-sang. Those guys actually bullied a friend." Choi Young-do slightly curled his lips. "Can I sit here?" "Sit somewhere else." Kim Tan looked at him. "At least, let's enjoy our meal happily." "You too, I too. I'm actually in the mood to eat now," he said, giving a meaningful glance at Cha Eun-sang beside him. "Finally, I can sit with a transfer student. I'm leaving first." Cha Eun-sang felt the tense atmosphere and really wanted to leave immediately. "Don't get up first." Choi Young-do pushed her back into her seat. "Let's just eat together, the two of us." Kim Tan compromised with Choi Young-do. "Transfer students can't be absent." Choi Young-do smiled. Looking around at the seemingly indifferent glances, he said, "There are so many people watching. It wouldn't be good if anyone misunderstood us fighting." Kim Tan couldn't bear it anymore and threw down his chopsticks. "Eat more, transfer student." Choi Young-do kept his fake smile, not caring that Kim Tan was looking at Cha Eun-sang. "All right, let's eat." Cha Eun-sang lowered her head, avoiding both of them. "Look at her," Choi Young-do said to Kim Tan. "Do you think I can't be interested in her?" Kim Tan, annoyed, closed his eyes and rubbed his forehead. He knew Choi Young-do was doing this on purpose, just to upset him. "University is still important, so I started this studio, but it turns out I was just making a dress for someone else." Zhao Mingxiu looked around the music room, which was crowded with people. He felt that his plan might actually be making things easier for others. He glanced at Jean Tan, who was sitting across from him, closing his eyes and almost falling asleep. "If you look around, there might be photos of you and Bao Nali here. And ones with Young Dao too." Thinking about how these two had fallen out, he swallowed the words he was about to say. "Show me later," Jean Tan said. "And the ones with Young Dao too." "Ah, okay. I'll look for them," Zhao Mingxiu said, awkwardly. Suddenly, the door to the music room was pushed open forcefully. "Sorry," Choi Young-dao said as he entered. "Can everyone please leave?" The gentle music stopped at the same time, and everything became very quiet. "I have something to say to Jean Tan." Zhao Mingxiu scratched his head and started giving looks to the others. The students in the music room understood the situation and politely left. Of course, they couldn't stay if they wanted to offend Jean Tan or Choi Young-dao, as their families couldn't compete with either of them. "Do I need to stay too?" Zhao Mingxiu looked around. "Help keep watch," Jean Tan said. "I don't trust them. Your actions were really childish," Jean Tan said. "Why did you chase them away?" "Because I want to tell them something they shouldn't hear." After living in America for so long, You seem to have forgotten our traditional culture and feelings. When something like this happens in Korea, we call it a peaceful cleanup. We've done this many times. Are you planning to fight? Jean Tin looked at Choi Young-dao, who had his legs resting on the table. We're not 8 years old. So what do you want? We can't go to the same school. Either you or me. We're transferring. I just transferred yesterday, Jean Tan said, looking at him. Then transfer again, Choi Young-dao replied, also looking at him. Didn't I give you a chance? Before I even say something about a little third kid. Choi Young-dao said expressionlessly, I'm giving you a chance to leave. You're still young and can't understand that losing is winning, Jean Tan said, standing up and walking in front of Choi Young-dao. I am still in a bad mood now. When will you stop rushing over like this? It really makes me angry. It seems we can't get along well, Jean Tan said, looking into his eyes. Choi Young-dao remained unmoved. Oh, right. Choi Young-dao raised an eyebrow. I also want to ask, why does the so-called rich kid still have to work? Jean Tan stiffened for just a second, then relaxed quickly. More than that, Jean Tan smiled. I want to know what will happen to him if your father finds out about this. Choi Young-dao's pupils shrank. He grabbed Jean Tan's collar. Are you threatening me? Is this already a threat to you? Jean Tan replied. It seems she is more important to you than I thought. Zhu Yu took leave after getting the fake note. After receiving her email, Jim told her she got the role, but the director and screenwriter wanted to meet her first. This is a normal process, so she took half a day off and went over. The meeting went smoothly, and they were very satisfied with Zhu Yu. They also told her filming would start in 2 months. Her current look matches the female lead in the show, except for her hair length. When filming begins, the screenwriter hopes she can wear a hair extension. The character has thick, wavy, long red hair like seaweed. Zhu Yu agreed immediately. Just like she would dye it or cut her hair to better fit the role, adding extensions and dyeing her hair was no problem. Playing the role well was the priority. She told the screenwriter she would get the extensions soon to get used to the long hair. True to her word, after meeting the director and screenwriter, she went to the styling room she mentioned before and got long, wavy hair. It was longer than her original hair, reaching past her waist. Dyeing her hair could wait until after filming started in 2 months. Dyeing now would cause her roots to grow out black, which would look unnatural. Zhu Yu walked into the academic office with various eyes on her. Okay, just keep the receipt for your leave note, the teacher said, always polite to her. Scholarship, the familiar word made Zhu Yu look over. It was the same teacher from the office who exposed the family background of Karen Shang. This time, her tone carried more sarcasm. Do you think the children here are just kids who spend all day playing and wasting money? When competing with those who have had private tutors since they started walking, preparing for Ivy League schools, do you really believe you can get a scholarship? Her words sound correct on the surface, but her tone and meaning are quite unpleasant and irritating. The teacher who was talking to Zhu Yu glanced at her and interrupted. It's not impossible. Piao Yu always gets first place. The familiar name caught Che and Shang's attention. She looked at Zhu Yu, who was also looking at her. They exchanged glances and then looked away. Che and Shang felt that the familiar feeling was gone. So her name is Piao Yu. She probably didn't know her before. Such a beautiful girl wouldn't have no memory of her after seeing her. She didn't expect her to be so good at studying. Is she also part of the social care group? Fill this out and give it back to me within this week, the female teacher handed her a form. Che and Sheng looked at the fee on the form and couldn't help but ask, aren't the tuition fees waived? This isn't tuition. It's for the special education courses, the teacher interrupted her. If these are also waived, the social care group wouldn't bother to attend school. Tennis, golf, horseback riding, one of these is a required activity. Prepare your clothes and equipment. Looking at the course fee notice, Che and Shang saw that the cost for 1 semester of special education was 550,000 yuan, about 3,000 renminbi. So, were these course fees originally meant to filter out students like her from the social care group? Leaving the academic office, Che and Shang looked at the schedule with disappointment. Luckily, she had a subsidy, otherwise, the expenses would be unbearable for her. When Zhu Yu came out, she saw Che and Shang still standing at the door, not leaving. Hello, can I ask you something? Zhu felt a bit surprised, but not too much. Thinking about what happened in the academic office, she guessed what the girl wanted to ask. Sure. Zhu raised her hand to check the time. We just have one more class before break. Let's have lunch and chat. The class will start soon, so go back first. When they arrived at the restaurant, Karin Shang saw that Park Yul had already finished her meal and was waiting for her. She quickly walked over and sat down. Why does it feel like many people are watching us? Karin Shang asked nervously. Although the looks weren't mean, they still made her feel anxious because she was used to not being noticed. Yul looked around and saw that the people who had been watching her quickly looked away when they noticed her gaze. Now it's better, Yul said with a cheerful smile. Ask me anything you want to know. I want to know how to get a scholarship like you, Karin Shang said nervously, unsure if Yul would tell her. Yul was about to answer when she saw Kim Tan at the restaurant entrance, with Choi Youngdu frowning behind him. She instinctively knew that if Karin Shang was here, those two main characters might come over, attracting more attention. It would be hard to eat peacefully. She turned to Karin Shang and said softly, "Let's find a different place to eat." Then she stood up with her food, signaling Karin Shang to follow her. Karin Shang quickly followed. Yul led her to a quiet rooftop terrace. Every school has some abandoned buildings, and this one had been unused for a long time. "Let me buy you a drink," Yul said, opening a nearby cabinet and finding a leftover bottle of strawberry-flavored yogurt drink she had left here before. She opened it and shared one with Karin Shang. "Thank you," Karin Shang said, accepting it. "I saw your grades when you enrolled," Yul said. "Getting a scholarship here isn't impossible. The teacher in the academic office looks down on students from poor families, including me. Don't let her words affect you. If you focus on studying from now on and improve your rank by 5 places, you can get the scholarship. The scholarship is 2 million won, about $2,700 each semester. That's a lot of money, enough to live here comfortably." Seeing Karin Shang's eyes light up again because of her words, Yul also smiled softly. "You heard that too," Karin Shang said. "That day in the academic office, the teacher mentioned my mother's job. Thank you for knowing and still wanting to help someone like me." Ji looked at her with a brief flicker of sadness when she mentioned her mother. After thinking for a moment, she decided to tell her about her connection with Che In Sheng. "Actually, we've met before. Even if the teacher didn't say anything, I knew about you and your mother." Che In Sheng looked at her in surprise. "Really?" Zhu nodded. "Yes. We used to live in the same neighborhood. But later, my family had an accident. My parents were in a car crash. After receiving the compensation, I didn't want to stay in that sad place, so I never went back." Che In Sheng remembered the past and thought of something. "Are you a shy girl?" She had heard from an elderly woman nearby that a family had an incident, leaving only a little girl. She never expected it to be Park Yu. She no longer seemed dark or unnoticed like when she was a child. Now she. Che In Sheng couldn't help but feel a bit of respect. Zhu Yu flipped through her childhood memories. She was indeed a girl who spoke very little and didn't like playing with others. If she hadn't been very normal in front of her parents, she might have been mistaken for a shy child. "Yes," Zhu Yu said, pulling herself out of her memories. She took a sip of sweet milk. "Keep going. No matter what future Che In Sheng chooses, Zhu Yu will always wish her well. After all, in this story, although she has some dark parts, like not wanting others to know her mother is mute, she is already kind enough." "Thank you," Che In Sheng said. "I will work hard to get a scholarship. Can I come here to find you if I don't want to eat at the restaurant?" Che In Sheng looked at her, and then around. She thought this quiet place was really good for studying, much better than other places. "Sure," Zhu Yu said. "Not many people come here usually. When I get busy, I won't come often, but you can come here. Oh, and the food here is free to eat. It might expire soon, so if you don't mind." Zhu Yu opened all the nearby cabinets to show her. They were filled with various snacks. No matter how many worlds she experienced, Zhu Yu couldn't shake her habit of treating snacks as meals. Not just here, her previous dorm room was also filled with snacks everywhere. In this world, she sometimes had to diet for filming, so she forgot to eat some of the snacks she kept here. Saying they might be close to expiration was a bit exaggerated, but Juyu really couldn't finish all of them herself. Chun Shang nodded nervously, accepting her kindness. She recognized Park Yul from childhood. Her defenses clearly disappeared, and she began to trust her as she did with Eun Sonrong. Juyu noticed this and thought the main girl was a bit naive and sweet. But that was okay. She wouldn't harm her, and being around such a girl made her feel relaxed. Oh, by the way, if you want a part-time job, you might consider the radio room, Ji said, looking at her. You don't have an accent, do you? The happy lunch break ended. Juyu, feeling she hadn't attracted much attention, finished eating and said goodbye to the girl, then went alone to the lounge. Her afternoon classes with the girl were in different rooms. On the surface, Juyu appeared to listen carefully, but her mind was already blank, sometimes looking down at other books. After taking the enlightenment pill, she had already mastered this knowledge. After school, not long after, Juyu unexpectedly saw Zhao Mingxiu. Wow, you're walking so slowly, Zhao Mingxiu said happily when she saw her. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Are you waiting for me? Juyu asked. Why? She couldn't understand why Zhao Mingxiu was waiting for her. Although they had met many times, they weren't exactly close. Zhao Mingxiu walked over to her. I have something to tell you. Can I come in and sit for a bit? Zhu looked at the house and then at him. Remembering she still owed him a favor for the leave note, she smiled. Of course, she said, stepping forward, passing him to the door, unlocking it with her fingerprint and opening it. I said before I'd treat you to a meal. Consider this repayment. Whatever the reason, she knew he had helped her recently with a small favor. Go inside first. I'll check what ingredients are left in the kitchen, she added. Zhao Mingxiu made an okay gesture and went into the house first. The house was very spacious. Its layout was similar to others, with the main difference being the decor. The decor was minimalist, mostly black and white. He skillfully walked through the corridor into the house, looked around, and felt that this house gave him the same cold, distant feeling as that young master. He turned on the TV. After a while, Zhu came in carrying some fruit. Eat some fruit, Zhu said to Zhao Mingxiu. I can't cook, so let's order takeout later. Zhao Mingxiu also clearly couldn't cook, and he nodded without suspicion. What do you want to talk about? Zhu asked. Zhao Mingxiu cleared his throat. You know, many people at school like you. Zhu was slightly surprised. It wasn't so surprising that he said this. She had already noticed that Zhao Mingxiu's way of speaking was different from others. He liked to beat around the bush and not say things directly. Zhu chose to follow his lead and see what he really wanted to say in the end. I don't know, she replied. She could feel many eyes on her, but she wasn't so vain as to think everyone who looked at her liked her just because they looked. They're afraid to confess, Zhao Mingxiu said. And there's a reason for that. Are you trying to say Cui Yingdao likes me? She asked. Yes. It's obvious he still has feelings for you. And you? What do you think? I've already made it clear to him, Zhu said. He'll sort out his feelings soon enough. What? Have you talked to him? It doesn't look like he's given up at all, Zhao Mingxiu said, unable to help but stand up. Don't make a fuss, Zhu said. I'm an artist, and you know the company wouldn't approve of a relationship. Oh, right, Zhao Mingxiu seemed to realize this. I always forget your company. Does KM have no plans for you? Will you still come to school afterward? It won't affect my studies, Zhu said after thinking. She was planning to apply to the best university to boost her credentials. Her grades in school also counted for a lot, and even if she went into acting later, she would try to do it during holidays. Is that all you wanted to say? She asked. If it was just about that, it probably didn't require her to come here. Zhao Mingxiu looked hesitant. Then I'll be direct. Do you know who owns this house? She asked. The owner of the house is probably the person behind KM Company. I don't know much about it, but it doesn't matter. Zhu guessed a little. It might be related to Yu Ziren, or the man who suddenly appeared that night. On the night of drinking, the little assistant appeared at her drinking place as if equipped with a tracking device, which probably meant he was connected to that man. However, these things were not urgent or important to Zhu, so she didn't pay much attention to them. Right now, Her main focus was to live her life well and seize opportunities when they came, especially to work her acting. As for the man, Zhu Yu was already letting things take their course. She was not good at handling relationships. Zhao Mingxiu's hidden meaning was easy to understand. I think I should tell you, this is the Li family's house. You might not know, but it's not Li Duyuan's Li, it's the Li from Libo Group. I've seen this house before. Its owner is probably Li Xiyu, the eldest son of Libo. Such private houses are unlikely to be used as personal residences for employees, so you should be careful. Zhu Yu's pupils slightly contracted as she thought of the man she met that night. Turns out, his identity was the eldest son of Libo. No wonder the system had been so quiet before, only showing signs that day. As expected, his background was not simple. Only top-tier financial groups could have such status. Zhao Mingxiu's hidden message was clear to Zhu Yu. Thank you for telling me this, Zhu Yu said sincerely, with a genuine smile. I will find out what's really going on. Although she had some suspicions before, she hadn't confirmed anything. Now that she knew, she couldn't pretend she didn't. After finishing the takeout with Zhao Mingxiu and seeing her off, Zhu Yu was alone again. She picked up her phone. Thinking for a moment, she dialed Jim's number. She also didn't know how to ask Yu Ziren about this. If she didn't, it would be like revealing her hand. Asking someone from the company seemed more reliable. If she guessed right, Jim definitely knew about this matter. Jim answered the call quickly. I'm living in a place that doesn't seem right, Zhu Yu asked directly, without beating around the bush. Is something wrong with the house? Is it inconvenient to live there? The paparazzi wouldn't be able to get close. You know I'm not talking about that, Zhu Yu interrupted him. How could the company assign such a high-level house to employees? Are Shinro and the others living here? Compared to the entertainment department, where she had no family support and resources depended on her own efforts, the idol department clearly felt like the favored children. Velvet, now the most popular girl group, is the top priority and main support for KM Company. They are the cash cow and backbone. So, Zhu Yu asked where they currently live. Of course, Velvet wouldn't live in Jiangnan district like her. The company isn't a charity. Jim knew that if he lied, Zhu Yu could just ask Velvet's members later and find out. So, at this point, hiding the truth was pointless. Velvet doesn't live here. We only arranged for you to stay here, Jim said after a long pause. Who arranged for me to stay here? Don't say it's the president. I don't believe it. The president of KM Company had been Gao Shania for a few months now. It was normal leadership change. Gao Shania wouldn't make things difficult for Zhu Yu, but she also wouldn't give her special treatment. Jim knew this well. It's not the president, Jim replied, pausing again. When Zhu Yu seemed about to give up asking, Jim seemed to check with someone and then spoke more casually. It can't be Gao Shania. Since you're asking, I'll tell you. It's a directive from the group. The group Libo, Zhu Yu asked. Why would the group notice me and make such arrangements? Initially, it was because young Master Yu's actions at the company were noticed. You might not know, but his shares are because he's the grandson of the Li family. Young Master Yu's mother is the second daughter of Libo. He used to stay out of company affairs, so the group quickly found out, and then, Zhu Yu asked impatiently. Stop changing the subject and beating around the bush. Then, as you might have guessed, someone from the Li family probably warned you before. This house is likely a quiet and sensible compensation for keeping you silent. That's how I see it. Wow, Zhu Yu said, looking at the house she was staying in with disbelief. I don't want to accept this compensation. Just arrange a normal house for me. Send me the location of Velvet's neighborhood, and I'll rent a place myself. It's probably too late today. I'll stay at a hotel first. Tomorrow, have someone change the password on this house. I won't stay here anymore. Come on, ancestor. Jim suddenly raised his voice, trying to change her mind. Why not stay here? Is there something you don't like about the house? Tell me, we can renovate it. The company will pay. No need, Zhu Yu replied. Zhu Yu remained very calm, her expression unchanged. Her answer was actually within her expectations. Wealthy families are often proud and look down on others. That's normal. Since she arrived here, she had watched many Korean dramas, so she wasn't surprised by this kind of behavior. If you leave, I won't be able to explain it, Jim protested. You can arrange for someone else to stay, just don't tell the person making the arrangements. They won't check whether I really stayed here, so there won't be any more contact. What's there to be afraid of? Or you could contact young Master Yu and discuss it with him, Jim tentatively suggested. Zhu refused. I decline. His family already told me not to contact him again. Do I need to save face? No, it's not necessary. These are matters the company should handle. I don't have much to do with you, Xiren, anyway, as you know. I understand. Jim sighed. All right, tomorrow I'll find someone to take back the house. Is the ramen tasty? At a street stall corner, Zhu glanced at a strange number on her phone screen. You, Xiren. Why, can't you recognize my voice now? You, Xiren's voice was deep, and Zhu heard some background noise. Your voice is still recognizable, but I didn't expect you to call from a strange number. Are you at an event? Yes. I'm at a rehearsal for a concert, which officially starts the day after tomorrow. I have VIP tickets reserved for you. Do you want to come? Whose concert is it? I didn't know you still sing. Yi's new boy band. It's not my concert. I'm just a guest performer. Thinking about the day after tomorrow being Friday, Zhu remembered school was on holiday and the new crew hadn't started filming yet. She had plenty of time to go to the concert, but... Your brother warned me to stay away from you. Why are you inviting me? What brother? Xiren sounded confused. Zhu was slightly stunned. Did he really not know? Was it his family acting on their own? She didn't believe it. Do you really not know? She asked. Xiren sighed. Sorry. Can I ask you not to blame me because of my family? She requested. No. Zhu chuckled softly. You should know I'm easy for your family to manipulate. You can't do anything, so how can I resist? It's better if we don't meet again. Xiren fell silent. After a long time, Zhu didn't hear his voice, so she put her phone aside. When she finished a glass of wine and looked again, the call had ended, but there was a new message. I've sent the ticket to you. The address is your school. Whether you agree or not, you're still my friend in my heart. Zhu froze, staring at the word, friend, on the screen. That word made her think of Zimming. Xiren couldn't compare to Zimming, but in a way, Zhu also considered him her friend. However, friends can be many types. Xiren felt more like a temporary friend to Zhu. They met at the right time and fate made them friends. This kind of friendship is fragile. Zhu knew that if she wanted, with her abilities, she could make the Li family see her differently and stop opposing her friendship with Xiren. She could even show her skills in divination and be treated as a guest of honor. Her methods to deal with wealthy people are much better than dealing with someone naive like Kar and Sheng. But she didn't want to use such methods to keep friendships, nor would she use them on friends or family she truly trusted. Zhu realized she still had some bottom line. Good luck with your performance, she sent the message and then stopped looking at her phone. Auntie, another bottle, no, 2 bottles of sake. This night market Zhu visited was not the same as last time. It was a place she accidentally discovered. By midnight, only 2 or 3 tables were left. The people here are mostly drinkers, so no one would notice her. She also found that coming here occasionally to drink and enjoy the night breeze was a good way to relax. After drinking, she would walk slowly back to her place, which also helped her sleep better. After one visit, she stopped ordering takeout. When she was hungry at night, she liked to come down and walk around. Although this feels like a scene from a romantic drama, Zhu didn't think about it consciously. The place was just too real. After finishing more than 2 bottles of sake, Zhu still felt relatively sober, but the alcohol amplified some of her emotions. If it had been before, she would have gone back to her hotel quickly and fallen asleep, since she had classes the next day. But now, she was not in a hurry at all. She walked over to the aunt, settled the bill, paid the money, and casually stuffed the change into her coat pocket. Miss, don't forget your phone. I see you've had quite a few drinks today. Would you like to call your family to pick you up? Zhu looked back and realized she almost forgot to take her phone. Oh no, has her alcohol tolerance really become so poor now? In her previous world, she could drink 10 bottles without feeling anything, but back then she was able to train, maybe because of her cultivation method. She shook herself out of her thoughts, patted her face, and said, "Thank you, Aunt." As for the aunt's suggestion to contact her family, Zhu just smiled. She had no family in this world. Although she had walked for a while after leaving her place, she was only walking slowly, and this was still Jiangnan district. She looked around and saw some lights shining in the distance. Baimu Hotel. When she got closer, Zhu saw it was a 27-story star-rated hotel. She checked her map and estimated the distance from here to the Imperial Tower. It wasn't far, so she decided to stay here for the night. "Please show your ID," the front desk staff said. When she took off her mask and baseball cap, her pupils slightly widened, clearly recognizing her and becoming a bit excited. Zhu patted her pocket. It seemed her ID was left at her company dormitory. Oh no, it really was at her company dorm. There was nothing she could do. Without ID, the staff could only smile and refuse her check-in. Zhu helplessly left the hotel. As the cold night wind blew, her drunkenness slightly eased, and she felt frustrated for forgetting such an important thing. It shouldn't have been forgotten, but regretting it afterward wouldn't change anything. Zhu sat on a bench outside the hotel. Without her ID, she couldn't check into any hotel. Even if she took a taxi back to her company dorm, she probably wouldn't be able to get in. She remembered why she moved out of the company dorm. It had only been a day and a night, and she wasn't sure if the paparazzi were still there. Most likely, they were. If there were paparazzi returning home late at night drunk, she could imagine how the news would write about her. Anyway, thinking about it, it was the most impossible solution. Zhu would rather sleep on the street than go back to the company dormitory right now. So, should she go back now? And stay there? She glances at her watch. It's already past 1 in the morning. It's been nearly 5 hours since she called Jim to say she was moving out to stay in a hotel. In such a short time, he probably hasn't had a chance to change the password yet. Maybe she should just go back and stay there for the night. At this hour, her assistant is probably asleep, and even if she wants to get her ID back, she has to wait until someone wakes up. After making her decision, Zhu stands up. She waits at the street corner for a long time, but doesn't see a taxi. She decides to walk home. She also considered hiding in the space for the night, but that solution is just as risky as facing the paparazzi at the company dorm. She isn't familiar with this area and isn't sure if she can avoid the surveillance cameras. If she gets caught, the consequences would be too much for her to handle. The more missions she completes and the more worlds she visits, the more she realizes that her strength is more important than relying on external things. She doesn't want to depend too much on the space unless it's a life or death situation. No one can guarantee that the space will always be with her. One day, Zhu hopes that even if she loses her system's special abilities, she can still survive on her own. It took Zhu 2 seconds to realize that someone was calling her when she heard her name. She slowly turns around. She sees a somewhat familiar luxury car, a deep blue sports car, stopping beside her. The window rolls down, revealing a tall, handsome man with black hair, looking at her unexpectedly. "It's you," she says. Normally, seeing her target would make her happy, but right now, Zhu can't feel any joy. This man appearing here at this time probably means he knows she doesn't want to stay here and is coming to reclaim his property. "Get in the car," Li Xiu says, smelling alcohol. He frowns slightly. The last time he saw her, she was drinking. Is she a heavy drinker? "I don't dare get in your car," she replies. What if he sells her out? "You're not planning to sell me, are you?" Zhu sees him push open the car door and walk toward her. He steps closer, opens the door, and pushes her into the passenger seat. Seatbelt. Zhu obediently fastens her seatbelt.
Okay.
In the car, she glanced at him twice before closing her eyes and leaning back to rest. This person was quite handsome and her type. Hopefully, he wasn't really planning to sell her, or she might have to take drastic action. "Park you, why don't you stay at my place?" "Who is Park you?"
Oh.
"That's me." Thanks to alcohol, Zhu's reaction was slow, and she gradually understood what he meant. "Why should I stay at your place? Do you still like Yuziren? Who still likes Yuziren?" "I only like myself."
No.
"I don't like him." She thought she heard the man's light laughter. "Why do you think I like Yuziren?" Usually, Zhu wouldn't say this out loud, but at this moment, she didn't want to control her feelings. She had already given up on the goal of marrying into a wealthy family. Can't she just be a little free? That would be too unfair. As long as she didn't insult or offend him and didn't get close to Ziren, this kind of person probably wouldn't really hurt her or block her path to becoming an actress. He treats you differently. Li Xiu slowed down the car. Zhu Yu shrank into her seat, feeling a faint chill. Is winter coming? If he treats me differently, then he must like me. I've already liked many people. Good-looking people often face trouble because of their appearance, but compared to the kindness that comes with it, those troubles are minor. From Zhu Yu's experience, although she never said it out loud, whether in her own world or the task world, her unusual looks often brought her help and kindness. Many people liked her face, even if their feelings were shallow. She knew they liked her appearance combined with their imagined personality, often not understanding her true nature. But even these shallow feelings brought her many benefits. However, Zhu Yu also knew deep down that if these people discovered her selfish nature and guarded heart, cold as ice, they would lose interest. Few would like someone so cold, unless they were into masochism. She wasn't someone easily moved by love. Even if someone liked her very much, if she didn't want it, there was no chance at all. For Zhiruei, the idea of a brave woman fearing a persistent man is impossible. She doesn't like the other person, and if he keeps bothering her, she will only think of ways to hurt him or use other violent methods to deal with him. Of course, if he is her mission target, her patience will be a bit higher. At least before completing the mission, she is willing to pretend to get along with him. Maybe others won't understand why, during such a long mission, she doesn't try to accept feelings, having a close friend or a loving partner. What's wrong with that? But Zhiruei knows she can't do that. Her idea of liking someone is that she can control him and have him stay with her. Even if she meets a good man in the mission world, she might feel a little attracted at first, but her reason quickly returns and she realizes there's no need to love him. She asks herself what she loves about him. If it's his looks, then since she doesn't have beauty-enhancing pills or powerful skills, even the most handsome face will age. When he gets old, will she still like him? If she doesn't like him anymore, then she is just craving temporary beauty. The mission is important, and she can enjoy fleeting happiness, but there's no need to invest feelings in him. If she thinks that even when he gets old, he is still charming and she still likes him, she will quickly pull back. After decades away from the mission world, she is the only one who remembers these feelings. Isn't that too cruel to herself? No matter how she looks at it, Zhiruei feels that developing feelings in the mission world is a waste of herself and doesn't bring much benefit. Sometimes she feels lonely, but she doesn't want to love just because she craves the emotional comfort others can provide. Rationality always outweighs feelings for someone like Zhiruei. But where are you taking me? However, when she is still on a mission with a handsome man who fits her aesthetic, Zhiruei is willing to let herself enjoy the moment. Gaining benefits makes it worth investing feelings. Even if she unknowingly falls deeper, leaving will truly hurt her, but she still thinks it's worth it. Getting what she wants, feeling heartbreak. These are all part of the game. She is willing to pay the price. A girl who values love above all else can exist, and Zhiruei believes her kind of profit-driven view on love also deserves to exist. Zhiruei opens her eyes and sees the familiar door. Li Xiu, get out of the car. He didn't know where he pressed, but Zhu Yu saw the shining night light glow from the door all the way down the corridor. Let's go, Li Xiu said as he took a gray blanket from the car and draped it over her. Zhu Yu tightened the blanket, feeling the warmth it brought. Why did you bring me to your house? Although she asked this, Zhu Yu obediently walked through the long corridor and into the house. She was dressed too lightly and felt cold as the temperature dropped quickly. Forget it, everything can be put aside for now. First, go to a warm place, take a shower, and get some sleep. You look so pitiful with nowhere to go, he said. The heater was on inside, and Zhu Yu only then realized there was an automatic temperature control system in the room. Thank you for taking me in, she said. Along with the warmth, she also felt a faint tiredness and sleepiness. Zhu Yu headed toward the guest room. When she woke up the next day, no one else was in the house except her. She looked at the time and realized she had no alarm clock, so she was already late for breakfast. If she didn't leave quickly, she would be late for school. She quickly washed up, changed into her school uniform, grabbed her backpack, and hurried out. When she arrived at school, she saw that the time was just right and let out a sigh of relief. Even though she no longer considered herself a student mentally, hearing the familiar class bell still made her nervous. That morning's class was self-study. The class monitor sat at the podium, not paying much attention to whether the students below were studying or playing. Juyu took out her phone and placed it on the desk, sending a message to her assistant to bring her ID documents from the dormitory during lunch break. Her assistant quickly replied that she received the message and asked if she needed help finding a house. Juyu quickly responded yes, and her assistant replied again that she understood. Juyu relaxed a little, about to turn off her phone screen when a hand took her phone away. She looked up and saw Choi Dao. He had somehow changed seats and was now sitting right next to her, with only a short distance between them. "Are you looking for a house?" he asked, scrolling through her and her assistant's messages on his phone. Frowning, Juyu took back her phone. "Are you crazy? Why does Minxio know where you live, but I don't know anything? Did Zhao Mingxiu tell Choi Dao her address? I only stayed there for 2 days and am already planning to move out." Juyu didn't say why she told him. Such words might only provoke the other person and cause trouble. It's still class time, and Juyu always remembers her role as an artist in this world. In front of everyone, she doesn't want to create any unnecessary news about herself. This morning, when she saw Park Yu leave the neighborhood, Choi Dao knew something was wrong. He waited a little longer and saw Zhao Mingxiu come out a few minutes later. He asked a few questions to find out the reason. He politely declined her offer to help find a house. As soon as the phone rang, Juyu quickly left the school. Her assistant was already waiting for her at the school gate. "There are 3 houses that meet your requirements. We need to hurry if we want to see them all before noon," the assistant said, scrolling through her tablet and opening the detailed floor plans of the first house. "Wow, your hair. Are you wearing a style for a role in a drama? The curly hair looks good on you." "Thanks, I prefer short hair," Juyu replied, taking the tablet. Her requirements for a house were simple: good privacy and security. The neighborhood of the first house was a well-known artist community. The prices there were only slightly higher than in Jiangnan district, but the security measures were even better, mainly to prevent paparazzi and obsessive fans. "Let's focus on the first one," Juyu said. "If I like it, I'll rent it directly. I don't want to look at the others. I'm in a hurry. Do you have anything urgent at school?" her assistant asked, checking her schedule. "I remember you don't have many classes this afternoon." "Oh, and I brought your ID. Exams are coming soon," Juyu explained simply. It wasn't just about the exams. It was also an excuse for her assistant. She thought the first house on the picture was very suitable and didn't want to waste time comparing other options. Her requirements for a house were never high, so there was no need to spend too much time on it. "All right. By the way, the company said they will subsidize 1/3 of your rent if you rent a place." Juyu nodded. They quickly arrived at the target neighborhood. The houses there were arranged neatly, mostly standalone 2- or 3-story villas. The style was a nostalgic 1990s red brick, with excellent greenery. As they walked, they saw many blooming flowers along the way. Juyu and the assistant both praised this place highly. After seeing it once, they immediately signed a 1-year contract with the agent. After signing the contract, they hurriedly sent Juyu back to school. Her school life was peaceful and stable. Juyu once again scored first place in the midterm exams. Jianshang also worked hard and successfully received a scholarship. Just after receiving the scholarship and a few days before the holiday, Juyu suddenly received a notice that the filming crew was starting production. Fortunately, the holiday was approaching and school management relaxed a lot. She easily got permission to take leave. During the first group reading session after the crew started, she met the male lead and other supporting actors for the first time. The male lead was still a familiar face. It's him. Juyu recalled this person's information. If she remembered correctly, she had indeed seen him before, in the styling room arranged by the company. At that time, she had just signed her contract, and he was a member of a popular boy band. She remembered that the tall boys had looked at her several times. Zhu also had a good impression of these handsome guys with different styles. It was the first time she saw a boy with such delicate makeup in real life, which felt fresh. Later, after seeing more of the company's work, she no longer found it surprising. The boy obviously didn't recognize her. Zhu had now fully grown up. Her features didn't quite match the mainstream delicate look in this country. Originally, her face was just pretty and clear, but after some enhancement, her eyebrows and eyes became much deeper. Just looking at the upper half of her face, she even resembled a BJD doll. Her lower face had 2 shallow dimples, and her smile was sweet and pure, softening the sharpness brought by her delicate features. Everyone who saw her would comment that she was very beautiful. The camera only captured her beauty at about 90%. From the footage, her expressions and movements looked sweet and adorable, but real contact outside the camera was even more impactful. That kind of shock and allure. Bai Zhiyun instinctively avoided when the other person looked over, but after shifting his gaze away, he secretly looked back. His gaze was subtle. Zhu Yu also noticed that crew members occasionally looked at her lost in thought. She asked the system silently, "What's going on?" "I've used the beauty pill before, but it wasn't this extreme. The original host's appearance isn't even the best I've seen. Why are their reactions now so much more intense than before?" System: "Host, have you noticed that your current appearance looks very similar to your original one?" Zhu Yu was momentarily stunned, as if a fog suddenly cleared from her mind. She realized something. "I noticed before that after using the beauty pill, my face looked about 4 or 5 points like my original face. I thought it was just a coincidence, but now I think." Now, she understood she had been careless. Standing in front of the mirror in the makeup room, she saw that her reflection now looked about 70% like her original face. She didn't know why this was happening. During filming, she couldn't ask too many questions. Zhu Yu forced herself to stop thinking about it and focused on finishing her scenes. After filming, when she was alone in her room, she finally called out to the system in her mind. "What's going on? Why does the face in the task world look more and more like my own? Is this only happening in this world, or will it happen in other worlds too? Why am I noticing these changes? Is it because of my previous choices?" No matter how shocked and anxious she felt, the system's voice remained calm and mechanical. System: "Host, the changes are related to your state of mind." "What do you mean?" Zhu Yu asked, somewhat confused. System: "If you think the world is an illusion, then others see you as an illusion too. If you believe the world is real, then others will gradually see the real you." Zhu Yu's hurried breathing slowed slightly. She sat quietly in the middle of the hotel bed, her eyes fixed on the pure white silk sheets, but her thoughts had already drifted far away. Long ago, she knew that the body in the task world was randomly created by the world consciousness, not a real person being occupied by her. That's why she often used this body casually, not caring much about getting hurt, and often appearing reckless in many situations. When you know you're in a game where you can infinitely respawn, do you still care about dying? Zhu Yu still didn't completely stop caring. Her personality made her cautious. Even though she knew she could restart if she failed her mission, she still remained careful. She rarely used death as a way to push her progress forward. Even when playing games, she was a perfectionist. She played carefully so she could finish the game in one try, and she almost never let her tasks become uncontrollable out of stubbornness. Now she understood what the system meant. In the past, she saw the mission world as a game and everyone as NPCs. To the people in those game worlds, she was just a randomly generated NPC. They didn't know her true appearance. The world's consciousness randomly created her image, so she appeared the same to everyone. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing. As long as she completed her tasks, she didn't care how others saw her or whether they knew her real self. But things changed in this world. Zhu Yu made an agreement with the system. She wouldn't return to her original world until she finished all her tasks and was promoted to a higher position, gaining freedom. To prevent herself from losing her identity during the long mission, she loosened her strict mindset a little. Although she didn't seem to change much now, Zhu couldn't guarantee she could always stay true to herself in the mission world. She became more open-minded, especially after interacting more with the local people who were kind and well-meaning. Her thoughts gradually changed. Accepting Yuziren's help and naturally becoming friends was a kind of indulgence and a new attempt for Zhu. The result was good. She mended her stretched, almost broken thread. But this change also caused a chain of uncontrollable consequences. Unless she brainwashed herself again, convincing herself that the mission world was just a game and the people weren't real, just NPCs, she would have to accept that she was part of the real world. In the future, she would come into these worlds as her true self. Zhu got out of bed and walked to the full-length mirror. She was standing carefully in front of the mirror, examining her body inch by inch. As expected, she saw the familiar red mole at her wrist, and there was one on her chest too. These marks weren't present on the original owner. They were unique to her. Looking at her face in the mirror again, it was completely different from how her consciousness had created it. This was her real face. If she changed her hairstyle, she could look almost identical to her original self, gradually becoming exactly the same. System, if I die in the mission world now, does that mean I am truly dead? System. One failure chance costs 10,000 points. Based on the host's current points, she can still afford one more failure. Zhu took out the dress gifted by the nine-tailed fox from her space and put it on. Suddenly, she felt a strong sense of danger she hadn't experienced before. There is only one chance to fail. The dress automatically transformed into a simple white dress, with dust-proof, self-cleaning, and basic protective features, resistant to stabbing, burning, waterproof, and bulletproof. In the past, Zhu didn't care much about these functions. She only cared about how good it looked. Now, everything was different. She deeply realized how much she needed protective gear like this. In the future, she must find ways to get more of it, preferably fully equipped. Living a lifetime sounds easy. Just die peacefully at the end, but who knows whether tomorrow or an accident will come first. Every day, countless people lose their lives due to accidents. Zhu looked at her fair, delicate hands, slim and white enough for advertising, but she still preferred the rough, calloused feeling from her last disaster world experience. Thinking back, the last time she felt a deadly crisis was a long time ago. She was very afraid of dying suddenly and inexplicably when danger struck. If she were to go through another disaster world, knowing she only had one failure chance, Zhu vowed to be more careful. System, even if I brainwash myself into thinking the mission world is fake now, I won't be able to go back to how I was before, right? System. Yes, the host's previous state cannot be maintained for long. Indeed, the changes in her current world were also for self-preservation. She felt that her repeated self-deception was causing her mental imbalance during the missions. Fortunately, she realized this before it was too late and still had a chance to correct it. The filming for the crew was proceeding smoothly. Zhu Yu was the most prominent star in the group. Despite the serious senior-junior culture here, no fool was arrogant enough to cause trouble for the lead actress because of age. After filming, there was only a week left before she left school. Zhu Yu returned to her place and ordered many survival and escape books online. She reads them every day, mainly to increase her storage space and reserves. Her habit has not changed. Whenever she enters the modern civilized society, she always learns about entertainment, culture, and technology. Whether this place is more advanced or behind her world, she collects information and backs it up on her hard drive. She also keeps physical copies of books. If her system space weren't large enough, it would have been full long ago. Every time she looks at her stockpile in her space, Zhu feels relieved and very safe. Zhu thinks that just collecting things is not enough. It's better to remember everything in her mind for safety. Using the wisdom-enhancing pill, Zhu absorbs all kinds of knowledge quickly. She has never valued peace of mind so much. She plans to naturally complete her goal of becoming the most popular actress in this world. As for other things, besides the main task of living until old age, she doesn't want to waste time. She now realizes that these simple, safe worlds are her best learning time. If she doesn't find a way to improve herself now, She might have to risk her life when she enters dangerous worlds later. A week later, Juyu carried a bag of books to school. On her way, she continued absorbing knowledge from her downloaded e-reader. She bought thousands of small, high-memory ink screen readers suitable for reading. She had already downloaded hundreds of books, preparing herself for this world. Have you watched the new drama? Yes, I cried so much watching it. Parky looks so good now. Yuzi and Yeya are such a perfect match. I used to believe all the promotional couples were fake. But now I'm not so sure. They've known each other for a long time, right? They filmed a movie together years ago. Their first love couple was very popular back then. I even shipped them. There's no way they're just acting. The drama is so good. Ratings are out. Based on the view counts of the first 3 episodes, it looks like this year's top show is secured. You've made Parkyu famous. The assistant, holding a bunch of scripts, arrived at Juyu's house immediately after the ratings were released. What did you bring? These are all the scripts sent over. Unlike last time, this batch only features the main characters. Please take a look. Currently, you only have one small web drama scheduled to air, so you need to shoot at least one more, or else your schedule will be empty next year. Juyu stood up and went to the table, picking up the top script. She read scripts very quickly, usually skimming through them in less than an hour. There is a trick to reading scripts. You don't need to read every word. Juyu usually only looks at the first 5 episodes to see if they catch her interest. If they do, she put them on the left, if not on the right. Are there so few good scripts? Her assistant asked, looking at the scripts mostly placed on the right, with only a few thin ones on the left. These are all major productions for next year, Juyu explained. She specifically chose good scripts for big productions. These are all suitable for me. There are 3 here. Do you have enough time? Juyu thought she could manage 2 movies and 1 TV show. Yes, I can do it. It's not impossible. These scripts aren't for immediate filming. Since she's still looking for other actors for her role, the filming schedule can be arranged gradually, not all at once. Juyu also realized that even with her current popularity, there are very few female-centered movies and TV shows to act in. Looking at the movies released each year, almost all are male-focused. This is still true now. She only took part in 1 movie where she played a vase role because the production company was one of the top 3 and the director was famous. Other scripts still had room for her to shine, at least equal to the male lead. Such scripts are rare. So Juyu didn't want to refuse any of them. She wanted to finish her tasks quickly and use the remaining time to study. Her assistant left with the scripts. I came to check on you because I was worried. I heard you had a fight at school with Atan. Are you okay? Lu's mother asked, glancing over. Shui Yingdao didn't look up. He was washing dishes, his hands moving steadily.
No need to worry.
I'll handle it myself. I'll go talk to the chairman. I won't let this go, Lu's mother said seriously, looking distressed. Such a handsome face. What happened to it? It's still swollen. She reached out as if to touch Shui Yingdao's face. Shui Yingdao turned his head to avoid her. Just go take care of your son-in-law. I am just like him, with no blood relation to you. You should go queue where there's profit. I thought it would be more profitable to stay here with you. Can't you see the no entry sign at the entrance? Shui Yingdao said. Do I have to curse to make you understand? Enough, Lu's mother said with a helpless smile. I understand. See you next time. Night fell and stars twinkled. Deep in her studies, Juyu suddenly heard her stomach growl. She remembered she hadn't eaten anything all day. Looking at the breakfast on the table, bought by her assistant in the morning, she saw it was untouched. No wonder she only thought of being hungry after hearing her stomach. She put down her e-reader, got up from her desk, and picked up her coat hanging on the hook. Instead of eating something random, she decided to go to a night market for food. She also realized she hadn't gone out for drinks in a long time. But thinking about her current popular drama, Juyu decided to disguise herself just in case. A baseball cap, a black mask, and a black and white scarf wrapped twice around her neck, covering her completely except for her eyes. Fully armed, she opened the door. A tall, handsome young man leaned toward her as the door opened. Before Juyu could react, he pushed her back, causing her to stumble. Luckily, Cui Yingdao reacted quickly and pulled her to safety. Are you okay? The young man's voice was deep, his shoulders tense, and his usually rebellious face showed some nervousness. I just happened to be passing by to check on you. Passing by? Zhu Yu instinctively looked around. Fortunately, the houses here are one per floor, so no neighbors could see what was happening. She thought for a moment and said to him, I'm about to get something to eat. Want to join me? Cui Yingdao nodded and followed her. Walk beside me, not behind, she said. Outside, sensing the strange looks from passers-by, Zhu Yu tugged Cui Yingdao's sleeve to the side. The night breeze blew, and she felt a refreshing coolness on her head, which made her feel much better. She remembered Cui Yingdao's confession. It seemed he was the first person in her mission world to truly like her. What's wrong with your face? Just when the lighting was dim, she didn't notice anything. Now she saw a wound on one side of his face. The wound looked very familiar. She had seen many people who had been hit with similar marks. Thinking about Cui Yingdao's identity, Zhu Yu guessed that only Jean Tan or his father could be so harsh to him. Jean Tan usually only fought back after Cui Yingdao provoked him first. They often fought each other. But this time, she wasn't sure if Jean Tan or Cui's father was the one who started the fight. I accidentally fell, he said. She noticed his injury again when he was hurt for the second time. Wait for me, Zhu Yu said, grabbing his sleeve. Sit over there for a bit. She watched Cui Yingdao obediently sit on a bench. Then she went into a pharmacy to buy some medicine for his wounds. I thought you only hit people, she said as she disinfected his wound and put on a bandage. Don't get it wet for now. Her words made Cui Yingdao pause slightly. He replied coldly, I wasn't hit. Zhu Yu looked at him. Do you have anything else to say? If not, you can go now. Cui Yingdao's cold expression softened a little. Didn't we say we would go eat something? I haven't eaten yet. Zhu Yu thought it would be okay to have a drinking buddy, even though it's better not to drink when injured. But she wasn't his mother, not even a friend, so why bother? Then let's go. This was Zhu Yu's first time at a night market. Neither of them spoke on the way there. Do you hate me? Even though I know you don't like me, I keep bothering you. Do you really bother me? When? Zhu Yu quickly filled her stomach first, then she had the energy to pour drinks and chat with Cui Yingdao. Thinking that way isn't like you, Zhu Yu said, surprised. She didn't expect to hear such self-reflective words from Cui Yingdao. I remember you said before that who you like is your own business. Was I pretty annoying back then? Cui Yingdao's eyes were deep. He said he came to eat, but he kept watching Zhu Yu eat. He didn't eat much himself. Looking back now, she had always clearly rejected him, but Cui Yingdao didn't want to give up. Although Zhu Yu didn't know exactly what he liked about her, or why he kept liking her even though he knew it was impossible. However, just like the other person previously replied, liking someone is essentially a personal matter. Cui Yingdao didn't expect her to respond, so she didn't need to keep thinking about it. After refusing, this matter was almost settled in Zhu Yu's mind. If I say I have a feeling we are meant to be together, stop joking. Zhu Yu forcefully placed the soju bottle on the table. There's no such thing as destiny. As she said this, she suddenly saw a message pop up from the system. She looked up in surprise. Side mission triggered. Mission goal has appeared. Wow. Zhu Yu put down her glass and looked up and down at Cui Yingdao.
Who are you?
What do you know? This new way of triggering the mission was as strange as a ghost. What? Cui Yingdao looked confused because of her words. Zhu Yu stared at him, as if trying to see into his mind. Could this just be a coincidence? When she learned that the target for her task of marrying into a wealthy family was Li Xiu, Zhu Yu had already given up on the mission. She was really not good at handling feelings, and she didn't want to try forcefully to find another way to complete the task. After changing her approach, Zhu Yu was no longer the person who could fail endlessly and restart. However, just when she decided not to complete the task, she discovered that there was more than one target for marrying into a wealthy family. Cui Yingdao's appearance made Zhu Yu realize there was another solution to the mission. What are you talking about? Her sudden question, along with her previously relaxed attitude turning serious, made her stare at him intently. Cui Yingdao looked uncomfortable, and his ears had turned red from her gaze. Nothing, I just suddenly realized you're quite handsome. Ji lowered her head to pour more wine, hiding her earlier awkwardness. The side mission had been triggered. It turned out the mission was related to Cui Dao, healed Cha Eun-sang's mother, even though she knew she could change the target for marrying into a wealthy family, and there was already a candidate in front of her. Zhu Yu quickly suppressed the fleeting feeling of excitement. She didn't want to do any more missions related to feelings. Although it is still unclear why the task of curing Karen Xiang's mother was suddenly triggered, this side quest was not difficult for Zhu Yu. "I'll take you home." Her compliment made his ears turn redder. Even though he tried to control his expression, he still looked a bit uncomfortable. Zhu Yu could tell that he wasn't good at getting along with girls. "No need. My ride is here. Go home early too," Zhu Yu said, looking at him. For a moment, she felt a twinge of guilt. Maybe she shouldn't have changed the subject by praising his looks. Why did she say such things out of the blue? But some words like spilled water can't be taken back. A sense of regret flashed in Zhu Yu's eyes. "Sorry, I was reckless just now. I won't say I don't deserve your liking or belittle myself. But I hope you understand, you should care more about those who care about you, not about someone like me who doesn't like you. Cherish those who value you, and don't wait until it's too late to regret." Having said that, Zhu Yu watched Cui Dao look lost in thought and didn't say anything else. She took the opportunity while Cui Dao wasn't paying attention to settle the bill, then picked up her phone, put on her scarf and mask again. "I'm leaving now." After getting into the car and watching the other person's figure disappear into the distance, Zhu Yu finally relaxed. She didn't want to give others false hope. Time passed like flowing water. Zhu Yu contacted her company and school to ask for leave. Unless there was an exam, she rarely went back to school. Her daily routine was filming and, during her free time, absorbing knowledge. In college, to gain more personal time, she didn't choose the top university in the East but went to the best art college, studying a major related to her current work. Such schools didn't mind students taking leave to film. As for the side quest involving Karen Xiang's mother, Zhu Yu found herself near the Jean Tan family the next day, secretly watching the mother going out to buy groceries. She approached her, using the topic of Karen Xiang and their previous acquaintance, successfully making the mother drink the disguised mineral water filled with spiritual spring water without suspicion. A day later, the side quest on the system panel was completed. It was simple and almost unbelievable. At that time, she also realized that Karen Xiang was no longer financially struggling and had moved out. She had also transferred to another school in the next semester. Before transferring schools, she also visited the former president who had sent her to Imperial High School. She personally thanked him and explained her reasons. Cha Eun-sang honestly shared her and her mother's situation, saying that Imperial High School was not suitable for them. The old president was not angry. He was surprisingly understanding. When he didn't know that Kim Ten still loved her and wanted to cancel the engagement to be with her, the old president wouldn't deliberately make things difficult for Cha Eun-sang, especially since her mother was so weak in his eyes. Cha Eun-sang's change was obvious. She gradually became more confident. Additionally, her mother, who previously couldn't speak well, surprisingly improved one day and started acting like a normal person. She suddenly felt a huge burden lift from her heart. She realized she was ashamed of her previous vanity, which was caused by her mother's disability, and she didn't want it to be known. Zhu Yu, after completing a side quest, stopped paying attention to Imperial High School and the people in the idol dramas. Besides sending money to Cha Eun-sang every month, she had removed those people and things from her world. By the age of 22, she successfully fulfilled the original owner's wish to become the most popular actress. She exceeded the original goal. Originally, the wish was just to become the most popular actress, but Zhu Yu became not only the most popular actress, but also the most popular actor, with no male actor more popular than her. After reaching her goal, Zhu Yu ignored the company's persuasion and announced online that she planned to study abroad to continue learning. Now that she was no longer lacking money or fame, there was nothing left to change her mind. Even if the company was reluctant or didn't want to give up this money-making asset, they had no choice. Fans, after some confusion, mostly chose to respect their idol's decision. Honestly, no matter what others thought, continuing to learn was not a bad thing. Moreover, they never expected that the idol planned to leave the industry forever. At the end of this world, Jiu closed her reader and peacefully closed her eyes. Task settlement in progress. Task completed. Congratulations to the host for completing Task 1, passing away peacefully. 1,000 points awarded. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest, earning 2,000 points. Zhuyu then opened her familiar attribute panel again. Name: Zhuyu. Main world age: 19 points. 15,000. Zhuyu glanced at the endless white mist of emptiness around her. System: when is the next mission? System: host, it's still in a month. You can simulate what your original home looked like in the system space. No need. This is fine. It can remind me to work hard and return home soon. The system space is a vast area filled with white fog. In the center where Zhuyu is, there is a large waterbed. Zhuyu lay on the waterbed, feeling a lazy, comfortable sensation in her soul. The system's creation is very powerful. In her previous world, she didn't feel much tiredness either. She had lived quite easily for decades. Host, wake up. The mission is about to begin. When she regained consciousness, Zhuyu only felt a cold sensation. She looked around and saw a vast, snowy world. No matter which way she looked, there was thick snow everywhere. She looked down at her body and, not surprisingly, saw that it was short and small. Zhuyu quickly absorbed her memories. She soon understood her situation. Welcome to the death game. Your number is 2333. Current copy: Strange Wilderness. Current survivors: 100 out of 100. Main task: survive in the copy for 15 days. Since this is your first time in the death game, you will receive a beginner's gift pack 1. Would you like to open it? Death game: what is this? Asked a young man with yellow hair, sounding surprised. Next to him, a girl with twin ponytails looked sad. Haven't I already died? Why am I here? A businessperson carrying a briefcase and wearing black-rimmed glasses, seemingly on a business trip, looked around and examined the environment. Didn't you see the official game introduction released this morning? I took the time to read this despite being so busy. This seems to be the official description of a strange space-time game where people are randomly pulled in. The game is called Death Game, and the dungeon feels very ominous. It's getting dark, so we should head down the mountain to find a place to rest. In this wilderness, we definitely can't stay overnight, especially since our task is to survive for 15 days. Before finishing, several people saw a small figure approaching. Is that a person or a ghost? The yellow-haired man exclaimed, jumping back quickly and hiding behind a man, peeking around. The man noticed that the figure was wearing the same black down jacket as them, with a similar backpack. Little kid, are you also a player who was pulled in? Asked the man in a formal shirt, Li Jian. No way.
How could that be?
Such a young child wouldn't understand anything. How could they be a player like us? Replied the girl with twin ponytails, Han Yi, giving Zhao Shi, who looked like a troublemaker, a sharp look. I also read the game introduction. It says people between 8 and 58 years old can be pulled in, Han Yi said softly, looking toward Zhuyu. Little one, how old are you? How did you end up in this game? Did you see the official website's message before? Are you alone here? Zhuyu remained silent, observing the surroundings and the people who appeared. They must be among the 100 taskers mentioned earlier. Is this some kind of nested situation? The task world also has a system. Luckily, Zhuyu found that her system could be activated, and it seemed even more advanced because her space could still be opened. Yes, Zhuyu had finished reading the original owner's memories and understood what the game and the official description referred to. I woke up here. Big brothers and sisters, is this the game where you can get superpowers after passing, once you complete it? She asked. The official description said that this game only pulls in people who are already dead or dying. After completing the game, players might gain extraordinary abilities and extend their lifespan. Li Jian's eyes flickered as he asked, Little sister, what did your beginner's gift package give you? Han Yi, with twin ponytails, instinctively frowned, wanting to stop Zhuyu from revealing her gift. Each player's beginner's package is private, and a secret to protect their life. How could they take advantage of her? However, before she could stop herself, Zhuyu blurted out what she was about to say, as if she were unguarded. "Brother, my beginner's gift is a space 1 meter wide." Pretending that a young girl's words are simple for Zhuyu, she shows a look of disappointment. This ability was something she had thought carefully about before revealing it openly. Her system space is unlimited, so she couldn't say it outright. As for the beginner's gift, when Zhuyu opened it, she found it was the same as everyone else's, a key. Even when talking about space, there have been similar cases in official reports before. But no one has ever said they could open specific items. Abilities are usually based on potential. Her intuition told her it was best not to reveal what she actually obtained. Is this ability really useless? The girl with twin ponytails, Han Yi, Li Jian, and Zhao Shi beside her all showed happy expressions. The official website says space abilities are rare. You're very lucky, little sister. From now on, you'll follow us on missions. We will protect you. Zhuyu pretended to breathe a sigh of relief and act dependently. Okay, thank you, brother and sister. After learning that the girl's ability was space, Han Yi had wanted to say something but held back. She knew how helpful this ability was for their mission. Even if they were using her, a little girl like this probably wouldn't survive to the end of the game. Isn't that also a kind of protection? Brother, sister, what did your beginner's gift give you? The girl looked up curiously and asked the same question. Just as she had thought before, none of these people told the truth. Their answers were all exaggerated or misleading. However, Zhuyu remembered that the abilities officially announced in the girl's memory were mostly useless, or rather, not that there weren't powerful abilities, but the ones from the beginner's gift weren't among the strong ones. For example, water-based abilities, but the gift only gave abilities that couldn't even produce a cup of water in a day. Let's stop talking about this. The snow is falling harder. Let's find a nearby shelter, Li Jian said anxiously, clearly worried. The snow kept falling more heavily, and the only sounds were the gentle fall of snow and the crunching of footsteps. The vast wilderness stretched out, with only a few withered trees standing. The cold was so intense that even the sunlight felt without warmth. Zhao Shi's face turned pale from the cold. Fortunately, we all changed into down jackets for the game. If we had worn only our short sleeves, we might not have lasted long before freezing to death, Li Jian comforted him, saying, the beginner dungeon isn't usually too hard, and it doesn't set up impossible situations. The name of this dungeon is Eerie Wilderness. I haven't looked at any guides for it, but as long as we don't do anything foolish, our chances of survival are better than in most dungeons. Hani held Zhiyu's hand silently, remaining quiet. Zhiyu looked down, her hair covering her face, hiding her expression from everyone. The group walked for over 2 hours. Luckily, before sunset, they saw signs of people. Under the setting sun, a few stone-built huts stood alone in the snow, with snowflakes drifting down like flowing water. These houses were much better than the mud huts or thatched cottages they had imagined. Stone houses were sturdy and reliable. Li Jian considered himself the leader of the group. He walked to the first house and knocked. Is anyone there? Knock, knock, knock. Strangely, no one responded after all the knocking. This house might be empty. You guys try knocking on the other houses. The others followed his lead. But no matter which house they knocked on, there was no answer. The doors remained tightly shut, and they couldn't hear any movement inside. The group looked at each other, unsure of what to do next. Zhao Shi hesitated and guessed, we've knocked for so long, and no one has come out. Maybe these places were never inhabited. Li Jian thought for a moment and made a decision. Let's try to open the door and see what's inside. Hani looked reluctant. Is it okay to just break into the house? What if this is a strange place? We might be asking for trouble. I don't dare. Hearing this, Zhao Shi also hesitated and looked conflicted. Li Jian saw their reactions and sneered silently. So, do you have a better way to solve this problem? If there's no other way, listen to me. Do not open the door. Where will we stay tonight? In such freezing snow, without a place to keep warm, we will all freeze to death. Han Yi's face turned pale and then flushed, but she couldn't bring herself to refuse. She knew that Li Jian's words made sense. Brother Li is smarter than me. I trust you. I will look for some stones nearby to see if I can break the door open. Every stone house here has a bronze lock hanging on it. Han Yi, I'll go with you. She didn't want to be alone with Li Jian. After saying that, she turned to ask Zhu Yu, little sister, do you want to come with your sister? Zhu Yu shook her head. I'll wait here for you. Finding stones was enough for 2 people. Han Yi didn't say more and quickly went with Zhao Shi to look behind the house for stones. Li Jian and Zhu Yu stayed behind, waiting, hoping that the house owner might appear. Soon, Han Yi and Zhao Shi returned together after finding some stones. They seemed to have become closer, probably because they had just talked and gotten to know each other better. Li Jian watched them, a deep look flashing in his eyes, then quickly disappearing. Maybe because Zhu Yu's body looked so young, the 2 men and the woman didn't suspect her. Even when Zhu Yu remained silent on purpose, they often overlooked her. This was exactly what Zhu Yu wanted. This mission world and the death game confused Zhu Yu a lot. She decided to take things step by step. They aimed the heavy stone at the bronze lock and smashed it down. After 3 minutes, the lock broke. Zhao Shi put down the stone, tossed away the broken bronze lock, and gently pushed open the door. Surprisingly, the inside of the stone house was normal. The fireplace was burning fiercely, and a bowl of milk sat on the stone table nearby. The milk was steaming and still warm. It seemed the owner had left only a short time ago. These discoveries made everyone's faces change slightly. They all thought about what might happen next. After the owner comes back, we should explain ourselves. We're inside now, so we can't regret it. Unexpectedly, Han Yi was the first to accept this idea. Who wants the milk? I'll look for something else to eat. Zhao Shi responded first. I want a drink.
I'm starving.
I've been walking so long. I can't hold on anymore. As he spoke, Zhao Shi moved closer to the stone table, picked up a basin, and drank half of it quickly before setting it down with a look of satisfaction. Han Yi looked around the area that seemed to be the kitchen and frowned. Leave some for others. Don't be so selfish. Zhao Shi smiled awkwardly. I'll help look for something to eat. Drinking this milk feels like I haven't eaten anything. Zhu Yu looked around but didn't go near the kitchen. Instead, she went into the bedroom. Brother Li, Brother Zhao, Sister Han, come look. What is it? Li Jianli was the closest and was the first to enter the bedroom. He pushed open the door and saw the scene inside, his face turning pale with fear. Ah, what's that? So disgusting. Screams and retching filled the room. On the bedroom floor, there were 2 dismembered bodies, with limbs and remains scattered around the room in chaos. Faint blood and flesh mixed with a strong, bloody smell. There was also an old, nauseating stench of decay. The dead person is probably the owner of this house. But who made the milk on the table? Zhao Shi immediately realized this, since only he had drunk the milk. Han Yi's face turned pale. Whether the owner or the killer made it, it's unlikely they poisoned it. This wasn't just comforting. Looking at the brutal scene in the bedroom, it was clear the killer was very cruel. If they could kill directly, there was no need to poison the food. Li Jian recalled, the bodies and blood are fresh, like they just died. But the smell of decay makes it seem like they've been dead for a long time. Maybe we should change to another house. Do we have to sleep in the same room as the dead tonight? That's too scary. Changing houses is a good idea. What if the killer comes back tonight? The row of stone houses gave Zhu Yu a bad feeling. Her yin-yang eyes were working. All these stone houses had a faint black aura. Before she entered, she was confused about what this black aura meant. But after seeing the bodies in the bedroom, she understood. If her yin-yang eyes are correct, then every house in this row has a dead person inside. This explanation seems to clarify why no one responded when they knocked on the door. The frightening possibility has not yet been thought of by Li Jian and the others. After discussing, they decided to break into other houses to find a safe place without any dead bodies. Zhu Yu remained quiet the whole time. Although she was the first to discover the dead person in the bedroom, she stayed silent during the discussion, which helped her avoid drawing attention. One by one, the bronze locks were broken open. This time, They focused less on food and more on checking every room carefully. They made a shocking discovery. Every stone house had a dead body inside. The scenes of death were all very similar. This must be the work of the same group, Li Jian said fearfully. The places where limbs were cut are the same, and the corners where the bodies are found are very similar. Their times of death are probably close too. They might not have been killed just before we arrived. This guess is very frightening. Falling snow covered the footprints. But would such a terrible attacker really not come back again? If they returned and found the others, would they end up like these bodies, completely destroyed? Zhao Shi gasped, "We can't stay here. Let's grab the food and leave before the attacker comes back." Hani collapsed to the ground as if sinking into the floor. "Where can we go? It's already dark. How can we find the next safe place in the dark? If we can't find one, we might freeze to death before the attacker shows up." Li Jian closed his eyes tightly, then opened them again after a moment. "The situation isn't that bad. Don't scare yourself. What if the attacker doesn't come back? Even if they do, we're not helpless. We just need to lock the door tightly, take turns keeping watch, and we might still have a chance to fight back." As he spoke, Li Jian felt his fear start to fade and his reason take over. "All right, now let's each go to a house, find all the food, and gather it in one place. We also need enough fuel and warm clothes. These things are urgent. Don't forget, it's not the coldest part of the day yet. Usually, late at night, the temperature drops even more." Hani got up from the ground, looking better. "Brotherly is right. We don't have to live here forever. Just 15 days, and after that, we can return to our world." Seeing the younger girl cheer up, Zhao Shi also calmed down. The group decided to clear a clean room first, then pair up to find food. Zhu Yu, who has space abilities, took on most of the moving work. Together, they quickly gathered enough supplies to survive for 15 days. By then, it was already very dark, with heavy snow and fierce cold winds howling outside. For safety, they sealed the door and blocked it with heavy furniture. "All right, come and eat noodles," Hani called out to everyone. Fortunately, they found plenty of food in the houses, enough for 2 or 3 months, not just half a month. This eased a lot of pressure. After all, people need food and warmth to survive, no matter where they are. They also found blankets and warm clothes. However, they didn't have clothes that fit Zhuyu, as most were adult-sized and dragged on the ground when she wore them. "Smells so good," Zhao Shi eagerly inhaled the aroma. "After we eat, let's talk about how to get through this level," Li Jian said as he put down his bowl and wiped his mouth. The first to finish was Zhuyu. Since she shrank, her food intake was half of Han Yi's. "Let's talk tomorrow, brotherly. I'm exhausted after today. I really can't hold on anymore. I'm so sleepy." Zhao Shi's eyes were heavy and tired. After a day of intense activity, he felt that even if the killer came now, he probably wouldn't have the strength to fight back. Han Yi was also very tired, but because she was worried and felt some subconscious unease, she didn't think she could truly rest peacefully. "What do you want to talk about, brotherly?" They all slept in the living room on 4 mats, laid out in a row. Han Yi secretly felt grateful that her teammates were decent, meaning they weren't obsessed with or always looking to take advantage. What she didn't say aloud was that she was a second-generation player. Her father had also been pulled into the game before, and because she inherited her father's illness, she had known from a young age that she was destined to be part of this game. They are more willing to believe that this is the calm before the storm. The heavy snow stopped at 1 p.m. and did not fall again until nightfall. Even the temperature slightly increased. The weather, which originally required thick winter clothes and still felt freezing, warmed up so much that they only needed to wear a single shirt. "At least 30 degrees warmer," Hani said, feeling this change very clearly. No matter how worried they were, nothing inside the copy could be changed by their will. They gradually realized that by the 3rd day, the temperature had risen to an unbearable level. The floor was even boiling hot. You could cook an egg on it without a pot. The floor was so hot it could cook the egg directly. After experiencing this, they understood that extreme heat was much scarier than cold. Cold can be eased by adding more clothes, but there is no way to relieve extreme heat. The stone house was clearly stuck in the last century, with no electricity, fans, or air conditioning. The only way to cool down was to make their own fans. But now, even the fans blew hot air, offering no real relief. High temperatures also made people feel restless and irritable. Everyone's temper became much worse. If I had known the temperature would change so much, I should have let Xiaoyu store some ice in the space. What's the use of saying that now? Who could have predicted it? Hopefully tomorrow won't be hotter. This is just too hard to endure. Han Yi was more worried about the strange phenomena that had been missing. The copy wouldn't stay so peaceful forever. Unlike others who had never played a death game before, her father had warned her many times that strange things would happen inside the copy. Why hadn't any strange events appeared yet? Another day passed, and it was now the 4th day.
Food.
The food has all gone bad. Zhao woke up and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Seeing the rotten ingredients, he frowned instinctively. He carefully checked all the supplies. Rice, vegetables, fruits, flour, and all visible food reserves were emitting a foul smell of decay. He didn't dare eat such food. What if he accidentally ate something poisonous? How is that possible? Hearing the noise, everyone came to the kitchen. Zhao Shi explained his discovery, and Han Yi and Li Jian's faces showed signs of doubt. They thought that everything was fine yesterday, and most of the rice and flour were still unopened. How could they all spoil at once? However, after checking the food themselves and seeing the rotten items, they had to accept the reality. It must be the power of the copy that caused this. Under normal circumstances, food wouldn't spoil so quickly. All the food was now unusable. How could they survive the next 10 days? Zhuyu hesitated and asked, since the food is gone, what about water? Having experienced a disaster world, Zhuyu thought of high temperatures, drought, and water shortages. Food is important, but without water, people would die faster. Han Yi quickly ran to the water pipe and found that the water had stopped too. What should they do? They had nothing to eat or drink. They wouldn't last until the end of the copy. Li Jian gathered his strength. Let's pack what we can use. In 2 hours, the sun will set. We should look elsewhere. Maybe we can find food and a new safe place. How long can a person survive without eating or drinking? Everyone's body is different, so survival time varies. But generally 3 days is manageable. We should try to find food within 3 days. Besides their clothes, they didn't bring much. The clothes were just to prevent sudden cold, and they brought a set of thick cotton clothes, along with candles and matches. They aimed to fill Zhuyu's space with supplies. Of course, to avoid losing each other, they didn't put everything into the space. Each person carried a bag with essential items. An hour later, they finished packing and headed south. Luckily, we found a compass. But this time, their good luck seemed to have run out. They walked for a long time, the sun set, and the sky was completely covered in darkness. They still hadn't found a new house, nor had they found food or water sources. Everyone felt very discouraged. But they also knew that traveling at night was dangerous because the official warning emphasized that the copy world at night was very risky. Even experienced players couldn't be sure they would survive the night. None of them are willing to risk their lives exploring the dangerous night. Tomorrow will be the 6th day. I hope we can find food and water easily. Han Yi faces the sun and stars, clasping his hands in prayer, taking it seriously. Zhao Shi can't help but say, praying here won't help. The gods won't hear us, I know. I'm just seeking peace of mind. Xiaoyu, bring out the tent. We're going to sleep. After a whole day without food, everyone feels very hungry. Li Jian says, luckily my stomach problem didn't come back. If it had, I would be in pain and couldn't walk. That would be pointless waiting to die. Indeed, after coming into the game, some small health issues they had before disappeared. Zhao Shi suddenly remembers something and says, yeah, I used to have very bad eyesight. After coming here, it got better. Things are much clearer now. I wish I could take this good vision back home. Zhuyu takes out their packed tent from the space. Did you hear any sounds? Han Yi suddenly shivers. The howling wind is relentless, rushing around wildly. The weather darkens again. Through the cracks, the sky looks dull yellow, with a few lonely, withered trees standing far and near. Zhao Shi looks around but hears nothing.
No sounds.
Did you hear anything? Li Jian listens carefully. Besides the wind, he hears a faint croak, croak, croak. Li Jian stands up and steps outside the tent. It sounds like frogs. Is there a water source nearby? Water sources are hard to find. These sounds are masked by the wind, and if you're not careful, you might miss them. It must be far away. Otherwise, the sound wouldn't be so faint. Let's check tomorrow. Water won't run away overnight. Let's sleep first. The group agrees to take turns watching over the night, excluding Zhuyu, the child. Soon after, Han Yi, on watch, wakes everyone up. Seeing everyone awake, Han Yi breathes a sigh of relief. Looks like it's going to rain. Should we collect some rainwater? Li Jian nodded. Xiaoya, bring out the water containers like buckets. Xiao Han, go fetch water. Sure too. You and I will reinforce the tent just in case the rain gets heavier and washes us away. Got it, brotherly. Zhu followed to the side, taking out the buckets while collecting rainwater with Han Yu. These people hadn't drunk water for a day, and hunger was worse than thirst. Their minds were still clear, and no one planned to drink rainwater directly. After some effort, everyone sat around the iron pot, waiting for the rainwater to boil. Is it just my imagination? Han Yi blinked. Why do I feel like the frogs are croaking louder? Zhu turned her head. Her hearing was always the best among her senses, maybe because of her experience with cats. Before Han Yi spoke, she had already noticed this. But she wasn't sure yet, and decided to listen a bit longer. What does it mean if the frogs are croaking louder? Zhao Shi responded slowly, not understanding what was worth mentioning. The louder croaking could mean the frogs are coming toward us. But even if that's true, it's okay. Frogs aren't dangerous, right? Han Yi didn't agree with Zhao Shi, but she wisely chose not to voice her concerns this time. Let's wait and see. Maybe it's just our imagination. If they really are coming toward us, normal frogs are beneficial insects and wouldn't attack humans without reason. Li Jianan was good at calming people. His words eased the tension in Zhao Shi and Han Yi's expressions. Zhuyu gently turned her head and looked toward the source of the sound. But she saw that the croaking sounds came from all directions. The noise was loud, and the feeling of approaching only made everyone feel more irritated and slightly scared from the bottom of their hearts. Zhao Shi no longer said that frogs weren't a problem. Even ants in large numbers could bite and kill an elephant. But their size was nowhere near that of frogs compared to elephants. The shadow of the first frog appeared through the candlelight on the dim yellow tent, like the start of a signal. The second, third, and fifth frogs appeared. In just a few minutes, the shadows on the tent had become dense. 301, 302, Han Yi muttered incoherently, crossing her arms over her chest. Zhao Shi exhaled sharply. Aren't they afraid of fire? Why are we gathering around the tent? That doesn't make sense. Li Jian's movements were stiff, not as smooth as usual. We can't just wait and see. There are already many frogs, and if more jump onto the tent, we might be crushed underneath, suffocate, or get bitten alive. Zhu said. The sound. Might not be frogs, but toads. Frogs usually jump, while toads tend to crawl more. The difference is also clear on their backs. After the tent caught rainwater, it was sealed tightly. That's why no toad has managed to get inside yet. No matter if they are frogs or toads, if there are too many, we can't fight them all. Xiaoyu, how much oil do you still have? Li Jian's eyes flashed with determination. If we don't leave soon, we might have to set fire to burn them all. Zhu took out some smelly cooking oil from her space. Brotherly, it's all here. Li Jian looked at the oil and relaxed a little. This is enough. Act quickly. Everyone, prepare a torch in your hand. Li Jian's plan was the best they could think of with the resources available. No one objected. They moved fast, and the torches were ready quickly. Zhu, you also held one. I'll count to 3. When I say go, we open the tent and rush out together. Be sure to move fast and keep your torches steady. After we get out, we run back. We've seen that path during the day, so it's the safest. Meet at the withered trees we passed. Li Jian said seriously. Everyone nodded with serious faces. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. As soon as the words were spoken, Li Jian went first, Zhu second, Han third, and Zhao Shi last. That was the order they had agreed on. The most dangerous person was the first to go, and the last one was also at risk. The two men volunteered to let the young Zhu Yu and Han stay in the middle. But when they actually opened the tent and saw the dense toads...
Ah!
Someone pushed me, Han screamed sharply. Li Jian and Zhao Shi unexpectedly used her as a shield at the same time. The countless toads jumped and crawled all over her face and body. Under the flickering candlelight, Zhu Yu watched this scene with a shiver. At the moment the door opened, she suddenly felt a sense of malice and instinctively stepped back quickly. If she guessed correctly, Li Jian and Zhao Shi had already planned this together, one using Han Yi, the other using her, to avoid potential harm. Zhu Yu noticed that they had shown no signs of suspicion throughout the entire process. Not even she herself had noticed. If she hadn't been warned by her sense of danger, she would have instinctively dodged. Probably, her fate would have been worse than Han Yi's. Fortunately, the toad was small and not very powerful. Although Han Yi's face and body were bloodied and torn, she was not in life-threatening danger. It only took about 10 seconds from the moment the incident happened until Li Jian and Zhao Shi broke through the encirclement. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Yu saw their shadows disappear. She wasn't sure if they had run far enough to be safe or if the endless toads outside had exhausted themselves and couldn't continue. The moment she couldn't see their figures, Zhu Yu quickly slipped into the space. She couldn't help but slap herself. Her instinctive underestimation and carelessness, treating people like sheep. Zhu Yu hadn't interacted much with others and understood human nature only partially. She was aware of this deep down. But this time, she realized just how naive she had been. Knowing this was a deadly game, why didn't she adjust her mindset immediately upon entering? Why didn't she even think of taking the basic energy pill? She even felt proud that her small child's body hadn't attracted Li Jian and others' attention, not realizing how vulnerable a child's body would be if danger truly arose. Zhu Yu only regretted for a moment before calming down again. She took out the energy pill and swallowed it. Although it would take a week to fully digest, it was better than doing nothing. Now it was late at night on the 5th day, no, early morning of the 6th day. There were 9 days left until the end of this copy. Less than half the time had passed. Zhu Yu forced a bitter smile. Without her space, she might have already died in her 11 or 12-year-old form. Or worse, she might have been used as a shield by Li Jian and Zhao Shi, then carried around like a portable storage. Thinking of that fate, Zhu Yu shivered. She pulled out a gun and held it tightly in her hand. The cold barrel of the gun effectively eased her emotions. She had been too comfortable for too long, never facing danger, which made her react slowly and seem foolish. Zhu Yu didn't think she would stay like this forever. Once inside the space, she couldn't see what was outside. Zhu Yu set an alarm for 6 hours later. She wanted to sleep well. Only after waking up would she have the energy to face the dangers outside. Time passed quickly during her sleep. Zhu Yu felt like she had only slept a little when the alarm went off. She was still very sleepy, but she forced herself to wake up. She took a piece of ice and pressed it against her face. The icy coldness successfully drove away all sleepiness, and she instantly became alert. One hand held a torch. Yesterday, Li Jian and Zhao Shi's actions served as a warning. At least Zhu Yu learned that toads really do avoid fire. They only avoid the part of the toad that is holding the fire, but this was still useful information. In her other hand, Zhu Yu held a knife. She thought carefully and decided that, in this situation, a knife was better than a gun. She changed into a full-body, high-level protective suit. Underneath, she wore a beautiful dress with a 9-tailed fox's dagger-proof fabric. After this crisis, Zhu Yu planned to contact the 9-tailed fox to order some sports clothes, no dresses, just pants, so she could run more easily. When everything was ready, she quickly thawed herself out of the space. Suddenly, her surroundings went from absolute silence to loud chaos. Piercing, harsh croaking sounds filled the air. Before she could even steady herself, she felt a toad rushing toward her like a fist. Luckily, her preparations paid off. The toad couldn't easily bite through the protective suit, let alone the thicker magic robe underneath. Zhuyu raised her torch with one hand. The toad instinctively avoided the part of her body holding the torch. With her other hand, she swung her knife, repeatedly cutting a path forward. The toad's croaking grew even more frantic as it was cut. Zhuyu resisted the urge to cover her ears. She hadn't expected this. The dense croaking sounds became an unexpected source of extra pain. She realized that listening to this noise for a long time could make her feel uncontrollably violent. All she wanted was to kill everything she saw. Fortunately, she quickly carved a path with her knife. After running about 10 meters away from the tent and leaving it behind, Zhuyu found that she could no longer hear the toad calls or see any toads. There was definitely something strange. What exactly was attracting them to the tent? Or perhaps this attack was just another crisis in the game, with no real logic. Once she saw no sign of the toads, Zhuyu looked at the bright sky and put away her torch into the system space. However, she did not retract her sword. Instead of taking out the compass, she casually tossed 3 copper coins. The divination indicated she should head west. Zhuyu adjusted her direction accordingly. She paid attention to the traces along the way. After walking for a long time, she finally found some signs that looked like they were left by people. Even though she had underestimated the situation and almost got into trouble with people like Li Jian and Zhao Shi, Zhu no longer wanted to avoid others. She decided to be more open and independent. From any angle, she felt that this game's scenario shouldn't be faced alone. She needed more information. Because of her limited age in this body, she was often only half aware of many things. For example, Li Jian probably kept some information hidden when discussing the game details. He definitely knew more than what was officially announced online. Zhu could also sense that Han Yi was acting strangely. All this information was scarce for her, and she desperately needed to learn more. She remembered her long-unused precognition ability. If only she had used it on Han Yi or Li Jian earlier. She hadn't used it before because she couldn't find a safe place to absorb future visions after using it. Apart from a brief moment for personal hygiene, someone was always around her. Now that she thought about it, she could make an excuse to go outside and hide in her space to absorb the visions. Zhu analyzed her mistakes since arriving in this world, committed them deeply into her memory, and vowed never to repeat them. Unlike her previous assumption that she could find people quickly after discovering traces, she had walked for a long time, from bright daylight to dusk, but still saw no sign of anyone. When it got dark, she decided not to continue walking. Although she didn't know the exact reason, she planned to follow the official information from the original world's memory and abide by it. She chose not to hide in a safe space to sleep. Instead, she took out her tent and sleeping bag. Avoidance was not a solution. If safety was the concern, she could stay hidden in her space until the 15th day. However, Zhu's intuition told her that this way of passing the test was not a good idea. Moreover, it must be said that although she had only been here for a few days, she felt she had grown a lot. She didn't want to give up this rare chance to train herself. This was because, in her eyes, the crises she faced were not impossible to avoid, nor were they deadly crises without solutions. She quickly set up a small tent for herself. She laid a plastic sheet on the ground, sat on it, and took out roasted duck and orange juice, happily eating to fill her stomach. Thinking about the rain that suddenly fell yesterday and the crazy toad crisis that swept through everything, Zhu couldn't help but wonder if there would be a crisis today too. And if so, what would it be? No matter what it was, Zhu decided not to sleep tonight. She took out a cup of strong black coffee, ready to stay awake. A person can go a day without sleep. She could wait until daylight, when it was safer, to rest. Time was passing second by second. Zhu didn't just sit idly waiting. She took a book from her space, lit 4 candles, and sat by the candlelight, reading while keeping part of her attention on the outside. Surprisingly, she spent a peaceful night. She successfully reached the 7th day. When she was about to leave her tent, she noticed something was wrong with the feeling under her feet. She looked down and saw dry branches. Following the branches forward, she saw that every few steps, there were more dry branches. Ji Yu was sure these were not their last night. She couldn't have been careless enough not to notice such obvious clues. There were no footprints around the dry branches left by people walking. The ground was smooth and fresh, as if these branches had appeared naturally. But if they appeared naturally, how could they start so precisely in front of her tent? A cold feeling ran through her. These dry branches, like the sudden swarm of toads last night, were unnatural. She didn't follow the branches forward, but paused in place. She waved her hand to put all her tents into her space. The coldness rising from the dry branches was even greater than the fear of the toads that night, so Ji Yu dared not be careless. She took out a protective mirror to hang on her chest and inserted a peachwood sword into her hair as a hairpin. She also kept a stack of protective charms in her pocket. The peachwood sword was exchanged with a monk in her previous world. It is the most powerful weapon she has against ghosts, stronger than any other, even more powerful than the lightning charm. The lightning charm can only be used once. People fear ghosts because they cannot deal with them. Ghosts harm humans without restraint, but humans cannot fight back. The peachwood sword can break this imbalance. It can touch spirits and actually cause wounds that are hard to heal. The sword's arm is long but can also transform into a tiny size, like a hairpin, and be placed on the head. It won't attract attention and can be quickly taken out to fight when in danger. The protective mirror is a small round wooden mirror pendant. It automatically protects its owner when ghosts try to harm them. Unlike the sword, which is for attack, this is a defensive magic tool. She also put a few charms like the lightning charm and peace charms in her pocket. Ji Yu felt much safer. She prepared these because she remembered the first day she arrived here, when the death game system gave her a warning. Current dungeon, eerie wilderness. Thinking this, she glanced at the game panel, which had been very quiet under her system's control. Current survivors, 47/100. Main task, survive in the dungeon for 15 days. Today is only the 7th day, not even halfway through, yet so many people have already died. Ji Yu thought about the dangers she faced since entering the dungeon. Extreme cold, extreme heat, wandering unknown killers, dangerous nights, mysterious frogs appearing, and, in the worst-case scenario she imagined, if the killer she hadn't encountered yet was caught by another player, then the deaths of so many players wouldn't be surprising. She thought a lot, but in reality, not even a minute had passed. Frowning, Ji Yu put on layer after layer of protective clothing. She started walking forward, following the withered branches. The path covered with dead branches was longer than she expected. She had walked for at least an hour and still saw no end. After another hour, she finally saw something different. She had never seen such a vast wilderness. With the eye, it stretched endlessly in a dull yellow hue. The land was also a dull, withered yellow. She doubted whether such soil could grow crops. At the end of the withered branch, there was a row of stone houses. Ji Yu's eyes paused slightly, and her pupils contracted. This scene was not only something she had seen on the first day, but also because she noticed that the windows of the stone houses were all open. Even from a short distance away, she saw shadows moving in several windows. She didn't stay in one place for long. She suspected that when she saw the shadows, the people inside had also noticed her. "Little girl, who are you?" As she approached, Ji Yu took off her protective coat and wore only her magic robe. Her hair was tied into a tight bun, and her cheeks looked young, probably no more than 12 or 13 years old. No one would be overly cautious around such a child. The owner of the house was no exception. Ji Yu looked at the woman asking questions, and her husband behind her. "I followed my mom and older brother here, but we got separated. I can't find them. Auntie, may I ask where this place is?" The woman with the red apron looked at her with pity in her eyes. "Little girl, why did you come to the wild wasteland? People who come here can't leave. It's unlikely you'll find your mom and brother. Every 12 hours, the wilderness refreshes, and nothing stays in the same place. My husband and I only stay together after finding a special item to bind us." You don't even know about the wild wasteland and still came here. Zhu Yu's eyes turned red. Will I never see my mom and brother again? Her husband's voice came in. It's not impossible. If you can find the core of the wilderness and destroy, or take it, the barrier of the wild wasteland will disappear. Everyone wandering and struggling to survive will be free. The woman hit her husband gently. Honey, she's just a child. How can she find the core? Even those of us who have been trying to survive for many years haven't seen its shadow. The child. The woman looked at Zhu Yu softly. You must be very hungry. Would you like to come to my house and eat something? Zhu Yu had just eaten not long ago and wasn't hungry at all. But she still wanted to gather more information, especially about the wilderness that the woman and her husband casually mentioned. She instinctively felt it was related to her task. She shyly nodded. Is that okay? Thank you, Andy. The woman's face became even gentler. Of course, my husband. Go start the fire. She followed the woman into their home, the first house of a row of stone cottages. Inside, Zhu Yu discreetly looked around. To her surprise, but not really, she found that this place was exactly the same as the first house she and Li Jian discovered that day. Even the milk on the stone table and the warm cookies were arranged in the same way. Drink some hot milk first. Feeling Zhu Yu's gaze, the woman approached the stone table, took a ceramic bowl, poured a bowl of milk, and placed it in front of Zhu Yu. Thank you, I'm very thirsty. Last time, Zhao Shi and the others drank the milk, but Zhu Yu didn't. This time, facing the unknown and untrustworthy owner of the stone house, she definitely wouldn't drink it. It's really good. Zhu Yu drank the milk without hesitation, showing her innocent trust in the woman. In fact, Zhu Yu secretly transferred the milk into her space. Watching Zhu Yu finish the milk, the woman seemed to relax. The gentle smile that had been like a mask on her face slowly faded away. Zhu Yu pretended not to notice the woman's change. Can you tell me more about the wilderness?
I don't know anything.
Why bother knowing so much? You won't have a future anyway. The woman thought this, but since the medicine in the milk would take a while to work, chatting with the girl was also good. It's been a long time since I saw such fresh young blood in the Death Wilderness. Then I'll tell you about the origin of the Death Wilderness. Her eyes darkened, and her tone became serious from her previous casual attitude. This place was once a private forest owned by an empire. Yes, the strongest empire, so large that even a small country's territory was smaller. One day, a wizard came to the empire. The emperor wanted to live longer, and the wizard said she could make him stay young forever, as long as the emperor was willing to share half of the empire's power. The emperor agreed. A classic story of an emperor obsessed with eternal life. Zhu Yu hid her instinctive urge to mock, nodded, and listened attentively. The woman's interest in talking grew stronger. It's important to remember that the wilderness has only a few people living there all year. She usually has no one to talk to besides her husband. Now, she is sharing stories that her husband already knows. She feels happy to share her thoughts. This forest was a gift from the emperor to the wizard for making medicine. It used to be a place where the land was fertile and the weather was always spring-like. They could harvest crops 3 times a year. But after the wizard used it to make a potion for long life, everything changed. The trees started to die overnight, and the land couldn't grow food anymore. And they only made one potion so far. Does the long life potion really exist? Isn't the wizard lying? Zhu Yu asked this on purpose. She noticed the woman was very excited when talking about the wizard, so she wanted her to say more. As for the long life potion, isn't it just another kind of longevity pill? Zhu Yu has some of these pills in her space. She doesn't know how they are made, but she understands they are not like the wizard's way of taking from nature. The woman looked annoyed and gave Zhu Yu a look that said she was stupid. Don't interrupt me. The potion is real. After the king drank it, his white hair disappeared. He went from 70 to 40 years old. That magic potion can add at least 30 years to a person's life. 30 years is a lot. After this happened, many people worshipped the wizard as a god. The emperor even gave him 3 more forests. They wanted the wizard to keep making the magic potion. But then the wizard said the way to make the second potion was different from before. Do you know how they make the second magic potion?
Zhu Yu shook her head, confused.
No, I don't know. The woman snorted proudly. The wizard said the second potion needs 10,000 people to go into the forest willingly. They have to offer their blood and flesh to the gods. The potion made this way can extend life by 100 years. The king couldn't resist the temptation of 100 more years. He tricked his soldiers, 10,000 of them. That day, the blood stained the land of the forest. From then on, the forest became a deadly wasteland. It's like a forbidden zone. Anyone who enters can never leave. Every 12 hours, strange things happen. You might suddenly find yourself somewhere else. Sometimes, you're lucky and end up where you are now. But if luck isn't on your side, you might lose your life before you even realize what's happening. At this point, the woman's voice grew more excited. I am so lucky. Unlike those dead spirits back then, they died before they could even realize what was happening, all because of bad luck during harvest season. Zhu Yu's eyes looked confused. What is harvest season? The woman looked at her with a mysterious smile. Harvest season is in 8 days. On that day, there will be a full moon, and the angry spirits of the 10,000 soldiers who lost their lives and flesh will appear. Every living person in the wilderness must offer a gift. Zhu Yu sensed from the woman's gaze that the gift she mentioned might be herself. 7 days later, it would be the last day of the game. She pretended not to know and asked, "What kind of gift? What happens if I don't give it?" "If you don't give it, that's okay. It's all voluntary," the woman replied with a gentle smile, avoiding the question. "By the way, how are you feeling now?" Feeling the woman's sharp, scrutinizing gaze, as if she was confident that a young girl like her couldn't escape, Zhu Yu realized that the woman was starting to show her true colors and was no longer pretending. Zhu Yu blinked, knowing that the woman probably asked because of the milk she had earlier, which might have been laced with something. She pretended to be confused. "I don't feel anything." No matter what the woman planned, Zhu Yu was determined not to let her succeed. In fact, Zhu Yu was quite curious. Both of these adults looked tall and strong, and they seemed to handle her small body easily. Why did they go through the trouble of drugging her in the milk? What made them hesitant to attack her while she was awake? She further tested, "Annie, I'm so hungry. Is the food ready?" The woman's mouth twitched, and she looked at the bowl of milk with a suspicious eye. "I'll go check." "Stay here for a moment." Zhu Yu obediently sat on the stone bench. "Okay, thank you, Andy." After the woman left, she leaned in to smell the milk, then dipped a silver needle into it, took a drop, and tasted it lightly. It was a sleeping drug, not poison, as she had thought. Seeing the malicious intent hidden behind the woman's smile earlier, Zhu Yu even suspected that these two might be the killers involved in a murder and dismemberment case. Looking back now, Zhu Yu overturned their guess that they were the killers. The woman seemed very familiar with this house, so they must be the owners here. Zhu Yu's eyes flickered. The story the woman told earlier was incomplete. She selectively picked out the key information. She already guessed that the biggest danger in this game was on the 15th day, the day of the full moon. The woman and her husband called this place the Death Wasteland, but the game system's hint showed it as the Strange Wilderness. However, Zhu Yu had been here for 7 days. She hadn't seen any strange or eerie presence. The toads were at most a bit disgusting. Unless there were too many, they weren't very dangerous. "Child, try the noodles your uncle made just for you," the woman said, putting on a gentle smile again and bringing a plate of delicious-looking noodles. The noodles were placed on a stone table in front of Zhu Yu, and she thoughtfully set the utensils for her. Zhu Yu obediently picked up her fork, and as she twirled the noodles into her mouth, she instantly transferred into the space. She continued to gather information. "Can you tell me more about the underground world? And about the wizard and the emperor? What happened after that? Did those people just die like that? What happened next?" She acted like a curious little girl, full of interest in everything. The woman watched her, noticing she was still eating the food offered without any awareness. A glimmer of hope grew in her heart. Maybe this time, the medicine would work. To keep Zhu Yu from asking more questions, the woman didn't avoid her inquiries. In her opinion, these questions would be answered sooner or later, if Zhuyu stayed in the wilderness long enough. There was no need to hide anything. But she wouldn't reveal the secrets about the offerings. About the underground world, that's where the wizard used the second batch of divine medicine to suppress the 10,000 souls who died here. With the underground world, the souls gradually lost their way in the wilderness, trapped in endless cycles, losing all their attachments. Eventually, they even forget how they died. No one knows where the wizard placed the underground core in the wilderness. If they did, it would have been destroyed long ago. The underground core traps not only the 10,000 souls but also outlaws like us, who entered here to escape external dangers. Previously, Zhuyu noticed that whenever she mentioned the Earth's core, the woman's reaction was always tired and complicated. After the wizard gave the second divine medicine to the king, he announced that he could no longer refine it because it took too much effort. As for the emperor, a mere 100,000 people can't really influence a whole kingdom. Zhuyu casually picked up a strand of noodles and put it in her mouth, pretending not to see the woman's happy eyes. If the land in the wilderness can't be farmed, what do people rely on to survive? There are animals here too, right? How do they live? The woman pursed her lips. It's not completely impossible to farm. Everyone has a chance to go to the dark plains in the center of the wilderness. There, many lands can still be farmed and water sources exist. If you pay enough, you can still get food. Then why not just live there? The woman kept a gentle smile on her face, but her eyes were cold and unfeeling. Only the strongest can stay there. The resources and dangers are balanced. Still, many wilderness people are drawn to that place. Many believe it is the most likely location of the Earth's core. People like us can only live on the safer outskirts. We can't dream of going there. After hearing all this, Zhuyu began to piece the information together in her mind. A sudden thought arose. She wanted to see the dark plains for herself. Side quest triggered. Side quest, obtain the Earth's core. It seemed the quest was really connected to the dark plains. Just as she had the idea to explore, the side quest was activated. However, after so many years, wilderness people hadn't found any trace of the Earth's core. Zhuyu thought that if the core wasn't hidden very secretly, then it was disguised in a way that was easy to overlook. It made everyone unconsciously ignore it, not believing it was the core. She didn't have much confidence in this side quest. She decided to take it step by step. How do I get to the dark plains? The woman looked at her strangely. Without enough skill, it's very easy to die there. On the night of the full moon in 8 days, all wilderness people go to the dark plains to play. Of course, you can go now. The way to the dark plain is not difficult. Just pick any dead tree and break through. Then you can reach the dark wilderness. As for what happens if you fail to break in, you don't need the woman to tell you. Zhuyu already knows. Most likely, it will cost you your life. Now, Zhuyu has finished eating her dry noodles. The woman looks unwillingly at the clean plate and has to accept that the sleeping potion has lost its effect. She grits her teeth, picks up the plate, and returns to the kitchen, whispering with her husband while watching Zhuyu. It's unclear what they're saying. At this moment, Zhuyu is no longer worried about the couple. Just as the woman was testing her, she is also testing them. They clearly want to harm her, but can only do so indirectly. They keep pretending to be friendly to her, showing no real ability to hurt her. This shows they are weak inside. Soon, the woman comes over to Zhuyu. Girl, it's getting late. You still want to find your mother and brother, right? You can leave now. Seeing that the sleeping potion doesn't work on her, they seem to give up. They're even telling her to leave now. Zhuyu is now sure that they don't really want to hurt her. The situation is clear, they simply cannot. There is a big difference between not wanting to and not being able to. I want you to come with me to the dark plain. The woman's gentle smile stiffens, and her husband's expression, who is standing behind her, also freezes. Us. With you? Zhuyu nods. As a trade, I can give you a gift. She places a simple talisman on the stone table. The woman's gaze shifts to the table as her eyes follow her hand. Seeing the yellow talisman with red characters, her pupils tighten, and her hair stands on end. Her husband shows no reaction. He doesn't think a young girl can be dangerous. But as soon as his hand touches the yellow talisman, He is pushed back by a burst of energy. What is this? Looking at his hand, he already has a wound. The yellow talisman, which caused the injury, suddenly ignites without wind and turns to ash before everyone's eyes. The peace talisman can block a deadly attack. As long as you come with me to the dark plane, I will give each of you one. The husband clearly became interested. He looked at the woman. The woman also showed some interest. By now, she realized she had been mistaken. Why do you insist on us going with you? With such a tool, you could go to the dark plane alone without any problem. Zhu Yu was determined that they accompany her, but she didn't fully believe the woman's previous words. It's always wise to be cautious. What if the other person is trying to trick her into danger? This was very possible. Remember, these two had never hidden their hostility toward her. For safety, it was better to have both of them go together, as if they were scouting for her. I haven't been to the dark plane before, so I need someone like you to guide me. How about an exchange? The husband's eyes already showed a threatening look. He was thinking about taking what he wanted by force. The woman stopped him with one hand, thinking about the mysterious sleeping drug that had failed her before and the valuable tool in front of her that someone else possessed so much of. This young girl didn't seem as simple as she looked. She had come to the dead wilderness to pretend to be weak and deceive others. She almost fell for it. The woman patted her chest in relief. We agree, but you must swear that you won't hurt us or kill anyone after we arrive. Zhu Yu glanced at the woman and her husband, noticing they were starting to avoid her gaze. In the wilderness, a vow was not just an ordinary promise. Here, swearing to the moon was very powerful and binding. If broken, there would be serious consequences. She swore with blood. She cut herself and used space to draw chicken blood. After making the vow of mutual non-harm, the woman and her husband seemed much more at ease with Zhu Yu. Now we can't go to the dark plane. We have to wait until nearly midnight to enter the withered tree. Zhu Yu narrowed her eyes slightly. Sure enough, these two were not honest. They hadn't told the truth earlier. What would happen if she entered the withered tree without paying attention to the time? Her husband's next words explained it clearly. If you don't enter the withered tree at the right time, you'll be trapped inside the tree's core and become its blood food. Zhu Yu wasn't angry. She had already decided not to spare their lives. She waited quietly for time to pass. At 11:50, the three of them arrived near a dead tree by the stone house. Where is the entrance to the dead tree? Zhu Yu looked at the plain trunk standing in the wilderness, which seemed to have no opening. The passage only appears at midnight. It usually shows for about 5 seconds. If you don't go in quickly, you'll never get another chance. Isn't it dangerous to stay outside in the wilderness at night? As long as we don't stay longer than an hour, it's okay. That's why we came right on time. Soon, the moment arrived. The dead tree's trunk emitted a faint black-blue mist. Suddenly, a door appeared beside the mist. Her husband stepped in first. The woman noticed Zhu Yu standing still behind. Come on. What are you hesitating for? Zhu Yu had been staring at the door, captivated by the black aura rising from it. She quickly looked away and stepped inside. Her yin-yang eyes worked, revealing towering black resentment on the door. Is every dead tree a passage? Inside, Zhu Yu was surprised to find that the inside of the dead tree was not what she expected. There was no space teleportation. Stepping in didn't instantly transport her somewhere else. What are all these things? After entering the dead tree, the darkness turned into daylight again. Looking outside, the endless wilderness stretched as far as the eye could see. The woman explained, the danger in the wilderness at night is the wandering monsters. They absorb the misty resentment and become nearly impossible to kill. They will tear apart any living creature they see. So, if someone stays too long in the wilderness without finding shelter, they might enter the dead tree passage for safety. But this route can't be used for too long. A person can only enter once a month, or the dead tree will see them as nourishment. She signaled for Zhu Yu to follow her. Walk for about half an hour, then you'll see a glowing ring. Step through it to reach the dark plains. They arrived, and Zhu Yu didn't think much more. She quickly followed the others. Fortunately, the glowing ring appeared soon. The woman and her husband didn't hesitate and stepped inside. Zhu frowned slightly, but followed them into the ring. However, she soon realized that her companions had already disappeared. The environment around her changed again from daylight to dusk. She took out a flashlight from her space and shined it ahead. Near her, there was a card. The card had a drawing of a maze. So, I still have to go through the maze, she thought. But she was indeed in the dark plane now. Zhu gently closed her eyes, cast a curse, and felt the presence of the two people turning to ashes. She was about to take a photo of Zhao Shi and Li Jian to curse them too, but she realized they were already in a state where curses couldn't reach. They were dead. She took a photo of the card. Then she continued walking forward. The endless darkness could affect a person's mind. Zhu knew she had a way out through her space, so she didn't get lost in the blackness. She recalled her goal in her mind. The maze on the card was very abstract, like a child's drawing. But Zhu still took out her space to look around carefully. It took her a while to match the surroundings with the maze on the card. Once she did, she found the path was much easier to follow. Although everything was covered in darkness, she didn't encounter any danger along the way. She smoothly reached the exit. She sensed a faint light at the exit, quickly put away her flashlight and the photo of the card. Once again, she moved from the dark plane into the bright daylight. This time, Zhu knew she had truly arrived at the dark plane. Discovered safe zone early. Dark plane.
Zhu looked around.
It looked like a city. A grand, bustling city. The city walls were nearly 100 meters high, with an astonishing thickness. She was right at the city gate. Behind her and in front of her, people of all kinds kept coming and going. No one paid attention to her. This gave her time to stand and observe for a while. She noticed everyone entering the city handed something to the guards. It was wrapped in black cloth, its contents unknown. The guards might open it or just squeeze it to check, then wave people through. Anyone who couldn't produce this item and tried to force their way in was inevitably torn apart. The people who could pay the city entrance fee and those who couldn't were equally numerous. In just a short while, Zhu noticed that many people who couldn't pay the fee had gathered near the city gate, blocking the way and preparing to rob. The guards simply ignored these actions. Zhu also had no money for the fee. She was eager to go inside and see what the game system meant by safe zone. So, she took a black scarf from her space, tied it around her face, and covered herself completely. She then removed the peachwood sword from her hair, slipped out of the crowd, and disappeared from the guard's view. Thanks to her yin-yang eyes, she saw that all the city entrance fees paid by the guards carried a faint black aura. This black aura was very similar to fog, just a weaker version. Zhu believed there must be other ways to obtain these. Not long after leaving the gate, she saw swirling black mist rushing toward her. She quickly restored her peachwood sword to its original size and swung it first. The black mist was instantly shattered into fragments, which fell to the ground and turned into 3 small black cloth bags. Zhu used her glove-covered hand to pick up the bags and realized they were the entrance fees paid to the guards. It was much easier than she had expected. She didn't know what these bags were really for, but her subconscious told her they might be some kind of currency used in the dark plane, just like the money paid for entering human cities. So, it's best to collect more of these. The black mist was essentially resentment, a broken soul form. Under the power of her peachwood sword, which warded off evil, the black mist had no resistance. Zhu cut through many black mist clusters like a destructive force, filling one corner of her space with black cloth bags before stopping. She turned and headed toward the city gate. Just as she saw the shadow of the gate, a group of fierce-looking people blocked her path. "Be sensible and hand over." Before he finished speaking, his head was already on the ground. A strong smell of blood filled the air, but in the next second, the land, glowing red, seemed to breathe and swallowed the man's body. Zhu glanced at the others who were frozen in place because of her actions. She continued walking forward, and as she moved, the path ahead automatically cleared. Since arriving here, Zhu has decided to let go of her past weakness. Anyone who blocks her way, she will deal with. She wants to live and return home safely. The city gate guards witnessed everything, but they remained expressionless. They took her city entry fee and waved her through. Zhu Yu stepped inside the city gate. Outside and inside the city seem like two different worlds. Even the air smells faintly of wheat. Zhu Yu first went to the notice board nearby to read the announcements. It also listed all the city rules, helping her avoid dangers. One rule said that every time you enter the city, you need fragments. Trading is done with fragments or other items. Zhu Yu learned that the black cloth bag's contents, called black fragments, are the common currency here. She sighed in relief and noted down the most important rules. Then she left that corner. Walking and observing her surroundings, she saw many shops and stalls. She found that they sold a wide variety of goods. Just as she guessed before, the technology here is still like the last century. Even tableware, jewelry, and building styles are vintage. How much is this? Zhu Yu looked at a dazzling box of rubies. She needed to understand the local prices. The shopkeeper said, "Take all 5 fragments." Sure enough, jewelry and precious items are not worth much here. At least, they are less valuable than black fragments. Zhu Yu didn't agree immediately, even though she had many black fragments. She guessed not everyone could easily kill with resentment like she could. If an ordinary person had no special eyes or protective charms, getting black fragments would be very dangerous. 2 fragments. The shopkeeper hesitated but quickly nodded. "I won't hide it from you. It's almost night. If you don't exchange your fragments and find an inn, staying on the street could be risky. The night might send you back to the plains randomly. If I'm unlucky, I could lose my life." Zhu Yu took a box of rubies and handed the shopkeeper 2 black fragments. "Are 2 black fragments enough for a room?" The shopkeeper, who had been indifferent before, looked up in surprise. "Is this your first time in the plains?
Don't you know? Fine.
Now, there are 2 hours left before darkness. If you give me a fragment, I will tell you the important things to know about the plain. These are secret rules only experienced elders understand." Zhu Yu threw a black cloth bag over. Along with the bag, there was a puppet charm. A man marked with the puppet charm would obey her for 1 hour. "Go open a hotel room." The man nodded and walked forward normally. Soon, he found a 3-story building with a sign that said Wanjiaren. Seeing the man open a room, Zhu Yu followed inside. "Tell me what you know about the Dark Plain." The man obediently started talking nonstop. Most of what he said was about the city rules, with only a few points Zhu Yu found useful. The first rule is that when darkness falls, no living things can stay in the plain except inside the inn or the room. Otherwise, as the man said, they will be randomly sent outside. If they happen to be sent near monsters, it would be very dangerous. People who survive on the Dark Plain and can afford a fragment for a room every day are not foolish. The second point is about the full moon. Surprisingly, the woman did not lie about this. Before the puppet charm stops working, Zhu Yu leaves the inn. She finds another inn and rents a room again. The next few days pass peacefully. As the game system hints, as long as you have enough fragments, this is a safe zone. There is food, drink, and safety. Inside the city, unlike outside, there is a city lord, guards, and law enforcement to keep order. No one causes trouble inside the city for fear of being thrown out by the guards. You can only survive in the Dark Plain by entering the city. Zhu Yu keeps searching for news about the core of the earth, using many puppet charms, but still finds nothing. Unable to find answers, she begins to wait patiently for the full moon. Time passes quickly like flowing water, and soon it is the night of the 14th day. A few hours later, it will be the 15th day. Besides staying in the inn and spending some fragments to buy a ruby to learn about the market, Zhu hasn't bought anything else with fragments. The early morning arrives quickly. Suddenly, Zhu Yu's vision flashes white, and she finds herself in a place that looks like a simplified system space. The game system's prompt sounds in her ears. Completed the main storyline task. Survived successfully until the 15th day. Current survival count, 19 out of 100. Returning to the world in 10 seconds. As the final alert sounded, the game system seemed to freeze, repeating 10, 10, 10, over and over. A familiar system voice echoed in Zhu Yu's ears. Host, the main task is complete, returning to the system space soon. After returning to the system space, Zhu had time to ask her doubts. System, didn't I only survive 15 days in that world? Task settlement in progress. Task settlement complete. Congratulations, the host has completed main task 1, passing away peacefully. You earned 2,000 points. Zhu checked her points and viewed her attribute panel. She had only completed the main task this time, but her points were twice as high as before. Could it be because of the world? Name: Zhu, main world age, 19 points, 17,000. Host: the level of the task world has increased, points doubled. I hope there are more main tasks like this that can be finished in just a few days, even if they're more dangerous. Host: task worlds cannot be chosen. They are completely random. Zhu thought about the story of the shrine maiden she learned in that world, and the game system invading the world. She originally thought she would return to her original world after surviving 15 days, along with the game system. But it turned out that surviving just 15 days was enough to complete the task. System: will I enter the same world again? Normally, no. But if the world level increases, it needs to be recorded again. It seemed she wouldn't see the continuation of the stories about the Emperor, the Shrine Maiden, or the Dark Wilderness. When Zhu heard the Shrine Maiden story, she instinctively felt she resembled a dark sect practitioner from Taoist lore. She had read countless texts on the 5 elements divination, and the crafting techniques derived from stories of women had a mysterious familiarity. System: I'll sleep for a while. Wake me up before the task begins. Understood. Host. When she opened her eyes again, Zhu smelled a fragrant aroma. Task story introduction in progress. Introduction complete. Zhu, you only felt a wild hunger. She was not in a hurry to receive the memories. First, she looked around and found herself in an old-fashioned attic, where she was alone. Zhu, you quickly entered the space. She grabbed 3 large chicken legs and ate them quickly. After eating 3 big chicken legs, she still felt full. Zhu knew that this body must have been hungry for a long time, probably not eating anything for a very long period. Eating too much now would only harm the body, especially since she had no awareness at the moment. She drank a bowl of spiritual spring water. A warm feeling spread inside her body, and the intense hunger quickly disappeared. How long has it been since you last ate? Zhu touched her body's stomach and was surprised to find only bones. She ran to the full-length mirror in the space and looked. In the mirror, she saw a young boy. He appeared to be about 5 or 6 years old. A 5 or 6-year-old who could eat 3 large chicken legs without feeling full. Zhu was just glad she had drunk the bowl of spiritual spring water. It probably wouldn't harm her stomach. She closed her eyes and quickly absorbed the memories of this body. This time, her identity was the legitimate son of a court official in the Hanlin Academy. This was also the world where the original owner's wish and side quest were triggered the fastest. The original owner's wish was for his father to be proud of him. The side quest was to help the 7th prince ascend to the throne. Zhu couldn't find any information about the 7th prince in her memory. For now, she set that aside. The most important thing was to understand why the original owner was starving. The original owner's father was a first-rank official. Before the original owner was born, his mother already had a son and a daughter. Now she was pregnant again, and the imperial doctor suspected it was another boy. The eldest legitimate son was undoubtedly the most valued. The first daughter, the eldest daughter, was treated somewhat differently, while the second son was naturally ignored. This neglect didn't happen overnight. Besides the legitimate children, there were 3 illegitimate sons and 5 illegitimate daughters in the family. It was a large, thriving family. The original owner's mother, as the main wife, had many responsibilities every day. The eldest daughter and eldest son needed constant attention, while the second son was less important, comparatively. So, the original owner's mother brought in an old servant to take care of him. However, this old servant, not long after arriving, started to act arrogantly. She took control of everything in the original owner's courtyard. Even the servants in the original owner's courtyard listened more to her. After all, the original owner was just a 5-year-old child just beginning to learn. The attic was something the original owner went to herself. The reason was that no servant brought food when she returned home. It turned out that the old servant's son got married today, and several servants used their savings to go to the wedding feast. In such a large courtyard, everyone naturally ignored who would take care of the child. The original owner was a sensitive and shy person. Every time she was sad, she would hide in this abandoned waterside attic. This time, seeing her empty home, she was hungry and scared. Without thinking, she hid in the attic. But this wasn't the most unbelievable part of the story. Juyu realized that the original owner had been hiding in the attic for 3 days now. The young master of the house was missing, and for 3 whole days, no one came to look for him. Wow, Juyu couldn't help but sigh. The original owner was still young and didn't realize what this meant. Juyu already understood. There really wasn't a single person in the house who cared about the original owner. Not one. With such relatives, the last wish of the original owner was to make them proud of him. Juyu sighed softly. If she had just recently bonded with the system, she definitely wouldn't have fulfilled the original owner's wish. She would have just peacefully passed away, doing as she pleased. But now, Juyu really wanted to go home. She missed her family. So even if she didn't agree with the original owner's choices, she would still help her achieve them. She took out the enlightenment pill, the strength pill, and the beauty pill. Now, Juyu no longer hesitated to use these pills. In future task worlds, she would always take them. Honestly, these pills only cost a few points, which was a huge difference compared to the 10,000 points for failing a task. The spiritual spring water was slowly working, and Juyu's body still felt warm and comfortable. She used a damp cloth to wipe the dirt off the original owner's face, which was slightly gray from climbing into the attic. She carefully drew the bruises on her face again and used a golden needle to change her pulse, making her appear weak. Once everything was ready, she stepped out of the space. Soon after leaving the attic, she didn't go back to her own courtyard. Instead, she headed to the main courtyard. Senior Sister Denku. Senior Sister Denku, she called. Standing not far from the lady of the house, Denku, who was ready to serve tea at any moment, looked up at the sound. The person whispering to her was Qingyu, the new third class, made a sign to the yard. Denko slowed her movements and gently stepped out of the main hall. "What's the matter?" she asked with a proud look. The top personal maid knew that Qingyu was someone not to be messed with. Especially among the ladies' personal maids, Denko was known for having the worst temper. But today, it was Denko's older sister on duty. Qingyu timidly said, "There is a hurt child outside. He says he's the second young master, but didn't Mistress Shen bring the second young master here just 15 minutes ago? How could the young master be back so soon, dressed differently?" Denko looked surprised. How is that possible? Recently, because the lady had headaches and didn't rest well, anyone coming to pay respects was only greeted briefly behind a screen before being asked to leave. When the second young master was brought by Mistress Shen, Denko was present and didn't notice anything unusual. But now that she thought about it, it seemed that every time the second young master came, he always kept his head low and said nothing. "Go bring that child to the side room." Denko's heart jumped nervously. She started to doubt whether Mistress Shen was really bold enough to do something so daring. And with so many servants in the yard, how could no one recognize the real second young master? Although the young master was usually quiet and not very liked by the lady, he was still her own flesh and blood. Her heart felt like it was going crazy, unable to calm down. "Older sister Denko, the person has been brought over." Denko turned to head to the side room, hesitating before she went. She called Qingyu over and said, "Go call Dan Heng too. Remember, do it quietly. Don't disturb the lady." Watching Qingyu leave, Denko finally relaxed a little and headed toward the side room. The door to the side room was pushed open, then quickly closed again. Denko slowly looked up at the child sitting on the stool. In just one glance, her eyes widened. Second young master, he didn't seem like Qingyu's new servant, someone who wouldn't recognize the people in the house. Denko had been serving the lady since she was a young girl, so she definitely knew the face of the second young master. "Who dared to hit your face?" There is a clear difference between injuries caused by falls and those from being hit. That servant has never been beaten. Madam is not as tolerant and generous as she appears on the surface. Before becoming a top personal maid, Dan-ko was also beaten. She is very familiar with this kind of injury. Juyu sat on a chair, lowering her eyes and acting like a helpless victim. It's very easy to pretend to be a poor, bullied girl. Dan-ko, I hurt so much. I'm so hungry. Before she finished speaking, her vision darkened and she truly fainted by pressing on a pressure point. You don't need to say everything clearly or explain in detail. In the old big houses, everyone is very clever and perceptive. Her current body is still so small that even if she explained everything clearly, it wouldn't seem like she's just a child. It's better to let these people investigate on their own. People tend to trust the truth they find themselves. When she opened her eyes again, Juyu saw a beautiful woman with a face as bright as silver, adorned with jewelry and fine clothes. She was probably in her 30s, looking quite young. When she saw Juyu wake up, her eyes lit up with joy. Dan-hung, go call the doctor quickly. My son has woken up. As soon as she finished speaking, she came closer and held her hand. Where, are you feeling better? Does it still hurt? Tell mother. Juyu felt the touch on her face. It seemed she had already been given medicine. Her skills were still strong, and ordinary doctors wouldn't be able to tell her true condition. Mother, Yue is so hungry. I haven't eaten anything for many days. Her words made Madame Xie's eyes turn fierce. Madame Xie squeezed his hand and said, Yue, don't worry. Mother will make sure to get justice for you. Madam, Dan-ko lowered her head respectfully. The master and the doctor have arrived. Madame Xie looked a bit uncomfortable. How could the master come? Who leaked the news? Her son was bullied by a cunning servant, and Madame Xie was very angry. But that didn't mean she wanted this to be discovered. She hoped no one would find out and that she could handle it herself. If others knew her son had been bullied by her own trusted servant all these years, it would be more than embarrassing. It would also show her failure and incompetence as the head of the household. The master is about to arrive. She didn't have time to make any quick arrangements, so she simply turned and leaned close to Juyu's ear. Her voice was low and steady. Yue, don't let your father down. Juyu's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she finally understood where the original owner's strange wish came from. What kind of mother is this? She woke up crying out of hunger, calling for food for many days. This woman seemed deaf to everything else, only talking to herself. She claimed to feel sorry for her son and wanted to seek justice for him. But to Juyu, it seemed more like anger over losing face and a desire for revenge. Can someone who truly cares for their son act like this, pretending in front of a sickbed? The original owner's father, Xia Hanlin, strode in. Seeing Juyu's face full of wounds and hearing from the doctor that her body had been starved for a long time, which had weakened her, he knew she needed at least 3 years of nourishing food. His face darkened even more. Everyone could see he was holding back his anger. Yes, sir. Gather all the servants in second young master's yard in the main hall. Mistress Shin, beat her to death directly. The others, give them 30 strokes and sell them. Our CF family won't keep such servants. She looked flustered.
Sir.
The inner household affairs should be handled by me. Xia Hanlin sneered. I haven't asked you yet. Why did such things happen in the family? And you, as the mistress, my wife, why didn't you notice you were being bullied by the mean servants? How did your family become like this? She lowered her head, avoiding Xia Hanlin's angry and disappointed gaze. She knew that no matter what explanation she gave now, she wouldn't be forgiven by her husband. This matter, no matter how you look at it, shouldn't have gone unnoticed. Now she was just glad that it happened to Yue. Because Yue was her biological son, at least her husband would think she was just careless and deceived by the servants. If it had happened to other children or daughters in the family, her husband might have been even angrier. She was now only worried that Xia Hanlin would take away her authority as housekeeper. Sir, it's my incompetence. I never expected those mean servants to be so bold. I didn't realize the problem early enough, And now our Yue has suffered such a great wrong. She understood Xia Hanlin well. Admitting fault and explaining more would only make him angrier. So, she chose to admit her mistake first, which might stop his rising anger. Her way of handling it was correct. At this moment, Xia Hanlin was indeed thinking about how to handle his wife. Just as Mrs. Xia understood Xia Hanlin, he also knew a few things about his wife. After all, they had been married for over 10 years. Thinking about the children she had given him, Tong'er and his eldest son, Pan'er, Xia Hanlin felt a wave of hesitation. He originally planned to take away her authority as housekeeper, so she could reflect on her mistakes. As for who to give the housekeeper role to, he hadn't decided yet. His mother had long been indifferent to household affairs, and the remaining concubines lacked influence and respect. Now, it seemed impossible to find a suitable punishment. After a moment, Xia Hanlin coldly said, "Punish you to stay in the main courtyard for a month without leaving, and investigate everyone in the household. No similar incidents are allowed to happen again." Mrs. Xia sighed in relief. This punishment was much better. "Yes, I will reflect carefully, your lordship," Xia Hanlin continued, "and since you are not able to care for Yue, I will send him to my mother's place. She is alone, and I worry she might feel lonely." Mrs. Xia's face stiffened, and she couldn't help but say, "My lord." "Madam, my mother prefers quiet. Yue is at an age where he is very lively, and disturbing her would be inappropriate." In Mrs. Xia's eyes, her son was also her own child, born after 10 months of pregnancy, and belonged to her. She couldn't accept giving her son to her mother-in-law. But her words clearly couldn't change Xia Hanlin's mind. His expression grew colder. "This matter is not your concern. Send someone to take the lady back." Mrs. Xia, though unwilling, knew she couldn't continue to anger her husband at this moment. A month of house arrest, and allowing her to handle household affairs was already a kind gesture. He could always change his mind and take away her housekeeper authority again. Losing her undervalued son and housekeeper role temporarily, Mrs. Xia quickly made her decision. "Dan Hung, Dan Ko, let's go." "Yes, madam. Yes, madam." Outside the courtyard, Dan Hung and Dan Ko watched the bodies being carried away, bloodied and disfigured, and felt a faint fear in their hearts. Madam Shin's lower body had been badly injured, and she was no longer breathing. Dan Hung and Dan Ko exchanged a glance, both bowing their heads even further. It had been a long time since the household had seen so much bloodshed. The servants had almost forgotten the ways of their master's family. Since giving birth to the eldest son, the lady had been focused on self-cultivation and rarely punished the servants. Looking back now, things seemed to have changed. Allowing the servants to deceive and hide things from her for years, the lady must be furious now. In the future, she would surely be stricter with the servants. Just thinking about this made Dan Hung and Dan Ko hate Madam Shin even more. Isn't it enough that the second young master's head nurse is taking advantage of her position? How dare she let the young master go hungry? Has she gone mad? Not to mention the other servants' opinions of Madam Shin's actions. Meanwhile, Xia Hanlin was already close to Zhu Yu. "Yue, why didn't you say anything?" Xia Hanlin's eyes showed disappointment in his son. He knew the lady had always neglected the son, and he himself paid little attention to all his sons except Panna, leaving their upbringing and education to Madam Xia. His work was busy, and in his free time, he focused all his energy on the eldest son who would carry the family's future. But that didn't mean he didn't care about the other sons. He still remembered the joy of his son's birth. Why had this son grown up so timid and quiet? That was what truly disappointed Xia Hanlin about Madam Xia. "Father," Mother said, "I shouldn't let you down." Xia Hanlin's disappointment deepened. He knew that at this age, children often didn't understand much. What he was saying now was probably what Madam Xia had told him daily. "If you don't say anything and let others bully you, Father will be disappointed." Forget it. Because of this son's shame, Yue was no longer suitable to stay with Madam Xia. To prevent the child from being spoiled, Xia Hanlin said, "I originally wanted to send you to your grandmother's place. Now I think staying in the household will only make your mother angry with you." Where do you want to leave the house? Would you like your father to send you to your maternal grandmother's home? This father was somewhat worth trusting. Zhu Yu remembered the kindness of her original mother's personality from before, and she no longer wanted to stay here. Yue will listen to everything father says. Anyway, the decision was made by Xia Hanlin. Even if Mrs. Xia was angry afterward and felt ashamed of her son's existence, she would probably just ignore him as she did before. There was no real abuse. After all, he was her biological son. Xia Hanlin felt comforted as he stroked his beard. Someone bring some light food for the young master. Seeing Xia Yu eat porridge and take medicine, Xia Hanlin left the place. Young master, you should rest. Father said he will send you to old Master Shin's house once you recover. Zhu Yu closed her eyes, her mind sinking into her space. She had already started reviewing the 3-character classic. She had some ideas on how to fulfill the original owner's wishes. For someone like Xia Hanlin, a proud Confucian scholar, the only way to succeed was through the imperial examination. Zhu Yu was glad her body was male, as the main path was to study hard and pass the exams to become an official. The side quests seemed too far away now, helping the prince ascend the throne as a child. Zhu Yu guessed that the 7th prince was probably still a little kid, not much older than her. She could wait until she officially entered official service to start those side quests. When she was still a child, Zhu Yu noticed her energy was noticeably lower than before. She easily felt a strong drowsiness, even without taking the calming medicine prescribed by the doctor. Maybe growing up also required more sleep. Zhu Yu no longer resisted her body's natural reactions. She closed her eyes and fell into sleep. The next morning, Zhu Yu quickly realized that, since all the servants had been dismissed, Xia Hanlin simply let her stay in the main courtyard to recover. The servants in the main courtyard were more perceptive now. They had seen each servant being carried out yesterday, and none dared to show any attitude toward Zhu Yu based on seniority. She was cared for very attentively. Young master, the doctor said your stomach is weak, so you can only eat easily digestible food, they said. Zhu Yu nodded, having no objections to her diet. After eating, I want to read some books. Please find me some beginner's books, she requested. The servants exchanged glances and quickly agreed. It was not a difficult task. There were still books in the main courtyard that had been kept for the young master's early education. Initially, I prepared extra sets as backups. Now, I take them out and they still look new. Zhu Yu looked at the beginner's book in front of her and, unsurprisingly, saw that all the characters were in traditional Chinese. She sighed softly in her heart. Reluctantly, she picked up the top book and started reading. She hadn't fully absorbed the enlightenment pills yet, so she wasn't at the level of memorizing everything instantly. Right now, reading these books is more about shaping her character. She can't let the people in the household and Master Xia think that Xia Yu is timid and unworthy. Everyone tends to favor talented children. She won't show her talent for reading immediately. That can come later. But she can start building the impression that she loves learning and is eager to study. When the imperial exams come, people will naturally think she is diligent. The second young master has loved reading since he was a child. No wonder he's so good at it. Thinking ahead, Zhu Yu has already gotten used to planning her steps. When she doesn't need to pretend, her expressions are usually very calm. A small girl quietly sits at a large table, focused on her reading. This scene touched Master Xia's heart. How long has the young master been reading? A servant behind him respectfully replied. Since he took his medicine, he's been reading the whole time. Let him read for another half-hour, then remind him to rest. His health isn't fully recovered. Master Xia just came back to pick up some things, and then would return to the Hanlin Academy to handle official matters. Yes, sir. He took one last look at his son, smiled with satisfaction as he stroked his beard, and left. Zhu Yu's eyelashes fluttered as if she hadn't noticed, continuing to focus on her book. News in the household spread quickly. In the old lady's courtyard. Oh, you say that child has been reading all day. Yes, madam. The news in the main courtyard is always open with you. Many people saw it. The second young master has a pale face, but he's so eager to learn. The old lady snorted coldly. Who knows if he's just pretending? I still don't believe that a mouse would know how to flatter people. Maybe it's her mother's doing. No one in the courtyard dared to respond to this. After all, Madame Xie is the head of the household. A glint flashed in the old lady's eyes. Whether or not the mother and son are now on good terms, she is prepared to tear them apart herself, so that the rift will never heal. Go tell the master that tomorrow, the second young master will be sent to the main household. Lord Xie's seventh young master needs a playmate. I think no one is more suitable than our Yuer. Mother, I don't understand. Why do we have to send Yuer to the main household? You know that Lord Xie's seventh. Don't speak nonsense. The old lady waved her hand, and the servants in the yard began to line up. Shinner, I only have you. You must understand that everything I do is for your good. Since your father died, we haven't had much in the way of savings. You've been wasting your time in the Hanlin Academy, but that's only because no one has supported you. My son is capable of more than anyone. I know you just need a chance. The old lady's calm words felt heavy like 1,000 pounds, like thunder, making Xie Hanlin's normally firm lips tremble slightly, unwilling to shake. But what can we gain by sending Yuer? He's just a naive child. It's fine. Everyone knows that Lord Xie's seventh young master is most loved by Lord Xie. But the little one is mischievous, and they are all young masters of noble families. Play and roughhousing are common, and it's just bad luck that some people don't get along. Yuer is gentle and soft, perfect for studying with Lord Xie's seventh young master. Seeing that Xie Hanlin still hesitated, the old lady struck again. Lord Xie's seventh young master's father is the Minister of Rights. I heard the minister is quite old and might retire soon. If he does, this opportunity will be gone in an instant. I won't persuade you much. Think about it when you go back. Xie Hanlin's eyes flickered, and after bowing, he withdrew. Old madam, do you think the master will agree? It was Luo Mei, the old lady's trusted servant, who spoke. She had been standing outside during their conversation. The old lady pressed her fingertips to her forehead and gently massaged. I know my son well. He won't refuse. Xie Hanlin didn't need to worry. He would understand the pros and cons in the end. Even if Lady Xie found out about this, the old lady didn't think she would refuse. This matter was essentially a strategic move. Everyone knew that Lord Xie's seventh young master was temperamental and eccentric. The main branch of the Xie family was only the branch led by the imperial teacher Xie in the capital. But there were many other branches. Sending a young master to study with the main branch had many benefits. Everyone knew beforehand that they had to flatter and support him. But no one could satisfy Lord Xie's seventh young master, who often resorted to hitting and scolding. All the young masters have parents, and even if they are not as impressive as Lord Xieqi, they do not want to truly serve like servants. So many stopped coming. They preferred to stay far away from the main household. The old madam looked down on this. She was jealous of the benefits of associating with the main family, but she also didn't want her eldest grandson to go, as his status as a commoner grandson was not enough. After thinking carefully, she decided that Xie Yu was the most suitable choice. The key was that this child's personality wouldn't cause trouble. He didn't even dare to discipline the servants in his own yard, let alone deal with Lord Xie. Luo Mei, go to my storeroom and bring the best set of writing supplies for the second young master. Yes, madam. Zhu Yu put away the paper doll. The paper doll talisman was something she found in the system shop. 1 point could exchange for 10 sheets, which was very cheap and very useful, especially in this ancient time, where many servants followed around. The small paper doll stood in her palm, climbing from her arm to her shoulder, close to her ear.
Liu Mei.
Writing supplies. Yes, madam. After placing the paper doll, it remained still. Zhu Yu tucked the paper doll into her sleeve. It was not disposable, but reusable. Not only the paper doll, she also spent 100 points to buy many helpful tools for future tasks. Through the paper doll, she quickly understood the old madam's and Xie Hanlin's plans. The Xie family. Zhu Yu stroked her chin, deciding not to interfere. Moving from the shallow waters of the Xie family to the seemingly powerful Xie family was a challenge, especially dealing with the bad temper of children, but it was not difficult for her. No matter how she thought about this choice, It seemed to have no real disadvantages. Even if there were no benefits, even just to get closer and learn more about this world, Zhu Yu wouldn't refuse. In this world, her identity was male, and those who wanted to use her had limited opportunities. She could do more than before. From the moment the matter was proposed, it was already decided. Under the careful care of the doctor, second young master Xie Yu recovered in a week. Zhu Yu realized she had been thinking too simply about the head of this ancient family. He clearly didn't care about his son at all, only using him. But on the surface, everyone appeared kind and flawless. From Lady Xie down to her younger brothers and sisters, everyone seemed to believe that he was lucky to be able to study at the main branch of the Xie family. They thought this was because Lady Xie and Master Xielin favored him and wanted to make up for him. Maybe these younger siblings really believed this. But Lady Xie and Master Xielin knew the truth deep down. Still, they all acted as if they didn't know anything. They even secretly told Xie Yu that when he arrived at the imperial teacher's residence, he must behave well, be patient, and not upset the young master. The hidden meaning was that he absolutely could not accept being sent back after just a few months. There was no place for him in this family anymore. Zhu Yu had seen many perfect parents, but she had to say this was the most fake pair she'd ever met. It was no wonder they had been together for over 10 years. In essence, they were very similar. Qing Mo, when you arrive at the Xie residence, take good care of the young master, she was told. Yes, sir, Qing Mo replied. After saying goodbye to everyone at the house, Zhu got into a carriage. Xie Hanlin sat in front, and her carriage followed behind. She lifted the curtain on the right side and gazed absent-mindedly at the street. The clothing of the pedestrians looked a bit like styles from the Ming Dynasty, mixed with some elegant fashion from the Jin period, somewhere in between. Their sleeves were of two widths, wide and narrow. Zhu Yu looked at her own clothes, a small version of a Jin-style long robe, with sleeves so long they nearly trailed on the ground. When she raised her hand or bowed, she could see the hem touching the ground. No wonder she needed a servant. Her clothes would get dirty easily. Every time she bowed, the hem would drag on the dirt, picking up dust as she moved. She looked at her tiny hands and thought that her current clothes, layered in 3 or 4, made it hard to wash her body properly. But if no one was around, she could probably just toss her clothes into the Space's washing machine.
Sigh.
She still wasn't used to having someone always follow her, especially a man. Qing Mo heard her sigh and nervously asked, "What's wrong, young master?" Zhu Yu lowered the curtain, and they had arrived at the imperial teacher's residence. She had already met Lady Xie's father once, briefly exchanging greetings, but then she was taken away. She was sent to her assigned courtyard, which belonged to Lord Xieqi. She didn't know when Master Xielin left. Although it was just a side courtyard, she didn't feel disappointed about moving in because it was very large. Perhaps because the Grand Tutor's wife passed away early, the person in charge is now Xie Qilong's biological mother. Xie Qilong's residence is one of the best courtyards in the estate. It's just a side courtyard, but it's twice as large as all of Xie Yu's own courtyard. Of course, Scholar Xie is only a minor 7th-rank official. Even though he comes from a prestigious scholarly family in a city like the capital, he is still quite low-ranking and unremarkable. His residence cannot compare to that of the imperial tutor. "Young Master Yu, young Master Qi is back. He's asking to see you." All the servants in the courtyard, except for Qing Mo, who was brought by Zhu Yu, are from the imperial tutor's household. Regarding this young master, who is just a distant branch member, their attitude is respectful, but clearly superficial. Zhu Yu stands up and nods. She walks along a long corridor, past 2 halls and a pond, finally reaching the bamboo garden where Xieqi lives. Next to Qing Mo, the inkstone and bamboo brush step forward to greet the housekeeper aunt of the bamboo garden. "Uncle Lieni, the young master has arrived." Lieni glances at Zhu Yu, her eyes showing some complexity. "The young master is painting. Young Master Yu, please follow the servant girl." Zhu Yu doesn't think much and follows ahead. However, when Qing Mo tries to step forward behind her, Ban Yanju stops him. Young Master Qi only said he wants to see young Master Yu. "We can't go in." Ching Imo quickly realizes that Ban Yanzhu is right. After Leonie leaves, 6 guards are still blocking the outside of the bamboo garden. When Juyu tries to go in, she finds herself stopped. She also notices that this courtyard is very different from what she expected. The level of security is really not like that of a son of a high official. Thinking back to when she went to pay respects to the imperial tutor, his courtyard wasn't guarded like this. Every 10 steps, a strong guard stands. As she passes, they stare at her fiercely, scrutinizing her from head to toe. If this really were a 5-year-old child, he would probably be scared to tears before even entering, and these guards would turn him away.
Wait.
Perhaps the previous attendants were all like this. They give a strong first impression before even meeting someone. Creating psychological pressure? It must be a very clever tactic. Young Master Yu, we have arrived. The servant will leave now. No one is allowed to enter Prince Chi's room without permission. This clearly means she must wait here until she gets permission and cannot go in yet. After speaking, the neat maid, Leonie, left the room. Zhu Yu didn't look around much. She lowered her head and stood quietly, waiting. She thought this was probably a test. The Xie family wouldn't agree to let just anyone be Prince Chi's companion without checking. Xie Yu, the younger son of the Xie family, is considered a suitable candidate at first. They must have also checked his personality. If they were satisfied, they would accept Xie Hanlin's goodwill. But the Xie family wasn't just satisfied with the candidate. To stay, the first person to win over is Prince Chi himself. If Prince Chi is unhappy, her future will be like the previous companion. She will be sent away. Zhu Yu knew that if she was truly sent away, her future would be very bad. It's simple. Both the old lady Xie and Xie Hanlin would be disappointed in her. The original person's wish would directly fail. After thinking for a while, time passed unknowingly. Before nightfall, Zhu Yu finally heard a young, proud voice.
Xie Yue, come in.
Zhu Yu pushed the door open and entered. She saw a grand, beautiful room with carved beams and painted rafters, shining with gold and jade. In front of the hall, tall red pillars supported the corners of the building, with lively birds carved on them. Very impressive. The floor was covered with a plush rug patterned like turtle shells and wish-fulfilling flowers, and the ground inside was paved with white jade. The whole room looked luxurious and lively. From these details, Zhu Yu could tell a lot about Prince Chi's personality. When she finally saw the person, she was surprised to find he looked a bit older than her current age. Both should be 6 years old now. But Xie Yu looked about 5 or 6, while Prince Chi already looked like an 8 or 9-year-old child. He was taller than Zhu Yu by a head. Seeing Xie Yu, he frowned. Why do you look like a girl, and so short? Are you not eating enough at home, Zhu Yu? Prince Chi, what kind of expression is that? No way, are you really not eating enough? Zhu Yu cleared her throat softly and changed the subject. Young Master Chi, is there something you want to tell me? Zhu Yu took 2 steps forward before finally noticing the painting on Xie Qilong's desk. That's beautiful. Is this a painting by Sir Qi? It was a traditional ink landscape painting. Although she was skilled in oil painting, she also appreciated landscape scrolls. Beauty is shared across art forms. Fool, Xie Qilong said dismissively, giving her a look. The one next to it is mine, he added. Zhu Yu then noticed another painting beside the landscape scroll. It wasn't really a proper painting. In her eyes, even her early sketches weren't that rough. It looked like a child's careless doodle. Say something. What do you think of my work? Grandfather says I have unmatched talent in calligraphy and painting. If I keep practicing, how long do you think it will take for me to paint like the original? Just that? Unmatched talent? Even old Master Xie, who always looked serious and proper, might be joking just to make his grandson happy. The small, stubborn boy frowned in frustration. I don't know. Xie Qilong wanted to push him away, but hesitated when he saw the clear, innocent eyes. You're boring. Leave now. Zhu Yu took one last look at the painting on the desk. Wait, come back. Xie Qilong changed his mind again. Draw a picture for me. He didn't really believe his grandfather's words. Maybe he was just trying to encourage him with flattery. This kid's hand shows he hasn't practiced long, Anyone who has long held a brush would have a thin callus, which every other student had before. But this one didn't. He must have never learned calligraphy or painting. Zhu Yu didn't move. I can't. She forgot how beginners usually draw. She seemed to have forgotten. It's not the same as not knowing how to do it. Xie Qilong didn't think too much. He pushed her to the desk, took back his own drawing, and covered the paper with a fresh sheet.
Try it. No refusing.
If you don't listen to me, I'll kick you out today. Zhu Yu. All right. You said it yourself. If she masters sketching, painting landscapes with a brush isn't hard. Moreover, Xie Qilong clearly wanted her to copy the nearby landscape scroll. Beginners usually start by copying, so it's not surprising. Xie Qi believes that Xie Yu is a beginner. She changed her way of holding the brush and it was not correct. Not very standard. As expected, Xie Qilong couldn't see anything. He secretly mocked that this person hadn't started learning yet.
Couldn't do anything.
But as Zhu Yu gradually moved her brush, Xie Qilong's expression changed. When Zhu Yu put down her brush, she noticed. Why are you crying? Grandfather is lying. How could I be a genius? The next moment, Zhu Yu saw Xie Qilong quickly take her painting and run out. I want to show it to grandfather. Zhu Yu sighed helplessly and gave up following him. Grandfather, you're lying. Xie Qilong came rushing like a gust of wind. Grandfather never lies. Why are you so surprised? Xie Qilong snorted coldly. I already know you're talking nonsense. I can't be a genius. Don't try to fool me with such words about learning calligraphy and painting. He then placed the painting Xie Yu made in front of Master Lao. Look at this. This was painted by Xie Yu. He's also a beginner. Master Lao looked at the painting, and his usually calm face showed a slight shock. Did he really paint this? Absolutely. Xie Qilong sat down feeling disappointed. I saw him paint it myself. Grandfather. He even got the way of holding the brush wrong, but he managed to create a landscape painting that looks about 50% similar. Compared to that, can you still say I am the genius? Master Lao's eyes showed complexity. Tanner, I truly told the truth when I said you are a genius. The first time the owner of that landscape painting painted, it was very similar to your current work. Your paintings share something in common, that is the artistic conception. That is the most difficult part. As long as you keep practicing, you will eventually understand your true talent. Then what about grandfather? What about Xie Yu's painting? Master Lao looked at the painting a few more times. There are some people born outside the rules. Xie Qilong seemed to understand, but not quite, while Master Lao said no more. Someone, send young Master Qi back. Xie Qilong. Grandfather, I haven't finished speaking yet. Tanner, stop making excuses. No matter what others' paintings look like, it doesn't really concern you. You should focus on your studies, knowing that if he kept fooling around, he might really upset his grandfather. Xie Qilong had no choice but to stop. After the person left, Grandmaster Xie looked far away toward the palace. His mind filled with many new ideas, but he quickly suppressed them all. No, now is not the best time. Zhu Yu noticed that Xie Qilong was easy to please, but she didn't want to keep just comforting a child all day. So she used a neglect charm on him, making him subconsciously ignore her presence. He couldn't even think of her, let alone command or tease her. Zhu Yu knew that, with Xie Qilong's status, if she used her skills well, it could help him accomplish important tasks when he grew up. But she was really afraid of the noise. Recently, she found that the neglect charm was supposed to last half a year, but on Xie Qilong, it only worked for 2 months. And after it wore off, Xie Qilong felt guilty for neglecting Xie Yu earlier and became even more attached to her. Xie Yu, come climb the mountain with me. Xie Yu, I want to eat the wontons from the West City. Xie Yu, Zhu Yu. Compared to modern students, ancient scholars had a lot to learn. In some ways, it was even more difficult. After all, the 4 books and 5 classics had no annotations. Everyone had to understand them on their own. Fortunately, the Xie family had a tradition of poetry and books for generations, producing 3 imperial tutors and over a dozen successful candidates. They had a good way of training family disciples. Zhu Yu's biggest gain at the imperial tutor's residence was successfully entering the family school. The school was very strict. Every day, students had to learn without any shortcuts. Today's class isn't finished yet. Young Master Chi, why don't you let Xie accompany you? Since her talent in calligraphy and painting was revealed, Zhu gained the approval of the old Master Xie, the imperial tutor, and no longer needed to stay as a companion to Xie Qilong, coaxing him to stay in the Xie residence. Now, she was more like the young master of the main branch, focusing solely on her studies each day. The difference was that each young master of the main branch had at least 2 companions. Grandmaster Xie also found 2 more companions for Xie Qilong.
Xie is one of them.
No, I want you to go with me, she said. Xie Qilong was very proud. Xie Yu, don't think that having some talent means you can ignore me. I tell you, you are someone brought here by our main family. The people from the 3rd house don't need to pay attention to you. Zhi raised an eyebrow, understanding why Xie Qilong was in a bad mood today. She saw that only Xie Jiao, the 4th young master of the 3rd house, showed friendliness toward him, and he was one of Xie Qilong's attendants. He also saw her rejection, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he exaggerated and deliberately added some poison to Xie Qilong's words. You're overthinking. Zhi put down her brush and finished her homework. Let's go. I'll go out with you. Xie Qilong was just a bit childish and impulsive, not as cruel or rude as rumor suggested. Some might call him childish, but for someone his age, Xie Qilong was quite clever. He also noticed the behavior of the attendant and didn't really get angry. At least, before Zhu Yu showed genuine closeness to the 3rd house, he had no intention of making things difficult for her. You're smart, Xie Qilong said with a faint smile, and the anger that had been on his face disappeared. Their carriage stopped at a famous restaurant in the capital. After they got out, Xie Qilong no longer talked about climbing mountains or similar topics. Inside a private room of the restaurant, only the 2 of them, Xie Qilong poured himself a cup of rice wine. It seems I misunderstood you. The rice wine was specially brewed by the restaurant, with a sweet rice aroma and no strong alcohol taste. It's okay. I'm not angry at young Master Chi. Zhi could feel that Xie Tan was watching her. No. To be precise, he was observing Xie Yu. She pretended not to notice this observation. As my grandfather said, you truly are a genius, Xie Qilong said thoughtfully. These words from a 6 or 7-year-old didn't sound like they were pretending to be mature. Zhu Yu was once again surprised by how early children in ancient times could be so mature. She also reconsidered her initial impression of young Master Chi. Would you be willing to follow me? Zhu Yu's excellent memory had already shown itself some time ago. For such a promising young person, who was well-trained and likely to achieve great success, not only the 3rd house would be interested. If she didn't make her intentions clear, she would soon be lured away by others, which would not be a good outcome. Follow? Zhu looked confused. She truly didn't understand what this meant. Xie Yu was already branded as a member of the Xie family. No matter where her future path led or how others saw him, he was still a member of the Xie family. So, how could she follow? It's not just about now. You must stand by my side unconditionally. Xie Qilong's focused eyes fixed on Xie Yu. Zhu Yu still looked at him with some confusion. She now understood what Xie Qilong was saying, but she wondered, why? Xie Qilong's power depended on the Xie family. Now he wanted Xie Yu to choose between the Xie family and himself. From any point of view, Xie Yu would never agree to this. It seemed he didn't understand the situation. Xie Qilong quickly said, "This isn't something you need to answer now. In 15 years, you'll be old enough to answer this question. This is a reminder. When you return to the estate, don't trust anyone except your grandfather, and don't lean on anyone either." Zhu Yu replied, "That's something I already know how to do." Xie Qilong smiled with satisfaction and said, "Eat up. These are specially ordered for you." Xie Qiyu's background was now clear to Xie Qilong. Although Xie Yu's personality after arriving at the imperial tutor's residence didn't seem as timid and helpless as he had heard, her past experiences were real. If she hadn't been hungry for a long time, she wouldn't look so fragile. Xie Qilong thought she would be touched by his kindness. But Zhu Yu wasn't moved at all. That pulse reading was fake. Looking at the large fish and meat on the table, she said, Thank you, young Master Qi. She still picked up her chopsticks and started eating. No matter how Xie Qilong's personality changed, he didn't like being rejected all the time. It was just a meal. She might as well go along with his wishes. Surprisingly, the food at this restaurant was quite good. After this conversation, Zhu found that once she returned to the estate, Xie Qilong never caused her trouble again. The person who had been stirring trouble earlier, Xie Jiao, was also sent away. Xie Qilong often sent away a companion every few months. Later, Zhu realized that his actions might be because he didn't want anyone close to him or to understand him. Zhu didn't know why this was happening. She also didn't understand why the palace allowed rumors outside to spread about Lord Xie Qilang. It seemed like the emperor's teacher's residence was playing a big game. Zhu only kept part of her attention on these matters. Most of her focus was still on studying these heavy books. The library in the emperor's teacher's residence was fully open to her. Now, she no longer attended the clan school, and she spent her days either eating or in the library. She ignored the outside gossip that she was a bookworm. Over the years, Xie Hanlin had already been promoted to first rank and was now serving in the wealthy southern region. After a few years, he had become the prefect. The household always tried to find ways to maintain a good relationship with her. Zhu saw through this and only kept up a polite front. She never accepted their invitations to family banquets or gatherings. Surprisingly, the emperor's teacher's residence didn't oppose this and even seemed pleased. Zhu always remembered her task. She would show respect to the original owner's father as she was supposed to. Starting at age 15, she took the imperial exams and kept winning first place. By age 20, she had become a successful candidate. However, her formal crowning ceremony before the imperial exam was held at her original family's home. As expected, her father was very proud of her. An outstanding son like this, Lord Xie's talent is as if the celestial scholar descended to the mortal world. Even Lady Xie's attitude toward her son changed. Zhu wasn't surprised. This couple was always so focused on their own interests. But the name Xie was given by the old emperor's teacher. It was from when Xie was 15. The old emperor's teacher had already passed away. This was a big to Lord Xie Qilang. If it weren't for Lord Xie Qilang having a mother who was a princess and his father being a high-ranking official, he wouldn't have been able to live so freely. But after the old emperor's teacher passed away, he really changed a lot. Zhu had already guessed this later on. Xie Qilang's background was not simple. He was probably the seventh prince, her side target. She thought so because she noticed that the current emperor only had 6 sons. She was almost 20 years old. She couldn't still be waiting for her target to be born. She was no longer young. The young prince had little chance of success, unless the mission in this small world wanted her to use the emperor's power to control the nobles. But when she saw Xie Qiue's face, so similar to the royal families, she already guessed the truth. As soon as she realized it, Zhu went straight to find Xie Qilang. "I am willing to follow you," she said. That year, both of them were 16. Over the years, Xie Qilang had come to trust her. He believed that Xie helped him out of gratitude for the old imperial tutor who had loved Xie Qi the most among his grandchildren. Zhu never corrected this misunderstanding. Letting him think that way did no harm to her mission. After becoming a scholar and seeing the task marked as complete on her system panel, Zhu tore up all her study notes. Ignoring the uproar in the household, she firmly declared that she would not take the exams again. By then, Xie name was already well known. Everyone admired the graceful and talented young Master Yu. She outshone not only the main branch of the Xie family, but also all the other relatives. No one dared to compete with her. And it wasn't just the Xie family. Even the sons of other noble families could not match her fame. Her beauty, intelligence, and strength were not without reason. She had worked hard for them. Gifted in both literature and martial arts, she seemed almost otherworldly. Such a brilliant young man, destined to be remembered in history, suddenly tore up his books and gave up the imperial exams.
No one could understand it.
But Zhu didn't need anyone's understanding. Everything she did was for the mission. In her previous task, she had needed to pass the exams, to serve the rulers, to speak and act for them. Her intelligence allowed her to quickly grasp the rules and perform perfectly, making everyone believe she was a true scholar of great talent. But it was all just part of the mission. In truth, Zhu had no interest in politics or royal decrees. So there was nothing more to say. She didn't care about others' expectations. As long as the next mission target was not affected, that was enough. Xia Qilong didn't understand her decision either, but he didn't ask. In his mind, if Xia Yu entered officialdom through the exams, he would soon attract the attention of several royal brothers. Whether he accepted or refused their offers, danger would surely follow. It might be better to hide in the shadows and help him quietly. Zhu Yu happily cooperated with the mission. She also focused on understanding the obstacles the seventh prince faced on his path to power. The seventh prince has not been idle these years. He secretly built up many forces. Zhu Yu looked at his original plans. Brother Yu, do you have any good ideas? Feel free to say them. Xia Ten now trusted Xia Yu a lot, considering him his closest confidant. Because Xia Yu could have stayed out of such dangerous matters, even if he guessed what was happening, Xia Ten wouldn't harm him, out of respect for the old emperor's teacher and their years of friendship. But Xia Yu chose to help him despite the danger, which moved Xia Tan deeply. Zhu Yu's eyes were deep. Her method was not something she could easily explain. It was better to finish and then show the results directly to Lord Xia. He had a clear, tall face, with gentle eyes that shimmered like polished jade, soft-looking but firm in spirit. Zhu Yu took out a paper doll. Go check where the princes usually stay. The paper doll nodded and went to do as told. Soon it brought back the addresses. Zhu Yu used one of the tools she bought from the system shop. She entered the addresses and the birth dates of the princes, clicking on each. Those places would be unlucky for the next 6 months. The system's tool was very powerful. Xia Tan watched as each prince's plans to do something bad failed or was discovered due to strange coincidences. In just a few months, they had lost all hope in the current princes. At this moment, without Zhu Yu needing to say anything, he knew it was time for him to appear. Xia Tan was indeed the current seventh prince. His mother was one of the emperor's favorite concubines. He had once saved Princess Ming'an, Xia Tan's mother, which was why she was willing to risk her life to hide the child. This concubine had always been very weak. The 3 princes born before had all died before reaching 1 year old. So, they had to pretend the child had died at birth and hide him in the Xia household. Master Xia would turn a blind eye because the daughter of that concubine was his close friend. Even if this was morally wrong and a serious crime, the emperor involved only felt surprised and didn't want to pursue it. Others couldn't do anything about it. At this perfect moment, Xia Tan regained his identity. Thank you for your help all the way, Brother Yu, Zhu said, even after entering the palace. Don't let your guard down. The task isn't finished yet. You must not die. Her words touched Xia Tan deeply, but he didn't say anything. Xia Tan, now renamed Ji Tan, wore a dark-colored outfit with detailed, elegant embroidery that moved with the wind. Zhu Yu looked at him with happiness and relief. She successfully sent him away smoothly. Before leaving, she patted Ji Tan's back and secretly placed a safety talisman on him. The talisman's effect was still working. She also used her precognition to see the future of the emperor and Ji Tan. Everything was ready, just waiting for the right moment. The side mission was successfully completed 3 years later. By then, Zhu Yu was already on a ship heading to the border. The task was done, and she didn't want to stay and witness the downfall of others. Even if Ji Tan was grateful now, suspicion would inevitably grow later. Zhu Yu always held a pessimistic view of people's hearts. To finish her side mission quickly, she used some mystical and divination methods openly, without hiding them from Ji Tan, to make him listen to her more. After everything was done, Zhu Yu had no intention of staying beside him. She arrived in this world in her 24th year. Finally, she completed all her tasks. The following years were spent traveling and reading countless books stored in her space. It's not entirely false to say she helped the Xia family because they owed her some favor. Zhu Yu indeed copied and backed up all the books from the Xie family's library into her space. In the decades remaining, she kept collecting wherever she went. Sometimes, she would visit wealthy households at night to copy their collections. If she accidentally caught someone doing evil, she would set fire to destroy everything completely. At the end of her life, Zhu Yu closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she was back in the system space. Zhu Yu smiled. System, settle the task. Task is being settled. Task successfully settled. Congratulations to the host for completing the first task, passing away peacefully. You earned 2,000 points. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest, earning an additional 1,000 points. Zhu Yu looked at her points. If it was just passing away peacefully, the world probably only had 1,000 points. Since she completed the original owner's wish and the side quest, she gained quite a bit more. Zhu Yu opened her attribute panel. Name: Zhu Yu. Main world age, 19 points. 20,000. Zhu Yu thought of something and said, System, I remember I spent over 100 points in the small world to buy paper dolls and tools. Why do my points on the attribute panel go back up? Host, the world consciousness thinks you did a good job completing the task, so it reimbursed you. Zhu Yu's eyes widened. Reimbursed? Is that possible? Why hasn't the world consciousness reimbursed me before? I also completed the previous tasks perfectly. Zhu Yu couldn't remember if she was perfect or not, but the most important thing was to keep things simple. The world consciousness has its own personality and can't be judged uniformly. Just as she was about to have a good sleep, Zhu Yu noticed the quiet system panel tremble. It turned out there was a new message in the Three Realms red envelope group. Ninetails Fox, the kind of clothes you mentioned last time are ready. I'll send them to you. Ninetails Fox, sending red envelope. Please claim it. Zhu Yu cheered quietly. Task recipient, claimed. She clicked on the claim button on the panel, and suddenly, 2 sets of sportswear appeared in her hands. Both were black, just as she requested. She touched them, feeling their soft, cool texture. These clothes were magical robes, resistant to stabbing and burning, and could automatically clean dirt and dust, always staying clean. Even if they fell into water, they could help the wearer float to the surface. Zhu Yu was very satisfied. She thought about what the Ninetails Fox might be interested in. It seemed she had mentioned a crystal ball last time, wanting to collect it. Zhu Yu opened her space and took out the most valuable crystal ball, selecting 10 of them to send. These crystal balls were also not cheap in her world, each costing at least 1 million. But sometimes, the value of an item isn't measured by money. It depends on how much others need or like it. Tasker, thank you for your clothes. I really like them. Tasker, I also prepared a gift for you. Tasker, sending a red envelope. Please claim it. The nine-tailed fox clicked to receive and saw a bunch of shiny, sparkling crystal balls appear in her arms. She happily wagged her tail. After playing with them for a while, she was satisfied and carefully stored them in the most secret part of her collection room. Nine-tailed fox, received. Nine-tailed fox, I like it very much. Thank you for the gift. Nine-tailed fox, if you need anything customized in the future, just ask me. Zhu Yu couldn't help but smile faintly. Tasker, okay. Although she said that, Zhu Yu currently couldn't think of a situation where she would need the nine-tailed fox's help. She thought that after experiencing the deadly game system, the next world would be just as difficult. But now it seems like it's truly random. This also means she might keep doing low-difficulty tasks but could be pulled into more dangerous worlds far beyond her ability at any moment. Although the system said the chances are low, what if it happens? Zhu Yu opened her eyes. Before she could look around, she felt a blinding light. It came from a large truck heading straight toward her. With that speed and weight, she normally wouldn't have a chance to escape. It's too late. That was her instinctive thought. Zhu Yu was about to ignore everything and hide in her space, but in the next second, everything in front of her froze like slow motion. She was surprised to see the truck stop just half a step away from her, frozen in place. Suddenly, a voice said, "You are about to die. Do you want to buy into the game?" Zhu Yu, what does that mean? The voice continued, "If you agree to make a deal with me, I can give you 1 month to settle your affairs." After that, you will enter the game in spirit form. Complete the game, and you can be revived. What you think comes true. Maybe this is just the world's way of hiding its true nature. Give me a minute to think. Her voice stayed calm, as if she agreed. Zhu Yu called the system in her mind. What's going on, system? Host, you can agree. This is a fake world created by the world's consciousness. The place you're pulled into isn't another world, but a new realm within the world's consciousness. The system said it was fine. Zhu Yu understood that this world was probably similar to the world in the death game, dangerous but not lasting long, with rewards better than usual worlds. Are you still there? The voice replied, have you made your decision? Zhu Yu, I've decided. I agree. As she finished speaking, she felt a loud noise in front of her, like a bad signal on a TV. When she regained consciousness, a truck suddenly stopped very close to her. Are you blind or what? Before the driver could curse, Zhu Yu quickly ran away from the scene. She found a safe place and quickly absorbed the memories of the original owner. The original owner's memories were ordinary, raised in an orphanage, now just graduated from college. She was supposed to die in this accident. But before dying, a mysterious voice spoke. The voice said that if she survived in this dangerous world, she could return to her own world. She could change her fate and avoid death. After that, her memories went blank. She had only a month left to live, and her view of the world was changing. Zhu Yu first went to the company where the original owner interned and quit her job. You just finished your internship and are only 3 days into your probation, and now you want to quit. She ignored her boss's rude words. I'm not coming back tomorrow. With only a month left, working in a demanding job like 996, she wasn't sick. Her colleagues didn't understand what Zhu Yu was doing. They looked at her in surprise. Someone who quits without care is seen as a hero. Of course, if she couldn't find a better job later and had to suffer, she'd have to endure it. Under the secret gazes of her colleagues, Zhu Yu packed her things and left the company without looking back. Back at the original owner's rented apartment. She looked at her phone again and saw that the wallpaper had changed to a countdown reminder. This power is truly mysterious. Now I need to think about what to do. In a month, I should probably gather some food and weapons and store them in my space, since I don't know what kind of world I will go to. Although I already have a lot in my space. But the system reminds me that before starting, I shouldn't reveal my differences to the world's consciousness. I don't know why the world's consciousness seems so dull. It hasn't noticed the space-time aura on me. But there's no need to remind it. Just like humans want to hide their secret savings, the world's consciousness also wants to hide its extra assets, the new realm, as a secret card, so it doesn't get recorded by the Space-Time Bureau. Following its plan can help me complete the task of locating the world faster. However, the original owner's wish won't be fulfilled. The original owner wanted to build a happy family. She was an orphan since childhood and longed for a normal family. But now, with a limited lifespan and uncertain future, it seems impossible to complete this wish. I will focus more on the main task. Lying on the bed in the rented house, I think for a moment and call out to the mysterious voice. Are you still there? I want to start directly. After I speak, the mysterious voice doesn't reply. It seems that once the agreement is made, the voice no longer pays attention to me. I shiver, open my eyes, and find myself on a quiet street. I look around at the environment. I'm in a town with a foreign style. There is a backpack behind me. It's morning now, and there aren't many pedestrians on the street, but most of the residents look like tall foreigners. Feeling the hot weather, I take off my jacket and hold it in my hand. I can even feel the dizzying sensation of space teleportation, like a washing machine spinning rapidly. I was transported here in the blink of an eye. The only hint from the mysterious voice is, survive in Tianshui town for 2 months. I quickly ask, as long as I survive? Are there any other requirements? The mysterious voice says, yes, I will evaluate your ability based on your performance in this world. This will be the standard for your future entries into other worlds. Show your best. After this sound faded away, Zhu Yu immediately called the system. The system's explanation was simple. Once the task was completed, the world consciousness wanted to send her to other worlds, but it couldn't do that. Only the Time and Space Bureau had the ability to send people to different small worlds at any time. The world consciousness sent her back and forth to better record the boundaries of the worlds, but she was always in the same world. Never mind, Zhu decided to stop overthinking. She needed to focus on surviving in this world first. She found a bench on the street and sat down. She opened her backpack, which contained her ID from Tianshui Town, a black wallet with some money, a set of clean clothes, and a bottle of water. After checking her belongings, Zhu took out some money from the wallet and bought a bread at a snack shop. After eating, she started wandering slowly around the street. Tianshui Town was a foreign town. She didn't know which country it belonged to. She had never heard the language spoken here, but surprisingly, she could understand it and communicate without problems. Zhu thought that if she wanted to survive here for 2 months, she needed to find a place to stay. If possible, having 1 or 2 backup places to stay would be safer. But she just counted the money in her black wallet. Only a few hundred yuan. It was very unlikely she could find a place to stay and rent it for 2 months. A loaf of bread cost 10 yuan here. Her few hundred yuan might not even be enough for food. She also needed a place to live, and life involved more than just food and shelter. There were other expenses too. She had to find a way to earn money or exchange it. Her first idea was to try to get a credit card with an overdraft at a bank since she had her ID with her. But when she went there, she was immediately refused. The banks here didn't issue credit cards, and borrowing money required collateral. Without it, she couldn't borrow a single yuan. Since she couldn't get money from the bank, she had to think about finding a job. Otherwise, her few hundred yuan wouldn't last 2 months. If her goal was survival, she knew Tianshui Town would be dangerous. Without proper preparation, she might very well die here. Zhu asked the system shortly after entering whether her actions were being watched by the world consciousness. The system told her that after she was brought here, the world consciousness left. More precisely, it fell into sleep. So, Zhu no longer worried much. She took out a peachwood sword and wore it on her head, hung a protective jade on her chest, and put a peace charm in her pocket. Suddenly, she felt much safer. She was not familiar with the environment here. She wandered aimlessly along the street, thinking as she went. She didn't pay attention to the direction she was walking and soon arrived at a small alley. Soon, Zhu saw a nearby elderly woman slowly collapse to the ground. Her basket tipped over, and the noodles she bought spilled everywhere. Zhu instinctively paused. Could this also be a scam? But she was still a bit far from the old lady. After thinking for a moment, Zhu decided not to ignore her. She turned around and walked over. Her yin-yang eyes were always open. She didn't sense anything wrong, no ghosts or spirits, so she wasn't afraid. One hand went into her pocket, gripping her gun. The other hand patted the old lady's back. "Hello, what's wrong? Do you need help?" The old lady looked at Zhu, her eyes filled with despair, but also hope. She tremblingly pointed at her pocket. Her other hand kept shaking. "Help me. Medicine, medicine." Zhu quickly moved, took a bottle of medicine from the old lady's pocket. She followed the instructions, poured out the pills, and took water from her backpack. She fed the medicine to the old lady. After doing this, Zhu left the alley and called some passers-by to help. People were soon called over. After they took the old lady to the hospital, Zhu finally relaxed. The hospital costs were not paid by her. The old lady handed her her wallet and asked her to handle the procedures. She also found a note with an emergency number in the old lady's wallet. She used the hospital phone to call, and it was indeed the old lady's family. The family arrived at the hospital quickly, wanting to thank Zhu. She just shook her head and returned the old lady's wallet and basket to her family. "If you really want to thank me, it would be helpful if you could introduce me to Tianshui Town. I am traveling with a friend, but she had something to do and left me behind, so I don't know much about this place. The old lady's daughter is named Kayla. She is very grateful to Zhu and invites her to have a meal." Zhu quickly agrees and promises to explain more about Tianshui Town later. Kayla and the old lady are both locals of Tianshui Town. This is a normal and polite thing to do, so Zhu agrees. She doesn't have much money left, so saving where she can is wise. At the restaurant, while eating, Kayla asks Zhuyu why she came to Tianshui town. Zhuyu starts lying without hesitation. My friend said the scenery here is very beautiful and good for relaxing, so I wanted to stay for a while. I'm looking for a place to settle down. Kayla nods with understanding and smiles. Tianshui town is different from other places. If you're just here for sightseeing, it's best to leave quickly. If you're planning to spend the winter here, my uncle has a house for rent. I can ask about it for you. Zhuyu thanks her. Thank you so much. Can you tell me more about what makes Tianshui town different? Kayla explains, since you're from out of town, you might not know. These past 2 months, Tianshui town has experienced very hot and very cold weather. Right now, it feels hot, but it will get even hotter later. In about a month, it will suddenly turn cold, and the town will be covered in snow and ice. If you're just here for fun, you must leave before the cold arrives. Outsiders usually can't survive the extreme cold here, and the town generally doesn't welcome outside tourists. Zhuyu is very surprised. She hadn't expected the dangers to be extreme heat and cold. She knows almost nothing about Tianshui town. She gratefully asks, "Thank you for telling me this. May I ask why outsiders can't survive the winter here? Every shop in the town has air conditioning, and the inns and rental houses do too. When it gets cold, people just wear warmer clothes, stock enough food, and stay inside with heating. That should be enough." Kayla smiles and says, "Once you rent my uncle's house, you'll understand. The winter here is different from usual. But don't worry, you saved my mother. If you decide to stay, we won't ignore you." Zhuyu thanked Kaya again and showed a grateful expression on the surface. However, deep down, she felt little emotion. She was indeed glad she didn't stand by and watch, as saving the elderly woman allowed her to gain some important information early. But when it came to the people and words in the task world, she only trusted them a little, perhaps 1 or 2 points. The two of them talked very comfortably. Kaya heard that Zhuyu wanted to find a job in town, and even helped her by recommending a cashier position at the local supermarket. The monthly salary was 4,000, and Zhuyu could work there for a month. After that, winter would come, and the supermarket would close. With Kaya's help, Zhuyu successfully rented her uncle's house. It was a small room, about 40 square meters. At first glance, it didn't seem special. Living alone was no problem. However, Kaya waved and called Zhuyu over. She lifted the metal cover on the bedroom floor, revealing a passage. Come winter, all the residents here will live underground. The ground is too cold to stay on during the cold season. Once you open this, you can go down. When you have free time, you can check it out yourself. If you plan to stay here through the winter, I can make a list of necessary items for you. All the things on the list are essential. If you're unsure or don't recognize something, you can ask me again. It seemed that kindness would bring good results. Zhuyu looked at the passage and asked, "Do all the houses in town have this basement?" Kaya smiled and said, "This isn't just a basement. You'll find out once you go down." Yes, every resident's house has one, but many hotels and similar places don't. After Kaya left, Zhuyu closed the door and was alone in the room. This time, her luck seemed pretty good. By luck, she meant that she had obtained very important information in advance. After Kaya left, Zhuyu took a flashlight from her space and held it in her hand. She entered the basement through the open passage. The iron cover above could be locked from inside, so once someone went down, no one outside could open it. Finally stepping onto solid ground, Zhuyu looked around. The basement was similar to the house outside, a small, well-equipped room about 40 square meters, but with a new addition, a stove. She walked over and opened the basement door. Looking outside, her eyes widened unconsciously. She instinctively looked around outside. Surprisingly, a small town had been built there. Maybe because winter hadn't truly arrived yet, it wasn't the time for living there. The streets outside were only lit by streetlights, and there weren't many people. Everyone was busy cleaning and tidying up. Only then did Zhuyu realize why Kyla looked so strange when she heard about the basement. Every household had a basement, and these basements were connected, so it was no wonder a town had formed underground.
Her heart was pounding fast.
This was quite a coincidence. If she hadn't saved the local residents, and if she had just rented a house without entering the space, she probably wouldn't have survived a month. The residents of Tianshui town had lived here for many years. They clearly had a lot of experience dealing with extreme heat and cold. But even her solution was to dig such a large underground facility. It was easy to see that living on the surface would be very dangerous once winter arrived. Zhuyu didn't go far. After a quick look around, she returned to the surface. Now, she needed to think about how to live here.
She already found a job.
Even if it was only for a month, earning 4,000 would be enough to pay rent, buy food, and cover the cold weather supplies Kyla had given her. That was more than enough. The house was introduced by Kyla, and the rent was not high. Knowing Zhuyu didn't have much money, Kyla even said she could pay her back once she received her salary. Kyla also mentioned that the supermarket job included free meals, which was quite good. Next, Zhuyu just needed to prepare supplies for the month after winter arrived. As a girl, she didn't eat much. About a kilogram of rice a day would be enough. 30 kilograms of rice would last her a month. She also planned to buy some vegetables and drinks. With her current money, she was well off. So, Zhuyu decided not to exchange her space items for money. She tidied up her room briefly and then went to report to the supermarket. The owner, Kyla, was very polite when she heard Zhuyu was introduced by her. I told her, it will get very hot here soon. Usually, we only open in the evening when the sun is about to set. You can come in the morning to work so you can go back and rest at night. In the supermarket, besides her at the cash register, there were 2 stalkers. The owner's wife was teaching Zhuyu how to handle the register. It took her less than half a day to understand the job and get the hang of it. The work was a bit complicated, but Zhuyu worked very seriously. The owner's wife was pleased and watched her for a while before leaving. On her first day here, Zhuyu felt she had accomplished a lot. She saved an elderly lady, successfully rented a house, and found a job where she could meet people and get news regularly. When she finished work, the 2 stalkers said to her, "See if there's anything you like here. If you do, take it for a late-night snack." It was a big pile of handmade bread and cakes. Zhuyu was about to refuse, but the other stalker said, "Hey, just take it. The supermarket only sells the freshest bread. Anything not sold today can't be sold tomorrow. The boss used to let us pick what we wanted, and the leftovers are given to people in need. At this point, it was better to take the food, or it might be hard to get along later." Zhuyu pretended to be happy and picked out 2 pieces of fruit bread. The stalker also handed her a bottle of milk, which she accepted. She put the items into her bag and went back to her rented room. When she got home, she casually threw the things into the trash can. She didn't eat anything from the world of tasks, just to be safe. This included the piece of bread she bought and the meal she shared with Kayla. She never really ate them. Instead, she secretly transported them into her space each time. When she was alone, she would throw them into the trash. In this environment, where the danger source was uncertain, she only ate food prepared in her space. Zhuyu remembered the essential supplies list Kayla gave her. She opened it and saw that Kayla hadn't written any food or heating items, but instead listed ammunition, guns, and cold weapons like knives. Zhuyu raised an eyebrow. What does preparing these for winter mean? The next morning, Zhuyu woke up before her alarm rang. She finished her black coffee and hurried to the supermarket. When she arrived on the street, she found it much warmer than yesterday. Maybe because the sun hadn't appeared yet, the heat was bearable. When I arrived at the supermarket, I was already covered in sweat. But once inside, the cool breeze from the air conditioning made me feel much better. The 2 stock clerks had already arrived and were busy using the self-service machines to prepare breakfast. I went over to them, since we got along pretty well yesterday. I took the chance to ask more about winter and also to subtly inquire about weapons. Since Kayla had casually written it all on paper, I guessed that this matter wasn't very secret, at least not to the locals. One clerk naturally replied, "You want to stay here through the winter? Then you'll need to prepare those things. But you don't have to buy them. You can rent. As long as you have collateral or a guarantor, it's fine. If you're lucky and hunt a spirit beast by winter's end, you won't have to pay rent. I'll give you the address," the other clerk kindly asked. can you shoot? If your aim isn't good, you can practice after work. I know a good club. I'll write that down for you too. I thanked them. Thanks, both of you. They bought ice cream for the colleagues, and the busy day began. There was no more time for chatting until the end of the shift. Sometimes, I looked out the supermarket window and saw people walking on the street without umbrellas, and smoke would rise from their foreheads. When people saw smoke coming from their heads, they'd be startled and quickly hide inside nearby shops. It made my scalp tingle a bit. I've experienced extreme heat before and was mentally prepared. But no matter how many times, I felt I could never fully get used to it. At this moment, I could only keep silently thankful. At least, my original world wouldn't be like this. The outside temperature is probably around 80 degrees now. By noon, it might reach about 100 degrees, and only after 4 or 5 in the afternoon would it drop to around 50 degrees. Seeing my gaze, the clerk simply explained. I couldn't help but buy a bottle of ice water, but I didn't drink it. Instead, I pressed the cold bottle against my face and arms to cool down. Yesterday, it didn't seem this bad, the clerk replied. Yeah, today is officially a heat wave. This is no longer just hot. It's boiling enough to cook a person. If someone else were sent here with no space, having not found work or a place to stay yesterday, they might have already been cooked alive. People from outside don't understand Tianshui town. If they can't find a place to stay, they probably would have been cooked today, Zhiyu asked the clerk. The clerk smiled and said, people from outside are actually few. Don't be fooled by the heat outside. As long as you stay inside, it's fine. Tourists just stay in the hotel. If someone doesn't understand anything, why come here? Indeed, the desire to come back to life after death comes with a huge cost. By afternoon, she finished all her work and could leave at 5:30. Outside, the temperature was 50 degrees. Zhu Yu and the two clerks had dinner like yesterday. They bought some rice, noodles, vegetables, and other supplies, and as employees, they got a discount. After shopping, Zhu Yu took her things and went back to her rented room. She waited a little while longer. Then she looked at the address written by the clerk, planning to check out the place where guns could be rented. Zhu Yu isn't completely unfamiliar with guns. Her space already has plenty of guns and ammunition, so she doesn't need to rent any. But she thought Kyla might ask about it later. So she went in and rented 2 guns, using Kyla as a protector. One was an automatic rifle with a range of about 500 meters. The other was a submachine gun with a longer range. The shop owner also gave Zhu Yu many bullets and said, I know where you live. Later, I'll have someone deliver all this to you. Zhu Yu asked how much the rent was. The shop owner smiled and said, if you can survive the winter and prove yourself, this money won't matter. If you accidentally lose your life, this money won't mean anything to you either. When you survive, we'll talk about rent again. He winked and smiled gently, seeming unaware of the malicious joy in his words. She thanked Kyla, who was with her, and returned to her room. Zhu Yu took out some marinated food and drinks from her space, ate a satisfying meal. During this time, the shop owner's people delivered the guns, ammunition, and a large knife. Zhu Yu carefully stored everything away. She looked at the weapons and briefly estimated the strength of the townspeople. If these weapons are essential for everyone, then these people should not be underestimated. After finishing her meal, Zhu Yu rested for a while. Then she reopened the passage and arrived at the underground town. The underground town is much busier now than above ground. Zhu Yu followed the address of another clerk to find the shooting club. She explained her purpose, paid the fee, and went inside. She fired a few shots at the target to get a feel for it, then stopped practicing and left quickly. Now, Zhu Yu's daily routine is very regular. She rushes to work in the morning, spends the whole day in the supermarket cooling off, and in the evening, when it's a bit cooler, she goes home after work. Both clerks are easy to get along with. When their work is done, they each do their own thing and don't bother Zhu Yu. After work, she returns to her rented room and quickly enters her space to practice shooting. Half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. One day, a clerk came excitedly and said, "Did you hear? Yesterday, someone tried to rob the shop and steal guns." Zhu Yu pretended to be surprised and asked, "Really? Is the boss okay?" If the boss is fine, she wouldn't have to pay for the guns anymore. The clerk laughed loudly. There's no way that guy could be okay. The robbers were all taken down. If the police hadn't arrived quickly, those guys wouldn't have survived. Now they're all in the police station. I never thought anyone would dare to rob in the town. As she listened, Zhu wondered if those robbers might be unlucky people chosen by the world consciousness, just like her. Maybe they weren't short of money, so they decided to rob instead. Is this world and the missions just a game to play? Zhu wasn't too surprised by this attitude. Soon after, the boss came to count the stock, muttering, I don't know what's going on. These days, people keep coming to steal food and supplies. It's so annoying. I'm already busy, and these people just add to the chaos. Zhu observed that the shelves in the supermarket had been restocked more frequently lately. It seemed that other players might be responsible for this. After working in the supermarket for a few days, Zhu realized that the supplies in the town are not lacking at all. There are several supermarkets, and each warehouse is large. The supply is very abundant. With the town's population, the stock could last for a year or more without any problem. Tianshui town has its own power supply system and the medicine factory, making it self-sufficient in many ways. The town's agriculture and industry are good, supporting a comfortable life. Zhu stored some food openly in the underground house, but not too much. After all, she doesn't really need to eat it. There is also a supermarket in the underground town, so she can buy anything she needs at any time. She has observed the underground town. It is almost the same as the surface town, with all kinds of shops. Of course, since winter hasn't arrived yet, most shops are empty. Every day, a few people walk around the underground town, patrolling back and forth. Zhu noticed that everyone in the town knows each other. As a rare new face, she was quickly introduced to everyone by Kayla. Soon, the people in the underground town knew she had saved the old lady, and everyone was very friendly to her. Zhu was not questioned anywhere she went. She doesn't know how many players are in the town. She works as a cashier, with only simple interactions with customers. However, she did encounter a few customers who seemed to be players. In the town's inn, the players found that Tianshui town is very exclusive. To stay here, they can only rent rooms at inns or hotels. Most residents do not rent out their houses, so all the players gather in groups, forming small circles. These groups are usually made up of beginners playing with other beginners, or experienced players with experienced players. This is easy to understand. Experienced players rarely like to team up with complete beginners who only slow them down. Newcomers also don't dare to join groups with veterans, fearing they might be exploited or tricked. These people had a better start in Tianshui town than Zhu, because they are close to the government hall, quickly learned about the town, and have more knowledge and strength, knowing more than Zhu. You only learned some information indirectly from Kayla and the clerk. Her knowledge was fragmented. Other players, because they understood the situation, responded more quickly, and at least they avoided being roasted alive outdoors. The two beginner players who tried to steal guns were involved in this. Tianshui town is very hot during the day, like a furnace, so it's impossible to go outside. When night comes, the weather is bearable. But besides paying for the hotel, everyone needs money for food and drinks. When they first arrived, everyone's funds were about the same. Seeing the money decrease day by day, the players started to feel anxious. Based on their briefings and interactions with residents, they found out that the locals are very unfriendly and don't pay much attention to outsiders. As their money kept running out and they grew more worried, the players became desperate and willing to try anything. Two brave, but not very smart players even discussed robbing a store. In the past few days, they hadn't been completely idle. When they had free time at night, they explored the town's layout thoroughly. Soon, they discovered a gun shop. They got very excited, thinking that if they stole guns, they could get whatever they wanted and maybe even take control of the whole town. However, their hopes were overly optimistic, as their strength was limited. When the two novices tried to rob the store, they hadn't even said the word robbery. They sneaked in with their faces covered, but were immediately knocked down by two large security guards with a punch each. They had taken quite a beating. Just before they were about to be seriously hurt, police arrived and took them to the police station. The experienced player had been on many missions before and watched coldly from the side. After returning to their room, the experienced player discussed with teammates. It seems the security here is strict. Robbery is impossible, and we can't find work. We need to think of a quick plan. The difficulties these people faced are something Zhu couldn't understand now. Her daily life is quite fulfilling. She has fully regained her shooting skills, even improving them. She has also become more familiar with the clerk and the shop owner. They gradually learned that the reason why people in Tianshui town prepare guns and ammunition for winter is because every year, during that season, there are waves of wild animals. All residents are required to participate in hunting, which is why they need these weapons. They also need many warm clothes. After work, Ji went to a shop that sells cold weather clothing and bought a thick leather and cotton coat along with long boots. The coat feels light but keeps her very warm, and it doesn't affect her movement at all. The staff in the shop explained to Zayu, all these clothes are made from the fur and skins of spiritual beasts from the beast tide. If you manage to hunt a spiritual beast, you can use its parts to pay off your debts. Zayu thought about the rent and gun expenses she owed. She smiled and decided to pay up front, refusing to continue borrowing on credit. She realized that these weapons and warm clothes were practical reasons for the townspeople to extend credit. It was to motivate people to hunt. Just like a credit card, it's about the future. Zayu chose to rent a gun. Even though she paid for warm clothes, she knew she couldn't refuse to hunt when the beast tide came. According to Kyla, the clerk, and the gun shop owner, by that time, even if she wanted to slack off, it probably wouldn't be possible.
She might not have a choice then.
When danger comes, lying around doing nothing is like inviting death. But Zayu was not in a hurry. If she could hunt, she would. If not, she would accept it. She carefully learned about the town and prepared herself. The new hunters and those who hadn't found a steady job were now very anxious. It had been more than half a month. They had learned most of the terrain and information about Tianshui town. The intense heat would end soon. If they couldn't find a house with an underground passage, they might be forced to leave in a few days. But leaving Tianshui town meant failing the mission. Experienced hunters knew what happened if they failed. The newcomers still hoped for the best, thinking leaving was no big deal. They wondered, what's the worst that can happen? It's not like they don't want to stay. The townspeople are forcing us out. What can we do? Seasoned hunters saw their thoughts and secretly mocked them. Fools. We told them clearly they had to stay in Tianshui town for 2 months. They still want to leave, making excuses not to accept reality. They're just asking for trouble. Another experienced hunter casually said, ignore them. If they fail the mission, they'll just die again. They're already like dead people. Forget it.
Let's not bother with them.
Everyone has their own fate. Some new hunters left, but others stayed in the town, stubbornly holding on. Seeing the veterans refuse to leave, they decided to stay too. Zayu also met some hunters gradually. These people are quite easy to recognize. They are in groups, with anxious and worried expressions on their faces and eyes. They speak cautiously and defensively, clearly different from the usual town residents. The clerk quietly told Juyu, if these people can't find protection or a place to stay before winter comes, they might end up being hired by greedy bosses. They are the first wave of hunters at the front line of the beast tide, and the first wave usually has the highest risk of dying. But don't worry, Kayla will definitely pull you into her team. Is that so? Hearing this, Jiu had some guesses but didn't say anything. As the hottest days of summer ended, many taskers moved out of the inn. Jiu guessed, as the clerk said, that these people might have already been hired. Whether they survive or not later, at least now they don't need to leave immediately, which solves an urgent problem. Jiu worked quietly in the supermarket, never talking much. Soon, the last day of the heat wave arrived. The boss settled her wages, and he was very pleased with Jiu. He also told her the underground town supermarket will open for a few hours each day. If you have time, you can come. Jiu thanked him and said goodbye to the clerk and her colleagues. Both clerks were smiling. Soon we'll be back in the underground and can see each other again. For some reason, Zhu felt very uncomfortable hearing this. Although it was true. On the last day of the heat wave, Zhu noticed the whole town was driving away visitors from outside. Some tourists leaving was no big deal, but some were taskers. Zhu couldn't tell who was a beginner like her and who was experienced. Some taskers refused to leave no matter what. At this moment, the town's leader arrived. He was a short, chubby middle-aged man. "I've told you all, winter is coming soon. If you stay, you won't survive. Are you all crazy? Staying underground makes it hard to tell whether it's day or night outside. You can only tell by checking the time." As it was getting dark, Zhu left the basement and took a walk around the town. She brought some stored food to visit Kayla's family. Anyway, Kayla had helped her a lot. Walking on the street, she noticed many people, as the underground town isn't as spacious as the surface. She carefully avoided the crowd, planning to visit Kayla and then go back. When she arrived at Kayla's house, both the old lady and Kayla were there, and they were happy to see her. Kayla told Zhu she planned to find her later, as the hunting was about to start tonight. Kayla said, "Just follow me tonight." Based on past experience, the first wave of monsters isn't very strong. If you're lucky, tomorrow you can go and submit enough spiritual beasts to meet the minimum yearly standard, and then you won't have to go anymore. Seeing Kayla smiling so happily, Zhu couldn't help but feel a bit nervous about tomorrow's monster hunt. She planned to see how things went tomorrow and maybe leave Kayla behind. Kayla probably knew she was just a visitor practicing with a gun for a month. There's no way she could meet the standard to hunt and catch prey. It's enough just not to hurt herself. Also, Kayla never said what would happen if she didn't catch enough spiritual beasts to submit. Because of that, Zhu couldn't trust her. After saying goodbye to Kayla, Zhu returned to her rented house. Kayla said she would come find her tonight and take her somewhere. Zhu looked around and saw that the townspeople were gradually heading in one direction. She thought for a moment and, instead of waiting for Kayla, followed the villagers in that direction. She wandered aimlessly for a while and then realized everyone was heading to the tall platform where the town leader was standing. It used to be the town center. Thinking about it carefully, this wasn't surprising. Tonight, stay quietly in your rooms. You all know what might happen, so don't go out early. That's all I have to say. Let's wish for a successful hunt this year. The town leader finished speaking, and all the villagers raised their hands and cheered enthusiastically. Successful hunt. Successful hunt. To fit in, Zhu also raised her hands and pretended to chant along, but she didn't actually make a sound. These villagers are quite strange. Afterward, the town mayor had people bring several large barrels of powder. They aimed it at all the villagers below and sprinkled it over them. Zhu instinctively wanted to dodge, not knowing what this powder was. But seeing the villagers around her become even more excited, she noticed Kaya's family and the gun shop owner's family among the crowd, all with eager faces, looking forward to having the powder stick to them. Zhu forcibly suppressed her desire to avoid it and let the powder drift onto her as well. She still couldn't believe that these people had all left their homes just because of the mayor's words. She preferred to think they were just eager to get some of the powder. She didn't know what the stuff was, but from the reactions of the people there, and since no other players were around, just like Kaya hadn't told her, she guessed that the local residents hadn't told the players anything about this. On the way back, Zhu saw a couple whispering to each other. She pulled up her collar to hide most of her face and leaned in to listen. "Honey, this year's beast avoidance powder is a few barrels short again." "Yeah, it's because fewer spiritual beasts are being hunted each year. If this keeps up, the powder will run out faster, and we'll get less too. I heard the mayor agreed to let the outsiders stay this time. I think it's about time. We shouldn't use our lives to lure spiritual beasts. Using outsiders can increase our harvests. There's nothing wrong with that. All right, don't say these things outside." They stopped talking and hurried home. Zhu frowned slightly, glanced around, and quickened her pace to her house. Beast avoidance powder. She looked at herself. Her clothes were covered in a lot of powder today. So, this is what the powder is? This must be the real reason why the villagers aren't afraid of the beast tide. The beast tide will last for a month. Can the small amount of powder she got today really last a month? Or maybe they don't need to hunt for a whole month, just enough spiritual beasts before the powder loses its effect, and they won't need to hunt anymore. Zhu Yu leaned toward the second guess. After all, the villagers are just ordinary people. If they really hunted continuously for a month, there would be injuries or casualties, and they wouldn't look so relaxed. She thought about this for a while. The sky outside quickly turned completely dark. Yua, 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 Yua. The sound of beast roars, coming from far away and getting closer, reached her ears. Zhu Yu peeked through the door and looked outside. She saw that many doors had already been opened. Zhu Yu also opened her door, and this time she clearly saw the appearance of the spiritual beasts in the villager stories. They looked like a mix between a cow and a deer. They were dark black all over, with glowing green eyes. They didn't look like normal spiritual beasts, more like fierce monsters. Zhu Yu clenched her gun tightly as she watched the black beasts on the street increase from a few scattered ones to so many that they filled the street, bustling and dense. She instinctively took a shallow breath. This is too many. She didn't shoot immediately, but observed how the villagers handled the situation. She noticed they were very careful when shooting. They worked together. One person would lure a black beast over, at most one at a time, then close the door and not open it again. The doors on either side gradually closed. Zhu Yu still didn't see exactly how they dealt with the beasts. She also lured one black beast inside. Yua, Yua. The angry black beast charged at her, trying to destroy everything in front of it. Zhu Yu shot directly into the beast's eyes. The beast let out a piercing cry and lunged toward her even faster. She aimed and shot into the beast's forehead. The beast quickly lost its breath and collapsed. Zhu Yu frowned and examined the dead beast on the ground. System, what exactly is this thing? Host, this is the lowest level spiritual beast, Black Rock. Eating it regularly can slowly increase a person's strength. Really a spiritual beast. After confirming that it was just an ordinary spiritual beast, Zhu Yu relaxed a little. She kept opening and closing doors, bringing beasts inside to deal with them. Zhu Yu also found that only a few people like her kept hunting Black Rock beasts. Most people's doors were opened at most 3 times, usually only once. However, she wasn't sure if her movements tonight had been noticed by the neighbors around her. But she believed she was good at hiding her actions. Her gun was silenced, and she deliberately kept noise low when opening and closing the door. Even if she was seen a few times, people would only guess she had shot a few more, but they wouldn't know the real number. Outside, only 3 beasts remained. The rest of Zhu Yu's catches were stored in her space. By 5 in the morning, the beast tide had receded like a wave within a few minutes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Zhu Yu's silent phone had been vibrating nearby for almost the whole night. Kayla sent many messages, trying to get Zhu Yu to open the door and come to their house when the beast tide started. Zhu Yu wasn't crazy. Sensing danger approaching, she simply refused. If Kayla had the ability, she could come out and drag her over forcibly. Otherwise, Zhu Yu ignored her messages as if she hadn't seen them. She also realized that even if these people had anti-beast powder, they wouldn't dare to keep luring black beasts inside repeatedly. It seemed they were afraid that the powder would eventually lose its effect. Until dawn, the phone stopped vibrating. Then, Zhu Yu's door began to be knocked loudly. She didn't want to open it, but since the house was introduced by Kayla and she couldn't be sure, or rather, she was certain, that the other person had the key, Zhu Yu finally opened the door. "Is there something you need?" Kayla looked very upset and said, "I called you to come over. Why didn't you answer? You didn't even read my messages." She didn't realize Zhu Yu was doing it on purpose, thinking Zhu Yu simply hadn't seen or heard her. Zhu Yu didn't care whether Kayla was pretending or not. Her main goal was just to survive for 2 months. It was better if Kayla didn't make a move. If she did, killing her wouldn't be difficult. "Oh, I didn't hear it," Zhu Yu responded casually. Kayla looked inside and asked, "Did you hunt spiritual beasts yesterday?" Zhu Yu opened the door wider to let Kayla in. Of course, after she let her in, she closed the door again and looked at Kayla. How much do I need to pay after I stop hunting? Kyla looked at the black bag on the ground, about to open it, but her hand was suddenly stopped. She awkwardly smiled and said, "Turning into spirit beasts is enough. Not only can you pay back the cost of renting the gun, but afterward, you won't need money for food and drinks in town. The town mayor will also give you a house and a lot of money." Kyla's eyes greedily looked back at the black bag on the ground. "Did you really catch them?" Ji smiled and no longer stopped her. "You can open it and see." Seeing this, Kyla quickly lifted the bag and saw 3 spirit beasts stacked together. She covered her mouth, surprised and happy. "There are actually 3. For safety, maybe we should leave them at my place. We can watch over them and turn them in later. Can I turn them in now? I don't want to participate in the beast tide anymore. It's too dangerous." This was a lie. The current level of the beast tide was very easy for Zhuyu. Even if the beast avoidance powder failed, she still had many breath-hiding charms. Her words made Kyla look angry. Sure, that's possible. She couldn't lie, because if the town mayor found out about this, she would face a heavy penalty, possibly even execution. Her greed was suppressed. She knew she probably wouldn't get much benefit. Only strong people could hunt 3 spirit beasts in one night. Maintaining good relations might help her in the future. So Kyla changed her expression. She returned to her previous friendly attitude. "I'll contact the town mayor to send someone to pick them up. That's the safest way." Ji nodded. It seemed she wouldn't have to kill anyone. The people sent by the mayor arrived quickly, confirmed that the creatures on the ground were indeed spirit beasts, happily took 2 of them, and gave Zhuyu a black token with the words, "Tianshui," on it. They also asked if Zhuyu wanted to sell the remaining one, saying she could get a lot of money. Zhuyu temporarily declined. Her reason was that she wanted to stay and taste the spirit beast. The town staff, who had already received 2 spirit beasts, didn't persuade her further, and even shared cooking methods. The beast tide happens every year in the town, for over 20 years. The townspeople generally knew how to handle spirit beasts. They told Zhuyu that if she couldn't finish the meat, she could sell it, and the skins and fur could also fetch a good price. In short, every part of the spirit beast was valuable. With the Tianshui token, Zhuyu no longer worries about being forced out in the coming days. She even has the freedom to choose whether to go hunting or not. Zhuyu smiled and told everyone asking that she no longer planned to hunt in the near future. Whether others believed her or not, she had indeed used up most of her guns and ammunition and hadn't restocked. From this, it was clear she wasn't lying. Zhuyu looked at the black beast on the ground, but she wasn't really planning to eat it. She was bargaining with the system. "System, can you be a bit more generous? It would motivate me more." Host, the black rock beast, is a low-level spiritual beast. The purchase price is 1 point per beast. It can't be higher. This was an unexpected surprise Zhuyu had just discovered. The blood of spiritual beasts is one of the materials used to make talismans. So, she could exchange it with the system for points. After realizing this, Zhuyu became very excited. She even regretted not killing more last night. Fortunately, the beast tide would last for a month. It's unlikely that all the beasts are low-level Blackrock beasts. She would definitely kill more to exchange for points. The underground town has no day or night. Only time can tell whether it's dark or light. Zhuyu thought only a short while had passed before it was evening. Yua, Yua, Yua. The beast's roar sounds again. Zhuyu looked outside the window. This time, most of the beasts were still Blackrock beasts, but among them, there were a few flashes of blue. Like last night, she opened the door and lured the Blackrock beasts inside. This time, 3 entered at once. As soon as she closed the door, she fired her gun. In an instant, only bodies without breath remained in the room. Zhuyu steeled herself and fought off high-intensity combat all night, killing spiritual beasts. Most of them were Blackrock beasts, nearly 500, plus a dozen mysterious blue spiritual beasts. She asked the system about these blue beasts. They cost a bit more than Blackrock beasts. 1 blue beast could be exchanged for 5 points. No wonder they were much harder to kill than Blackrock beasts. 4 Blackrock beasts, Zhuyu could aim and kill 1 every second. But these blue spiritual beasts, whether in speed or reaction, were much stronger than the clumsy black rock beasts. Since they are just animals with low intelligence and some fighting skills, Zhiyu can still kill them. She does not deliberately attract blue spirit beasts to fight. That wouldn't make sense. There are too many black rock beasts, but only a few blue ones. Wasting time waiting for blue spirit beasts is not worth it. Yesterday, Zhiyu kept a few black rock beasts and exchanged 230 points. Today, she exchanged 500 points for black rock beasts, kept 5 blue spirit beasts, and traded the remaining 10 for 50 points. In just 2 nights, she earned 780 points. Zhiyu is very happy with her fast point gain. She feels a little sad because she will leave in less than a month. After resting for a day, night quickly falls again. The beast tide begins once more. Zhiyu repeats opening and closing the door. When the beast tide ends, she has already earned 14,000 points. She also used some of her medicinal herbs. Besides black rock beasts, blue spirit beasts, there are now other higher-level spirit beasts appearing, though their exact level is unknown. Zhiyu still leaves 5 of each type in her space. She has prepared a special storage for these large or oddly shaped spirit beasts. In the last few days of the beast tide, black rock beasts are no longer seen. All around are dangerous-looking spirit beasts. Even Zhiyu dares not provoke them. She feels that bullets might not even their tough skin. In the following days, she really did not go hunting. Kayla visits Zhiyu every few days. Through her, Zhiyu learns about other players. They don't seem to have protective powder like the natives, so their homes have been destroyed by various beast tides. Almost no one survives. Even those with some self-protection ability hide in other natives' homes. If they can't deliver spirit beasts on time, they are simply waiting to die. After Zhiyu completes her town's task early, her secrecy about her abilities is lifted. Zhiyu learned from the gun shop owner that if outsiders cannot deliver the required number of spiritual beasts, they will be used as sacrifices after the beast tide ends. As for the natives, they have 3 chances for exemption, and a 4th time will result in them being expelled from the town. Zhiyu gradually realized why the residents always seemed so relaxed. It turns out they live in a town where housing and money are provided, and almost everything they need daily is free. After experiencing such comfort, no one wants to leave. To stay, outsiders only need to participate in hunting each winter and hand over 2 spiritual beasts. The recent beast tide was not difficult to survive, as long as one had beast avoidance powder and persisted until the end. Newcomers do not receive beast avoidance powder in their first year. Only those who survive the beast tide on their own automatically get a token that grants them the status of a resident of Tianshui Town. This token has many uses, such as allowing them to receive supplies and money from the town each month. Kyla saw Zhiyu get the token and stopped trying to scheme against her because of this. Since they are now on the same side, using dishonest tricks could lead to losing their right to live in the town if the town mayor or law enforcement found out. Kyla clearly cares a lot about this status. The town has never been very welcoming to outsiders. However, if outsiders manage to survive the beast tide, the town's attitude will change. This makes sense because many outsiders die during each tide. Only a few manage to survive. Their deaths provide nourishment for the spiritual beasts, which could lead to more and stronger beasts the next year. But the town cannot refuse outsiders from participating in hunting. If they did, the gods would stop granting beast avoidance powder, and the town's natives would be the ones who suffer. After understanding this, they no longer openly oppose outsiders coming in. Blackskin's reason for letting players stay is also related to this. He noticed fewer outsiders staying this year and was worried it would affect next year's supply of beast avoidance powder. So he played tricks and kept many players behind, watching coldly as people died in the beast tide, without intervening. For them, the deaths of the past were enough. On the last day of the 2nd month, that mysterious voice sounded again. You have successfully completed the Skywater Town. The next mission is about to begin. But in the next second, Zhiyu opened her eyes again and found herself back in the pure white system space. System, will the world consciousness discover my disappearance? Will they find out our true identity? Yes, they will. Once discovered, they need to report to the Universe Alliance headquarters and explain why they hid the realm. It's a bit like being caught doing small mischief and having to write a self-criticism. Zhu Yu also didn't understand why these world consciences liked to pretend to be strange in their games. One is a death game, another is a game. World consciousness will simulate scenarios understandable to humans. That makes sense. System. Settle the task. Task is being settled. Task successfully settled. Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest and earning 2,000 points. Zhu Yu nodded at the points from the main quest. She hadn't fulfilled the original owner's wishes in this world, nor had she triggered the side quests. But the points were still 2,000, just like when she completed the wish task before. This shows that the difficulty level of this world is the same as the death game world. They are probably both above D-level difficulty. Host, the difficulty level of this world's task is C, exactly as expected. Zhu Yu said, System. Open my attribute panel. A blue panel appeared in front of her eyes. Name. Zhu Yu main world age. 19 frozen points. 36,000. 20,000 14,000 for Spirit Beast Exchange, 2,000 for task points. Zhu Yu happily looked at her points several times. Open the system shop. What she really wanted to open was the cultivation technique interface. She took a deep breath and excitedly opened the cultivation technique interface, scrolling to the top. Zhu Xian's Wujing, priced at 35,000 points. Even Zhu Yu, who usually remained calm and rarely got excited, felt a surge of emotion when seeing something she had longed for. Purchase successful, and her points immediately decreased. She now held a jade slip in her hand. The first page of Zhu Xian Jing describes it as a method to transcend reincarnation. Zhu Yu followed the instructions from the system shop and placed the jade slip on her forehead. Soon, she felt a red light flowing through her forehead, spreading to her limbs. In her mind, she gained a new technique called Zhu Xian Ju, Heart Punishment Technique. This technique's full name is Zhu Xian's Wujing, Heart Punishment Meditation. At first glance, it looks like a classic scripture. If Zhu Yu hadn't specifically asked the system which technique suited her best, she wouldn't have chosen this one just by its name among so many available methods. Many techniques have more impressive names. But Zhu Yu still decided to follow the system's advice and chose this one. Now that she has obtained the technique, she is not disappointed. Its name sounds like a Buddhist scripture, but it's different. She prefers to call it Zhu Xian Ju, Heart Punishment Technique. The entire method is over 1,000 words long, but it only has 3 main skills. 1. Mind Control Technique. It has 3 levels. Once mastered, it allows her to easily control a target's mind, giving commands deep inside their heart. Unless the target willingly releases control, there is no way to undo it. Zhu Yu thinks this is a more advanced version of a puppet charm. It has no time limit, and once used on someone, it lasts for life. It also allows the target to keep their own thoughts, but they will obey her basic intentions. This first skill is powerful and frightening. 2. Mind Refinement Technique. It has 9 levels. This is the skill Zhu Yu desires most. When mastered, even if her body dies, her soul will not dissipate or be destroyed. After reaching the 5th level, she can detach from her body at any time and possess any human or animal. Of course, the 5th level has restrictions. She can only possess recently deceased bodies and cannot remain as a soul forever. Beyond the 9th level, her soul truly becomes immortal. Even if only fragments remain, they can slowly recover over time. The ability to be immortal in spirit is what Zhu Yu values most about the Zhu Xian Ju. Although reaching the 9th level may be difficult, Zhu Yu is not afraid. She has plenty of time. All the skills in the Zhu Xian Ju can accompany her through every mission world. With that, there's nothing to fear. Zhu Yu happily smiled, repeatedly reviewing the heart-refining technique to ensure she had memorized it completely. Only then did she shift her gaze to the last technique. 3. The illusory creation technique of all things, which has 3 levels. Zhu Yu paused slightly, studying the illusory creation technique carefully. As the name suggests, once mastered, she can use this technique to create illusions of all things. She can turn flowers into grass, cows into sheep, or even transform a person into a dog. The first level involves illusion creation, which lasts for a certain period. When the time is up, the effect of the technique disappears. The third level is different. It can truly turn a person into a dog. Once transformed, the person can never change back, and they will no longer remember they are human. They will believe they are a dog. This technique is very powerful. In Juyu's view, it is the most promising and strongest among the three techniques. When she reaches the third level, could she turn a stone into a beauty pill? Theoretically, yes. Could she even transform anything into a spiritual beast to exchange for points with the system? That also seems possible. Even if it consumes some energy, this technique is already very powerful. It might even be a bit too strong. Right now, Juyu no longer feels guilty about using points. During the month of rest, she practiced tirelessly day and night. The easiest to learn was the heart-refining technique. With her previous experience in the concentration technique, she easily reached the first level. The following progress depended on time. The heart-refining technique is the only passive technique among the three, so it cannot be quickly mastered. It requires gradual accumulation. After half a month, she successfully entered the state of the mind capture technique, reaching the first level. The most difficult was the illusory creation technique, but Juyu was not surprised by its power once she thought about how strong it could become. For now, she set aside the illusory creation technique and focused entirely on mastering the mind capture technique. Trying to do multiple things at once often results in poor performance. Juyu planned to fully master the mind capture technique first, then slowly dedicate more time to the illusory creation technique. She needed to have some self-protection skills first. Currently, practicing the mind capture technique was the fastest way to gain self-defense ability. As for the heart-refining technique, Juyu didn't need to deliberately focus on it. As long as she was alive, this technique would operate automatically. Although progress was slow, she thought as long as the progress bar kept moving, it was enough. Time slowly passed during the cultivation. Host, the mission is about to begin. Juyu. I'm ready. Juyu opened her eyes and saw her surroundings. She was standing in a completely white room. On one wall, there were rules for hospital residents. On the other side, there were a few single beds, none of which had anyone on them. In an instant, Juyu realized where she was. This was probably a hospital. She took a few steps back to the door. Sure enough, she saw a sign hanging on the door. Inpatient department, room 103. She looked around quickly, then went to the bathroom at the end of the corridor, closed the door, and confirmed she was alone before starting to recall her memories. When she opened her eyes again, Juyu fully understood the situation. This time, her identity was that of a nurse at a mental hospital. She was responsible for rooms 101 to 105 on the first floor, taking care of the patients and checking on the rooms every day. The original owner of this body was still an orphan in this world. She was adopted at age 3 and was the adopted daughter of the hospital director. She studied medicine because her family arranged it. Now, she had graduated and worked here for a year. She wanted to resign because her real dream was to become a writer, not a nurse. But because she knew from a young age that she was adopted, she always felt that the director's kindness toward her could never be repaid.
She didn't want to be selfish.
So, even though she didn't want to do it, she endured the unliked job day after day. Juyu guessed that her true wish was to resign and become a writer. But when she opened the system panel, she found that wasn't the case. The original owner truly loved writing. She spent a few hours after work every day writing and had become a somewhat famous author with 2 published books. Her real wish was actually to find her biological parents.
Juyu sighed.
Seeing this task, she wasn't that surprised. Yeah, why are you daydreaming? I'll pick you up tomorrow. Don't forget the promise. A tall, handsome young man patted Juyu's head, then went into the office ahead. The sign on the office read, Psychology Professor. Before adopting the original owner, the director already had a son. Jean Lu is the older brother of Zhu Yu's body, although they are not related by blood. They grew up together, and he is almost like a real sister to her. The original owner also considered Jean Lu as her own brother. However, the original owner was a reserved person and kept her true hobbies a secret. Even though everyone in the family was a doctor, she never let anyone see that she was different. At that time, the hospital director and his wife, who were her foster parents, wanted Zhu Yu to become a doctor. But the original owner had no interest in performing surgeries or saving others. She had seen many hospital incidents since she was young. She deliberately did poorly on the college entrance exam and chose her second choice. That medical school was good, but she initially selected a nursing-related major. Once she made her choice, the director and his wife were disappointed, but had to accept it. As for her biological brother, their own son, he had no freedom to choose either. Her father was a top neurosurgeon, and her mother was a leading obstetrician. Jean Lu's options were limited, but he ultimately rebelled more strongly than the original owner and chose psychology. The director and his wife accepted his decision too. Zhu Yu looked at her, cheap brother, and thought that the original owner didn't need to be so obedient. She might as well quit and become a writer. After all, she wouldn't be the heir to the hospital in the end. Since she decided not to become a doctor and refused to follow her foster parents' hopes, competing with her brother, she was already out of their minds. Realizing this, Zhu Yu decided to resign. Whether it was the main task of living a long life or the task of finding her parents, working in the hospital brought no benefits. Even though Zhu Yu is skilled in both traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine, making her a versatile doctor, it didn't mean she would dedicate her life to medicine forever. Before leaving, Jean Lu mentioned that she had promised him she would take a vacation and go on a road trip with him. Zhu Yu thought for a moment and decided to go. The task in this world was simple.
She could take her time.
The original owner had already submitted her leave request for 3 days starting tomorrow. Zhu Yu checked the clock on the wall. It was already 5:30 p.m.
Good.
She used 10 minutes to print her resignation letter and delivered it to the director's office. When she finished, it was already time to leave work. Everyone at the hospital knew the main character's identity, but they thought she was the biological daughter. No one knew she was actually adopted. The reason was simple. On her first day at the hospital, Jean Lu waited for her to eat together. When they thought about her name, Jean Yu, and the fact that the director had a daughter, they all figured out her true identity. Because of this, Jean Yu didn't make any real friends. The doctors and nurses around her were very caring, but their over-the-top care made her feel pressured, given her personality. She quietly started to hide and preferred to be alone more often. However, whenever Jean Lu was forced by the director and his wife to appear at the hospital, he would often pull Jean Yu into his room to keep him company. "Why did you come out a little late? What were you doing just now?" Zhu Yu stepped out of the building not far from Jean Lu's car. His black Bentley flashed its lights at her. Following her usual habit, Zhu Yu got into the car and fastened her seatbelt. "I was delayed at my dad's office." Jean Lu asked, "What did he want this time? Was he trying to persuade you?" She shook her head. "Dad wasn't at the hospital. I just went to submit my resignation letter." "Who wants to resign?" Jean Lu turned to look at her, surprised. "Good for you, Yaya. I want to resign tomorrow too." Jean Lu whistled happily. "I thought you really liked working at the hospital since you stayed there all the time. I never tried to persuade you before. Was I wrong? Why are you so determined to resign? Dad will be very angry. What will you tell Mom and Dad when you go back?" "I just told them I don't like working at the hospital." Zhu Yu was not the main character. When it wasn't beneficial for her to pretend to be her, she usually didn't act as the main character. "Cool, no wonder you're my sister." Jean Lu slowed down the car and used one hand to ruffle Zhu Yu's hair. She dodged his hand. "Drive carefully, or I'll get out of the car." Jean Lu sighed and gave up. "Remember to pack your bags when you go home today. We leave tomorrow." Zhu Yu entered the main character's room and closed the door. She still lived at home because the director and his wife strongly opposed her moving out. Jean Lu had rented a place outside, but Zhu Yu didn't know where it was. The director and his wife were very unhappy about their son's situation, but when talking about Zhu Yu, they said that Jean Lu, being a boy, was safer outside, unlike Jinyu, who was a girl and should stay at home for safety. Zhuyu looked at the appearance of this body. Before coming into this world, the original owner probably didn't look like this. In her memory, no one praised her appearance. But since Zhuyu arrived, she has received many compliments. Even Jean Liu, who occasionally looked over, seemed surprised and a little unfamiliar with her. This reaction has been happening since her previous world. In Tianshui town, Zhuyu was used to hiding her looks, so she didn't attract attention. She found that perhaps because of the ongoing tasks, her soul became stronger, or maybe the beauty pills she took repeatedly finally affected her soul. Her appearance is now better than any she had in her previous world. In this world, such a look seems to bring no particular benefit. But Zhuyu decided not to hide anymore. Drawing attention to herself might be a good way to face danger and improve her ability to handle crises. Besides, she hadn't sensed any real danger in this world. She took out her suitcase and packed a few sets of clean clothes. She also packed her skincare products, masks, and makeup. There were also power banks and other electronic devices. After preparing her luggage, Zhuyu sat on the bed. She took out 3 copper coins from her space and looked up her original birth date from her memory, discovering that her original birthday was the day she was adopted from the orphanage. It wasn't her real birth date, so it had no value for fortune-telling. Giving up on using her birth date, Zhuyu took out silver needles and a porcelain bowl from her space. She pricked her finger and let a drop of blood fall into the water-filled bowl. Then she threw the copper coins into the water, starting to read the patterns. She looked at the symbols and frowned, throwing the coins again. The pattern remained the same. Her purpose was to find out if her original parents were still alive and how they were living now. Her next divination would reveal their location. But she didn't expect the first pattern to be so strange. The pattern showed that her original parents were alive, but close to death.